Chapter 1 of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 1. Two Boys Who Plan to Become Great. "So this is Dunhaven?" inquired Jack Benson. "Yes," slowly responded Jabez Holt, not rising from the chair in which he sat tilted back against the outer wall on the hotel porch. "It looks like it," muttered Hal Hastings under his breath. "Doesn't look like a very bustling place, does it?" asked Jack, with a smile, as he set down a black cloth-covered box on the porch and leisurely helped himself to a chair. The box looked as though it might contain a camera. "Tin-type fellers," thought Holt to himself, and did not form a very high estimate of the two boys, neither of whom was more than 16 years of age. Just now both boys were dusty from long travel on foot, which condition, at a merely first glance, concealed the fact that both were neatly enough, even if plainly dressed. "Humph!" was all the response Jabez Holt made to Jack's pleasant comment. Hal, however, was not in the least discouraged by a reception that was not wholly flattering. Set down a box not unlike Jack's, and also something hidden in a green cloth cover that suggested a camera tripod. Hal helped himself to one of the two remaining chairs on the porch of the little hotel. "Takin' pictures?" asked Jabez Holt, after a pause spent in chewing at a toothpick. "Yes, some of the time," Jack assented. "It helps out a bit when two fellows without rich fathers take a notion to travel." "I suppose so," grunted Jabez. He was not usually considered by his fellow townsmen a disagreeable fellow, but a hotel keeper must always preserve a proper balance of suspicion when dealing with strangers, and especially strangers who follow callings that do not commonly lead to prosperity. Probably Old Man Holt, as he was known, remembered a few experiences with a tribe of itinerant photographers. At any rate, he did not mean to make the mistake of being too cordial with these young representatives of the snap-shot art. "Is there any business around here?" asked Jack, after a while. "Oh, there's a main street back uptown that has some real pretty homes," admitted the hotel keeper, "and some likely-looking cross streets. Dunhaven ain't an awful homely town, as ye'll see after you've walked about a bit." "But is there any business here?" insisted Hal Hastings, patiently. "I guess maybe you're business photografters, then," suggested the hotel keeper. "What kinds of business are there here?" asked Jack. Jabez Holt cast away a much mangled toothpick and placed another in his mouth before he replied, with a chuckle. "Well, I reckon about the only business here that the town is doing any talking about at present is one that don't want no photografters around." "And what may that business be?" persisted Jack. "Well, down to Farnum's boat yard they're putting up a craft that's known as Pollard's Folly." "And why wouldn't they want that photographed?" demanded young Benson. "Because it's one of them sure death boats they hope to sell the government, and the United States government don't care about having its warcraft secrets snapshotted," replied Jabez Holt. "Didn't you speak of Pollard's boat?" demanded Jack, his eyes agleam with sudden interest. "Yes," admitted Mr. Holt, slowly. "A boat that'll drown its score of men, I reckon, and then lay somewhere and eat itself out with rust." "A submarine boat, isn't it?" continued Jack, quickly. "Yep, submarine torpedo boat, one of them crazy craft that men will build against all sense of what's decent on salt water." "Why, I've read about that boat," Jack ran on eagerly. "And from what the newspapers said, I've gathered the idea that David Pollard's boat is going to put the United States completely ahead of all other nations at sea." "That's the way Dave Pollard talks," returned Mr. Holt, grimly. "But folks around Dunhaven, I must say, don't think over and above of him or his boat. They—" "Oh, bother the folks around Dunhaven," broke in Jack Benson, impatiently. "If the place is the best they know how to do in the way of a town, I don't care a heap about their ideas of boats. But I beg your pardon, Mr. Holt. My tongue's running a bit ahead of my manners, I guess. So this is where that famous submarine torpedo boat is being built, and she's a diving boat at that." "Well, I guess maybe she'll dive all right," chuckled Jabez Holt. "But as to her coming up again, I reckon the 'Pollard' ain't going to be so certain." "Where are they building her?" "Farnum's shipyard, you said." "Right over yonder," explained Mr. Holt, pointing to a high board fence that enclosed a space down by the waterfront. Farnum's boatyard, as thus seen, was about an eighth of a mile from the little hotel, and looked as though it might be considerable of a plant. "Who's in charge of the boat?" was Jack's next question. "Well, now, that's a conundrum," replied Jabez Holt, pondering. "Jake Farnum owns the yard. Jake's a young man, only a few years out of college. He inherited the business from his father, who's dead. Jake is considered a pretty good business man, though he don't know much about boats, and can't seem to learn a heap nuther. So Jake leans on Asa Partridge, the superintendent, who was also superintendent under old man Farnum. However, old man Farnum's line was building sailing yachts, small schooners, and once in a while a tugboat. That's in Asa Partridge's line. But he won't have nothing much to do with new schemes like diving torpedo boats." "Then," hinted Jack. "I'm a comin' on with the yarn," replied Jabez Holt patiently. "Now, Dave Pollard, the inventor of the boat, is a powerful bright young man, on theory, some folks says. But he ain't much use with tools in his hands. But he and young Jake Farnum hang round, watchin' and bossin', and they have a foreman of the gang, Joshua Owen, who knows most everything about building any kind of boat. So, barrin' the fussin' of Farnum and Pollard, I guess Josh Owen is the real boss of the job, since the Riveters gang came and put the hull together and went away." "Then I suppose Mr. Owen—" began Jack. Jabez Holt, come here!" rang a shrill feminine voice from the interior of the hotel. "Must be going, for a few minutes, anyway," grunted Jabez, rising and leaving the two boys. But no sooner was he out of sight than Jack Benson turned upon his chum, his eyes ablaze. "Hal Hastings," he effused in a low voice, "I had forgotten that Dunhaven was the home of the Pollard boat. But since it is, and since we're here, why, here we'd better stay." "Do you think we can get in on that job?" asked Hal dubiously. "Not if we just sit around and wonder, or if we go meekly and ask for a job and turn sadly away when we're refused," retorted Jack Benson, with a vim that was characteristic of him. "Hal, my boy, we're simply going to shove ourselves into jobs in that boatyard, and we're going to have a whack at that whole game of building and fitting out a submarine torpedo boat. Do you catch the idea? We're just going to hustle ourselves into the one job that would suit us better than anything else on earth." "Bully!" agreed Hal, wistfully. "I hope you can work it." "We can," returned his chum, spiritedly. "Teamwork, you know. We've worked around machine shops and at other trades, and we know something about the way boats are handled. Why shouldn't we be able to make Farnum and Pollard believe we know something that will be of use to them?" "I guess the foreman is the one we want to see first of all," suggested Hal. "Well, we'll camp right down here and go at the thing," almost whispered Benson. "And as this hotel is right at the waterfront and within 2 jumps of the boatyard, I guess we'd better stay here until we get settled." While the two chums were discussing the whole matter in eager, low tones, a few things may be told about them that will make their present situation clearer. Jack Benson, an only son, had been orphaned 3 years before at the age of 13. With the vigor that he always displayed, he had found a home and paid for his keep and schooling either by doing chores or by working at various occupations in his native seaport town of Oakport. He had kept at school up to a few months before the opening of this narrative, with marked genius for machinery. He had learned many things about the machinist trade in odd hours in one of the local shops. He was remarkably quick at picking up new ideas, and had shown splendid though untrained talent for making mechanical drawings. Hal Hastings, of the same age, had a stepmother who did not regard him kindly. Hal, too, had worked at odd jobs, almost fighting for his schooling. His father, under the stepmother's influence, paid little heed to his doings. For 2 summers both boys had done fairly well, working on yachts and other boats around Oakport. Both had learned how to handle sailcraft, to run motors and small marine steam engines. During the spring just past, Hal Hastings had worked much of his time for an Oakport photographer who at the beginning of summer had failed. Hal, with considerable bill for unpaid services, had taken some photographing material in settlement of his dues. At the beginning of summer both boys decided that Oakport did not offer sufficient opportunity for their ambitious hopes in life, and so they had determined to take Hal's newly acquired camera outfit and tramp it from town to town, earning their living by photographing, and all the while keeping their eyes open for real chances in life. Both had some money, carefully saved and hidden from the previous summer's work, so that in point of attire they presented a creditable appearance. During these few weeks of tramping from place to place, they had made somewhat more money than their expenses had amounted to. Jack Benson, who was the treasurer, carried their entire hoard in a roll of $1 and $2 bills. "I tell you, Hal Hastings," Jack now wound up, "this submarine torpedo boat business is already a great field. It's going to be bigger and bigger, for a lot of inventors are at work. If we can hustle our way into this Dunhaven boatyard, we may be able to—" "Earn a very good living, I guess," nodded Hal, thoughtfully. "Earn a living?" sniffed Jack, rather scornfully. "Hal, I've got faith enough in both of us to believe that we could make our fortunes in a few years. Look at some of the poor young men who had sense enough to get into the automobile business early. The prizes go to the fellows who get into a field early and have ability enough to build up reputations." Jabez Holt came out upon the porch at this moment. "Still here?" he asked, looking at the boys. "We're going to be here a little while, I guess, if it's agreeable to you, Mr. Holt," Jack answered, with a smile. "What do you mean? I don't want no tintypes taken." "We haven't asked you to have any photos made, Mr. Holt," Benson ran on. "We're just talking about becoming guests here." "For 24 hours," supplied Hal Hastings. "For at least 2 days," Jack amended. "But see here," explained Landlord Holt, "rates here are $2 a day. If you ain't got no other baggage, I'll have to look into them camera boxes before I take 'em as security for board." "You can't have them as security, Mr. Holt," Jack laughed. "I'm going to pay our charges 2 days in advance. For 2 persons it's $8, isn't it?" Then young Benson carelessly produced the young partner's roll of banknotes. He quickly counted off $8, handing the money to Mr. Holt. "Come right in and register," said Landlord Holt, springing up and leading the way. The hotel sometimes prospered when yacht owners or boat designers came this way, but at any season $8 were $8. The boys were now in high standing with their host. When matters had been settled in the office, Holt led them to the washroom. Here the young men dusted themselves off, washed, polished their own shoes, donned clean collars and cuffs, and altogether speedily made themselves so tidy that they looked quite different from the dusty travelers who had trudged into Dunhaven. Jabez Holt then conducted them back to chairs on the porch, remarking, "It's after 4 o'clock now, and supper'll be ready sharp at 6. "What time do they knock off work in the boatyard?" queried Jack. 5 sharp, the landlord informed him. "Does that foreman on the submarine boat job ever come along this way?" "Goes right by here on his way home," Mr. Holt informed the boys. "I'd be glad if you'd introduce us to him," Jack suggested. "I certain will," nodded Jabez Holt. "And you know, Dave Pollard is stopping at this hotel." "Oh, he is, eh?" Jack snapped up eagerly. "Then we'll certainly try to make his acquaintance tonight." Hal, too, looked pleased at this prospect. Mrs. Holt again calling from the depths of the kitchen, the landlord was forced to hurry off. He left behind 2 boys who suddenly fell to planning their futures with all the rosy enthusiasm of youth. The longer they talked about the submarine boat, the more both Jack and Hal felt convinced that they were going to succeed in getting into the work. In fact, both planned to become great in that special field. It was a bright July day, one of the kind when the world looks at its best to young, hopeful minds. Absorbed in their vague but rosy plans, both boys forgot the flight of time. They were roused out of their talk at last by hearing heavy footsteps on the gravel close at hand. Looking up, they saw a heavy, broad-shouldered, dark-complexioned youth of about 18 years. He had a swaggering way of carrying himself, and undoubtedly considered himself of much importance. His clothing proclaimed him to be a workman. As he caught sight of the two happy-looking boys, this older and larger youth looked them over with a sneering expression, which soon turned to a scowl. "Strangers here, ain't ye?" demanded the scowling one as he halted on the edge of the porch. "Yes," nodded Jack Benson pleasantly. "Thought so," vouchsafed the other. "Anybody but a stranger hereabouts would know ye were in my chair, the one I sit in when I come along this way." There was something decidedly insolent both the tone and manner of the stranger, but Benson, not quick at taking offense, inquired, "Are you a guest of this hotel?" "None of your business," came the rough retort. "Oh," said Jack. "Did you hear me say you was sitting in my chair?" "Yes." "Going to get up out of it?" "Not until I know your rights in the matter," replied Jack. "You see, my board is paid in advance at this place." "Huh!" growled the other sneeringly. "Reckon ye don't know much about Dan Jaggers' way of doing things." "Who on earth is Dan Jaggers?" demanded Benson, curiously. "That's me. It's my name," rejoined the swagger. "And since ye're so fresh—" Jaggers didn't finish in words, but taking a firm hold on the back of the chair, he suddenly pulled it out from under Benson. So swiftly was the thing done that Jack went down on all fours on the porch. But thoroughly aroused, and his eyes flashing indignantly now, that boy was quickly on his feet. Dan, however, with a satisfied grin, had dropped into the chair. "Going to get up out of that, Jaggers?" challenged Jack Benson. "Not as I know of," rejoined Dan, with a broader grin. "Why?" "Because I'd hate to hit you while you're sitting down," replied Jack so quietly that his voice sounded almost mild. "What's that?" demanded Jaggers, with a guffaw of laughter. "You heard what I said," Jack insisted. "You'd better get up." "Spoiling for a fight, are ye?" questioned the bully. "Not at all," Jack replied, still keeping his temper in check. "I never go about looking for trouble. I suppose you didn't know any better than to do what you did." "What's that?" scowled Dan Jaggers. "If you want to apologize and get out of the chair, I'll let it go at that," pursued Jack coolly. "Hey?" demanded Dan Jaggers, aghast. "Me apologize?" He sprang up suddenly, resting a broad paw heavily on Jack's shoulder. But Benson, without flinching or drawing back, returned the ugly look steadfastly. "You're behaving like a pretty poor grade of tough," spoke Jack in deep disgust. "I am, hey?" roared Dan. He drew back, aiming a heavy fist for Benson's chest. It was a mistake, as he quickly realized, for Jack Benson, from much practice in boxing, was as agile and slippery as a monkey and an eel combined. Jack dodged, then came up under with a cleanly aimed, though not hard blow on Jaggers' chin. "I'll learn ye!" roared Dan, returning two ponderous blows in quick succession. To his intense astonishment, Jack wasn't in the way of either blow, but came in with a neck blow on Jaggers' left side that sent the bully reeling to the gravel beyond the porch. "Come right down here!" challenged the bully hoarsely. "We'll find out about this." Jack Benson hesitated. He did not care about fighting, yet seeing that Jaggers meant to have a final encounter, Jack dropped nimbly down to the gravel. Dan Jaggers rushed at him, both fists up on guard, his whole attitude more cautious since he had had a taste of the smaller youth's quality. Jack was about 2 inches shorter and fully 30 pounds lighter, but he made one think of a dancing master as he skipped away before the big fellow's rushes. "Stand still, won't ye, drat ye!" roared Dan, driving in another heavy blow. But Benson dodged, then came in under the bully's guard, landing a stinging blow on the tip of his nose. Under punishment, Dan let out a noise resembling the bellow of an angry bull. Glowering, he stood uncertain for a moment, but Jack was tantalizingly just out of his reach, smiling confidently. Then Jaggers leaped forward, hopeful of winding his arms around this foe and crushing him into submission. A second later, however, Dan fell backward, yelling with pain, for Jack Benson had landed a left-handed blow just under his opponent's right eye, partly closing it. Dan bent over double, still groaning. "Will I swan?" said the astonished Jabez Holt in the doorway of his hotel. Jack stood his ground a few moments, watching until he felt sure that his enemy did not intend to carry the affair further. Then the younger boy stepped lightly back to the porch, standing just before the chair from which he had lately been evicted. "Just bear in mind I'll get square with ye for this," uttered Jaggers wrathfully, glaring at young Benson with his undamaged eye. Then he turned and stalked away, muttering under his breath. "Well, I swan," remarked Jabez Holt again, now stepping out onto the porch. "I guess that sartin done Dan Jaggers some good. He needs some of that medicine, friends. And say, here's Josh Owen comin' up from Farnum's boatyard." Jack and Hal both turned quickly to gaze down the road at a man just coming out through the gate of Farnum's yard. "He's the man we want to meet," cried Jack Benson breathlessly. "I dunno," replied Mr. Holt, shaking his head ominously. "I dunno as it'll do ye much good now. Dan Jaggers is Josh Owen's nephew and favorite." End of chapter 1. Two of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 2. The Fighting Chance. "My type of torpedo boat is going to rule the seas in naval warfare," declared David Pollard, his eyes akindle with the enthusiasm of the sincere inventor. "I'm sure of it," replied Jack Benson quietly. "And that's why, Mr. Pollard, Hal and I are so anxious to get into this work. Mr. Pollard, when your type of submarine diving torpedo boat is understood by the United States government, you'll need some reliable and intelligent experts. Take us in now. Let us learn the work with you. Let us go ahead, keeping pace with the progress in Pollard torpedo boats, and you'll never be sorry you have two young fellows you can depend upon." "That's so, if you can come near to making as good as you promise," admitted the inventor thoughtfully. "But you're pretty young." "And that's the only fault with a Pollard submarine boat," rejoined Jack Benson artfully. "You've got to buck your boat against all the older types that the government already takes an interest in, and yet you feel sure that you can do it. You don't believe the Pollard diving boat is too young. Give us the same show you ask for your boat." "Well, I've never seen any of your work except these drawings," replied Mr. Pollard, indicating some sheets that lay on the table before them. The chums had succeeded in making the inventor's acquaintance through the aid of the landlord. It was now 11 o'clock at night. Jack and Hal had been in the inventor's room for the last 3 hours. Benson had done most of the talking, though Hal had now and then put in some effective words. David Pollard was now 30 years of age, tall, lean, and of pallid countenance. He was a graduate of a technical school. Though not a practical mechanic, he had a rather good lot of theory stored away in his mind. He had inherited some money soon after leaving school, but this money had vanished in inventions that he had not succeeded in marketing. Now all his hopes in life were centered in the submarine torpedo boat that was nearly completed. Pollard had had no money of his own to put into the craft. Jacob Farnum was his friend and financial backer. No one could grasp how much success with his submarine boat meant to this wearied yet hopeful inventor. For years all his schemes had been laughed at by practical men. It was success, more than mere fortune, for which David Pollard hungered. The officials of the Navy Department at Washington had promised to inspect and try the boat when finished, but that was all the encouragement that had come from the national capital. If the Pollard, as the new craft was at present named, should prove a failure, then the inventor felt that he would be down indeed in the world. And also he must feel that he had buried $150,000 of the money of his loyal friend Farnum. In his present anxious, worried frame of mind, with few real believers in the possible success of his boat, it was little wonder that David Pollard was grateful for any intelligent interest or faith in his plans. These two friends were but boys, nor had they had any experience in submarine boat construction. and yet they had shown the inventor that they knew much about machinery and marine engines in general. And Jack, with his handy knack of sketching machinery, had made a decided hit with poor Pollard. "Just put us in as apprentices," begged Benson. "We'll be just the plainest sort of helpers, fetching and lifting and that sort of thing, until we learn how to do more." "Well, you see, for one thing, boys," replied Pollard, "this building of a submarine boat is very important and confidential work. Now, while I like the looks and talk of you both, I really don't know a thing about either of you." "Of course you don't," Jack Benson admitted frankly, "and it's highly important that you should. I know that. But you can telegraph the principal of the school we attended in Oakport, and you can telegraph the minister of our church, too. We'll abide by just what they say about us, and," here Benson brought his little roll of bills once more into sight, "we'll pay for the telegrams and the answers." "That looks right," nodded Mr. Pollard with a slight smile. "There is just one more point. The superintendent of the yard, Mr. Partridge, isn't having anything to do with the building of the Pollard. After the steel workers and the riveters had finished on the hull, then the inside work, including the fitting of the machinery, was turned over to Mr. Owen, our present foreman. Sometimes he's a crotchety fellow, and he might take a dislike to you youngsters." "I've got to tell you about something that I think will make him take a dislike to us," spoke up Jack Benson candidly, and then he recounted the afternoon's affair with Dan Jaggers. "Yes, that certainly will stir up some feeling," replied Mr. Pollard. "In fact, it will make it very difficult for you to get along with Owen, for he thinks a lot of that disagreeable, bullying nephew of his. And yet, Benson, I like you a whole lot better for your honesty." The inventor was silent for some moments, puffing slowly at a pipe. And then he removed the stem from between his teeth and continued: "You've made a good impression upon me, both of you, and particularly with what you say about giving young fellows and young boats a chance to prove themselves. You talk like youngsters with some experience and some ideas in the matter of machinery. I admire your honesty. I also like what you say about the need Farnum and I will have in the future of young men who will understand our boats thoroughly. I don't know what you can do until we try you out." He took a few more thoughtful pulls at his pipe and resumed: "See here, you come to the yard at 8 o'clock in the morning, ready to do anything that's wanted of you. I won't wire, but I'll write to-night to the references you've given. If we find you're not of much use, we'll drop you. If your references don't turn out to be unusually good, out you go. But if you make good, you'll have your chance. It's just your fighting chance, you understand. I'll fix the matter with Mr. Farnum." "And the foreman?" smiled Jack wistfully. Mr. Pollard looked grave as he answered: "Look out not to invite any trouble with Joshua Owen, and avoid trouble with Jaggers, who works in the boat fitting crew. I think we can get over the effects of your little trouble this afternoon. And now, boys, give me the addresses of your references, and I'll write at once." A few moments later the chums bade the inventor good night, and then hurried to their own rooms, though not to retire at once. "Well?" demanded Jack Benson, his face radiant as he thought of their fighting chance. "It was the way you put the whole matter to Pollard," replied Hal Hastings. "Jack, you're a wonder with your tongue. I believe you could talk a hole through a thick board fence." "We've got our chance, anyway. And, oh, Hal, I believe it's going to be our real chance in life." "You'll soon be as wild about the Pollard as the inventor himself," laughed Hastings good-naturedly. "It isn't going to be just the one boat, Hal," urged his chum. "Seriously, it's the whole big problem of submarine warfare. It's going to be the warfare of the future, old chum. And starting this early, we may become Pollard's real experts, his leading men when he's famous, successful and rich. We may even become his partners, through getting up improvements on his ideas. Hal, boy, we may even put through our own design of submarine boat one of these days." "It'll be huge fun, anyway, if we can get a chance to cruise on a submarine boat under water and all," glowed young Hastings. "Say, there must be a wonderful thrill to going down deep in the ocean." And thus they talked for another hour. It was very late when the two turned in, nor did they go to sleep at once. And yet, when the 6:30 call came in the morning, Both boys turned out in a jiffy. Excitement took the place of rest with them. They breakfasted with appetite. Shortly after 7:30, though the yard was so near, Jack and Hal set out for their first day's work at boat building. The gate was open, though the yard, as they stepped inside, had a deserted look. The partly finished hulls of 2 schooners lay on the ways down by the waterfront. There were half dozen sloops in various stages of completion. There were 2 houses close to the water's edge in which, as the boys afterwards learned, motor boats were built. But it was a rough shed, more than 20 feet high and at least 120 feet long, running down to the shore, that instantly caught Jack Benson's glance. "There's where they must be putting the 'Pollard' in shape," he cried eagerly, as he pointed. Both youngsters hurried toward that shed. As they reached it, the inventor came into sight around the end. He was hollow-eyed, though alert. He even looked more worried than he had looked the night before. "Ah, good morning, boys," was his greeting. "Early on hand, I see." "When a fellow's whole heart is set on a thing, he isn't likely to lie abed until the last moment, is he, Mr. Pollard?" inquired Benson. That speech impressed the inventor most favorably. He could appreciate enthusiasm. "Come inside, and I'll show you something," he said, producing a key and leading the way to a door in the side of the shed. Through the long, high windows of the shed an abundance of light fell. But Jack, once inside the door, halted, looking with lips parted and his eyes wide open. "Oh," he murmured. "What is it?" inquired the inventor curiously. "The very wonder of the thing," replied Benson frankly, looking over the whole length of the Pollard as she lay propped up on the sturdy ways. Nor did that simple speech make the inventor think any less of the boy. Though Hal Hastings remained silent for some time, his fascinated gaze rested steadily on the strange-looking outlines of the cigar-shaped hull of the boat. The outer hull was of steel plates, carefully riveted into place. The entire length of the boat was about 110 feet, which, in point of size, placed her just about in the class of boats of this type which are being constructed today. Near the center of the boat, on the upper side, was the conning tower, about 9 feet in outside diameter, and extending some 4 feet above the sloping deck of the craft. Around the conning tower extended a flat, circular platform deck. At the bow of the boat the torpedo tube projected a short distance. At the stern the rudder was in place, and all was in readiness for placing the propeller shaft and the propeller itself. On the floor of the shed, near the middle of the strange, dangerous boat, lay miscellaneous small pieces of machinery and fittings. At the starboard side of the boat stood a ladder that ascended to the platform deck. In the top of the conning tower a manhole cover stood, propped up. It was through this opening that the workmen entered or left the boat. From outside the shed several wires ran in. In dark weather these wires carried the current for electric lights in shed and boat. "I won't ask you aboard until the foreman and other workmen arrive," explained Mr. Pollard. "It'll only be a few minutes to wait." While they were still examining the outer hull and discussing the submarine, Dan Jaggers, in his workman's clothes, reached the open doorway of the shed. One look inside and he halted short. He gathered from the talk he heard that Jack Benson and Hal Hastings were to be added to the Pollard's working gang. "Not if I know myself and the foreman, and I think I do," growled the Jaggers youth, backing away unseen. The next of the workmen to arrive was Michael O'Brien, red-haired and about 28 years of age. He was good-humored and talkative, and the 2 boys took an immediate liking to him. Through the gate of the yard came Joshua Owen, a man of 45, of medium height, broad-shouldered, black-haired, and with a frame that spoke of great physical power and endurance. And yet he had restless, rather evil-looking eyes. He did not look like the sort of man whom a timid fellow would want for an enemy. "Hold on there, Unc," greeted Dan Jaggers, motioning his foreman uncle aside. "Say, you know that cheeky young fellow I told ye about, the tricky one that played the sneak on me and gave me this black eye?" "Haven't you met him and paid him back yet?" demanded Mr. Owen. "Hadn't seen him again until just now," complained Dan. "What do you think? Pollard has engaged that feller and his friend to work on the submarine." "Has, eh? Without speaking to me about it?" demanded Joshua Owen, looking anything but pleased. "Of course you'll let Pollard know that you're foreman, and take on and lay off your own gang," hinted Jaggers. "Now, you leave me alone, Dan boy, to know what to do," retorted Mr. Owen. Then he stepped on toward the long shed, a very grim look on his face. Going inside the shed, the foreman looked the two boys over briefly. "If you young men haven't any business in here," he ordered, "get out and on your way. Work is about to begin here. I'm the foreman." "Oh, Mr. Owen," hailed the inventor, "these are two very bright young chaps, with some experience, that I've engaged to help us out with installing the machinery in the boat." "Couldn't you have consulted me, sir?" asked the foreman, again looking keenly at the youngsters. "When you've found out what they can do, Mr. Owen," replied Pollard, "I believe you'll be rather pleased with them. They're hired only on trial, you understand." "I can tell whether we want 'em before we start work," grunted the foreman, and with that he began to fire all manner of machine shop questions at both boys. Yet Jack and Hal, paying respectful heed, answered in a way that showed them to be quite well informed about this class of work. "They won't do, Mr. Pollard, won't do at all," announced Foreman Owen, turning to the inventor. "I know their kind. They're glib talkers and all that, but they belong to the know-it-all class of boys. I've had a lot of experience with that kind of 'prentices, and I don't want 'em bothering our work here. So I say, sir, the only thing for you to do is to send them about their business." Foreman Owen spoke as though that settled the matter. Jack Benson and Hal Hastings felt their hopes oozing. "I've told the boys they shall have a chance, Mr. Owen," replied Pollard quietly, and yet in a tone of authority. "So, of course, my word must be kept with them." "But I'm the foreman!" exclaimed Joshua Owen irritably. "And I'm supposed to—" "Exactly," interposed David Pollard. "You're supposed to obey all instructions from your superiors here, and to give your advice when it's wanted. I have much at stake in the success of this boat, and when I find what looks like good material for our working crew, I'm going to try out that material." "But I don't want to be bothered with boys like these young fellows," retorted the foreman angrily. "This is no job for amateurs." "The boys remain until they've been well tried out," retorted Pollard firmly. "If they can't do our kind of work, then of course we'll let them go." "I'll speak to Mr. Farnum about this business," muttered Foreman Owen, turning on his heel. 3 other workmen had arrived during this talk. Now, at the order from Owen, all climbed the ladder to the platform deck, thence disappearing through the manhole. Electric lights were turned on inside the hull by the time that Jack and Hal appeared at the manhole opening. Owen looked upward from the floor of the boat to scowl at them. But as Mr. Pollard was right behind them, the foreman said nothing at that moment. Last of all came Dan Jaggers. As he caught sight of the 2 newcomers, he shot at them a look full of hate. "I thought she said these fellows couldn't work here," he muttered to his uncle. "Keep quiet and watch out," whispered Joshua Owen. "They're not going to work here. I'll fix that." End of chapter 2. Three of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 3. Josh Owen Starts Trouble. "Knock off!" As the deafening din of hammers lessened, David Pollard shouted that order through a megaphone. Confined in a limited space inside that hull of steel, the clatter, which outdoors would have been barely noticed, was something infernal in volume and sharpness. Human eardrums could not stand it for any great length of time. By this time Jack Benson and Hal Hastings had had a good chance to see exactly what the interior of a submarine torpedo boat was like. A level floor extended throughout the entire length of the Pollard. Below this floor, reached by hatchways, were various small compartments for storage. Under the level of this floor, too, were the water tanks. These were tanks that, when the craft lay or moved on the surface of the ocean, were to contain only air. Whenever it was desired to sink the torpedo boat, valves operated from the central room of the boat could be opened so that the water tanks would fill, and the weight of the water would sink the boat. In diving, the forward tanks could be filled first, and then, when the desired depth was reached, the other tanks could be filled entirely or partly in such a way as to control the depth and position. With the boat below the surface, and the commander wishing to return to the surface, compressed air could be forced into the water tanks, expelling all the water in them, or a part of the water, if preferred. The valves would then operate to keep more water from entering. On the surface, the Pollard was intended to be run by a powerful 6-cylinder gasoline engine. When below the surface, the boat was to be propelled by electric power supplied from storage batteries. Below the waves, the gasoline engine could not be used, as such an engine consumes air and also creates bad vapors. On the morning when our two young friends went to work, the electrical engine was fully installed and had been tested. The gasoline engine was in place, but the fittings had yet to be finished. In the course of this latter work, the necessary connections were to be made between gasoline engine and dynamo. The many strong-walled receivers for compressed air had been placed, and were now being more securely fitted and connected by the workmen. The final work on the compressed air apparatus was yet to be done by a special crew of workmen who were soon to come down from New York. A powerful, compact plant for compressing air was a part of this outfit. Right up in the bow of the Pollard was the tube through which a Whitehead torpedo, 14 feet in length, could be started on its destructive journey by means of compressed air force. One torpedo was to be carried in the tube, 6 others in special lockers on either side. Back of the torpedo room was the rather cramped engine room, in which were the gasoline and electric motors, other machinery, and work benches. And then came the central cabin, some 20 feet long and about 10 feet wide. Here was a table, while the seats at the side could be arranged also as berths. Out of the cabin, aft, led a narrow passageway. Off this, on either side, were a narrow galley, cupboards, icebox, and toilet room. Nearer the stern were 2 compact staterooms, one intended for 2 line or deck officers, the other for 2 engineer officers. There were other features about the Pollard that will be described as need arises. For more than an hour the entire gang had been at work, though Joshua Owen had seen to it that Jack and Hal had nothing more to do than lift or hold heavy articles, fetch tools, etc. Still, both boys stood this good-humoredly, paying strict attention to orders. David Pollard, watching them at times, and guessing how they might feel under such treatment, found his good opinion of the 2 newcomers still rising. Stopping their work when the order came, the workmen lighted their pipes. Jack and Hal, not liking the clouds of tobacco smoke, ran up the spiral staircase to the manhole, stepping out upon the platform. As they did, they encountered a man of about 30 years of age, who had just reached the platform deck from the shed flooring. "Hullo, what are you 2 doing here?" questioned the new arrival, looking the boys over keenly. "Are you Mr. Farnum?" asked Benson. "Yes." "Well?" "Mr. Pollard put us to work here, Mr. Farnum." "Oh, that's all right, then," replied the owner of the yard amiably, and entered the conning tower. "Tumble down here, you 2 lazy roustabouts," sounded Owen's voice a few minutes later. "We seem to have made a hit with our foreman, don't we?" chuckled Jack to his chum. "Mr. Owen," Pollard was saying to the foreman as the boys rejoined the crew below, "we can't stand the ringing of hammers all the time, so for the next job I think you'd better fit some of the feed pipes connecting the gasoline tanks with the motor." "All right, sir," replied Josh Owen briefly. He turned to order Jaggers and O'Brien to bring forward one of the longer pieces of feed pipe, and this the foreman helped to fit in place. "Mr. Pollard," reported Owen soon, "this pipe is a small botch on the part of the contractor." "What's wrong?" asked the inventor, quickly springing forward and bending over to examine. "The pipe is about a half inch too long," replied Owen. "But one of the superintendent's men over at the machine shop can cut it to fit?" asked the inventor, looking uneasy. "Oh, he can cut it all right, but there's the new thread to be cut, too," explained the foreman, pointing. "I'm sorry, sir, but if you want a good job without any danger of botch, you have to wire the contractors to rush a new pipe cut exactly to the specifications." "But that will delay us at least 48 hours, and the launching date is so near at hand," protested the inventor. "You'd better put your launching off 2 days, Mr. Pollard, than take any chances of having a bad connection in your fuel feed pipes," argued the foreman. "Confound such luck," growled Pollard, turning away. "Well, come over to the office with me, and we'll wire a kick and a prayer to the contractors." And just as he turned, the inventor barely failed to overhear something that Jack muttered in an aside to Hal. "What's that you're saying, Benson?" demanded David Pollard. "Oh, nothing much, sir," replied Jack quickly. "I'm not foreman here, not much of anything, for that matter." "Were you expressing an opinion about this pipe business?" "Yes, sir." "You agree with me that the pipe can be cut properly at the machine shop of this yard?" insisted the inventor. It was strange to ask such a question of a boy helper, but David Pollard, facing a delay in the launching of his craft, was ready to jump at any hope. Jack Benson hesitated. "I want a reply," persisted Mr. Pollard. "Why, yes," Jack admitted. "I don't want to be forward, but I feel pretty sure the pipe can be measured both for its own length and the length it ought to be. If there's a good metal saw over at the machine shop, and a thread cutter, this pipe ought to be ready for safe fitting in half an hour." "That's the way it looks to me, too," broke in Mr. Farnum. "Send the pipe over, anyway, with the proper measurements, and Partridge can tell you what's what." "I won't make the measurements. I won't have anything to do with it, or be responsible for a botched job," snarled the foreman. "You don't have to, then," replied Farnum, taking a spring steel tape from his pocket. "Benson, you seem to have a clear-headed idea of what you're talking about. Take the measurements. This tape has been standardized." It was not a matter of great difficulty. Jack, with his chum's aid, soon had the measurements taken. "Since you two youngsters know so much about it," growled Joshua Owen, "you two can carry the pipe over to the machine shop." Other workmen sprang to help in passing the pipe up through the manhole and down over the side of the hull, and when Jack and Hal got the pipe up on their shoulders they staggered a bit under its weight, but they were game and started away with it. "That's a shame," growled Mike O'Brien. "Boss, leave me go and be helping the boys with that load." "Go ahead," nodded Mr. Farnum. O'Brien went nimbly down the ladder, placing one of his own sturdy shoulders under the forward end of the pipe, while Benson got back with Hal Hastings at the other end. In about 3/4 of an hour the trio were back, with the pipe cut to the right length, and with a new screw thread cut at the shortened end. "Now you can demonstrate your own work, Benson," laughed Mr. Farnum. "Fit the pipe yourself, and call on the men for what help you want." At that Joshua Owen folded his arms as he stepped back, scowling. And yet, when the crew, under Jack's direction, had finished fitting the pipe in place, not even this angered foreman dared say that it was not fitted properly. The next work called for fitting some pipe joints, and in this a red lead cement was used. One of these joint makings fell to Benson and Hal. "Here's your cement," muttered the scowling Dan Jaggers, passing a rough ball of the stuff to young Benson. "Is this the best you have?" asked Jack, eyeing the cement with disfavor. "Yes," growled Dan, "and it's plenty good enough." "I'd call it too dry," replied Jack quietly. "Are you bossing this job all the way through?" demanded Joshua Owen angrily, stepping forward. "Mr. Farnum, Mr. Pollard, if these boys are to have charge of this work I may as well stop." "What's the matter?" asked Mr. Farnum, coming forward. "This younker is grumbling about the red lead cement," snapped the irate foreman. "What's the complaint, Benson?" asked the boatyard owner. "No complaint, Mr. Farnum," Jack answered quickly. "Only I've got to make this joint fast with red lead cement, and it seemed to me that this stuff is too dry. If I use it, it won't fill out smoothly enough. It's dry and crumbly, and I'm afraid the joint would be very defective." "Nothing of the sort," snapped Joshua Owen. "Boy, you've no business trying to do a man's work anyway. Give me that cement, and I'll make the joint fast myself." "All right," nodded Benson, stepping back. He started to pass the junk of cement to the foreman. But Mr. Farnum quickly took it from him, and then cast a look upward. Asa Partridge, the yard superintendent, a man past 50, stood on the platform deck, looking down through the open manhole. "Come down here, Mr. Partridge," hailed the yard's owner, while Joshua Owen's scowl became deeper than ever. "Mr. Partridge, Benson says this cement is too dry to make a joint tight with. Owen says it isn't. Who wins the bet?" the owner finished laughingly. Asa Partridge, a man of long experience in steam fitting, took the chunk of cement, examining it carefully, then picked it to pieces before he rejoined dryly: "Why, the boy wins, of course. Any apprentice ought to know that cement as dry as this stuff can't make a tight joint." "Isn't there some better cement than this around?" called out Mr. Farnum. "If there isn't," volunteered the superintendent, "I can send you over plenty. But the use of such stuff as that would leave some joints loose and make a breakdown of the boat's machinery certain. You see, Owen," spoke the yard's owner quietly, turning to the foreman, "you're letting your dislike for these boys spoil your value here as foreman." "I've stood all I'm going to stand here," shouted Joshua Owen in a tempest of rage as he snatched off his apron. "You're letting these boys run the job." "Nothing of the sort," broke in Farnum icily. "They haven't tried to run anything. But any workman is entitled to complain when he's expected to perform impossibilities with poor material." "There you go, upholding 'em again," roared the foreman. "I'm through. I quit." "I don't know as that's a bad idea either, Owen," replied Mr. Farnum in the same cool voice. "When you don't care how you botch a job, it's time for you to walk out. You can call at the office this afternoon, and Mr. Partridge will give you your pay." Joshua Owen glared amazedly at his employer. Then, seeing that his threat had been taken at par, and that he really was through here, the infuriated man wheeled like a flash, leaping at Jack Benson from behind and striking the boy to the floor. But Grant Andrews, O'Brien and others leaped at him and pulled him away. Jacob Farnum pointed up the spiral staircase as Jack Benson leaped to his feet, hardly hurt at all. "You can't get out of here too quickly, Owen," warned the owner. "If you linger, I'll have you helped out of the boat. Grant Andrews, you're foreman here from now on. First of all, see that that fellow gets out of here in double quick time. Come along, Dan," called Owen hoarsely to his nephew as he started up the stairway. "Yes, run along, Danny," added Farnum mockingly. "You're no better than your uncle." After the pair had departed, it took all hands at least 5 minutes to cool down from their indignation, and then they resumed work, and all went smoothly under the quiet, just, alert new foreman, Grant Andrews. That afternoon, as Jack crossed the yard, going on an errand from Mr. Pollard to the office, he encountered Josh Owen and his nephew. The pair had just collected their pay from the superintendent. They were talking together in low, ugly tones when they caught sight of the boy. Though Benson saw them in season to avoid coming close to them, he neither dodged the pair nor courted a meeting. He would have passed without speaking, but Joshua Owen seized the boy by one arm. "I suppose you feel me and you had trouble, and you got the best of it," leered the former foreman, and then scowled. "But listen to me, younker. You're going to run into trouble, and quicker than you think, at that. That old cigar-shaped death trap won't float. Not for long, anyway. All I'm hoping is that you'll go in for being one of the crew of that submarine boat, and then I'll be even with the lot of all of ye at the same time." With which enigmatic prophecy, Joshua Owen let go of the boy's arm and tramped heavily away, followed by his precious nephew. End of chapter 3. Four of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 4. The Trick of the Flashlight. "Have you seen anything of Owen since he was discharged?" It was David Pollard who put the question, while the crew under the new foreman, Andrews, was busy the next day with more work on the motor fittings. Then, for the first time, except to his chum, Jack Benson told of his meeting in the yard. "Making threats against you and against the boat, is he?" smiled Mr. Pollard. "Well, he can't get near the boat. Partridge took the precaution of getting the keys back from Owen yesterday afternoon, when the fellow went to get paid off. But as for his threats against you—" "It will be just as well to look out for the fellow, Benson, and you too, Hastings," put in young Mr. Farnum, who happened to be aboard. "Owen is an ugly fellow, and a powerful one, and I imagine he possesses a certain amount of rough brute courage." "I'm not afraid of him, sir," replied Jack coolly. "At the same time, of course, I'll keep my eyes open." "Owen probably can't hang around Dunhaven very long, anyway," continued the owner of the yard. "I don't believe he has very much saved. Of course, he can't get any work in his line in Dunhaven now that this yard is closed to him. So look out for a day or two, and after that I guess he'll be gone." "I'll keep my eye open, but I shan't lose any rest," smiled young Benson confidently. Too confidently, as the sequel proved. Work was now proceeding at a rapid rate. Andrews was an ideal foreman, quiet, alert, watchful, and understanding his trade thoroughly. He was something of a driver as to speed, but workmen do not resent that if the one in authority be just and capable. "I wish we had you as a foreman from the start, Andrews," remarked the inventor. "Well, I was here, and ready to be called at any time," replied the new foreman, with a smile. "By the way, you don't seem to have any trouble with Benson or Hastings?" pursued Mr. Pollard. "Not a bit. They're good helpers. In fact, young as they are, they're a long way on the road to being real mechanics." "You don't find them forward or, well, fresh?" "They're not the least bit troubled that way," replied the new foreman emphatically. "Owen didn't get along with them, and couldn't have done so, because he's a nagger, and no self-respecting workman will stand for a nagger. There were times when O'Brien and I wondered if we hadn't better pitch him out and then leave our jobs." And thus matters went along most smoothly. Jack Benson and Hal Hastings, with a good general knowledge of mechanics, and willing to work hard and tackle new problems, were learning much. Even before the Pollard was launched and sent on her trial trip, these two boys showed remarkable proficiency in equipping and handling this wonderful class of craft. In the meantime, the boys had left the hotel, taking up their quarters at a comfortable boarding house where Foreman Andrews lived. Though Farnum was paying them fair wages, they were thrifty enough to be on the lookout for any outside work with their camera outfit. And so it happened that one evening after supper, Jack and Hal, carrying their outfit, set out on a walk of more than 2 miles. They had secured an order to go to a wealthy man's summer cottage, as the Great Handsome Pile was called, there to make some flashlight photographs of some of the large, expensively furnished rooms. Time flew, and the owner of the cottage caused many delays by wishing furniture shifted about before the photographs were made. It was after 11 o'clock at night when the two submarine boys left the cottage to tramp back to Dunhaven. As they neared the village, they heard the town clock striking midnight, and that was the only sound they could hear besides the movement of their own feet. Dunhaven was wrapped in sound slumber. Their way led the boys close to Farnum's boatyard, and as they came around a corner of the fence, Hal, who was slightly in the lead, stepped back quickly, treading on his friend's toes. "Shh!" whispered Hastings. "Keep quiet, and take a sly peep around the corner. Look up along the fence and see what you make out." Slipping off his hat, Jack took a hasty look, exposing very little of his head, while Hal now crowded close to him from behind. "Someone's trying to scale the fence," whispered Jack. "By Jove, there he goes! He has a good hold, and is going. Now he's over in the yard." Such stealthy prowling could mean little else than mischief brewing. To both the boys came instantly the same thought. "The submarine boat!" "Did you recognize him?" whispered Hal, quivering. "No, too dark for that. Besides, he was too quick. But we must hustle to alarm someone." "There's a watchman in the yard," Hal replied. "He ought to be getting busy." "I don't hear any hail or any shot," Jack replied. "Hal, old fellow, we've got to do something ourselves." "Well, we can climb the fence as well as that stranger did." "We'd better. Here, Take the flashlight gun. Pass that and the camera up as soon as I get to the top of the fence. We can't leave our outfit outside. It's worth too much money." With that, Jack Benson swiftly found a knothole in which he could get a slight foothold, and with that start he was quickly up on top of the 10-foot fence. Bending down, he took camera and flashlight gun. Hal hurriedly followed. Down in the yard they started speedily, though softly, forward, going by impulse straight toward the submarine shed, though keeping in the shadow of other buildings. Arrived at one corner of the office building, young Benson, who was in the lead, signaled a stop. Hal halted just behind him. "It's the submarine, all right, that the fellow's after," whispered Jack excitedly, as he peeped. "Make him out over there at the door? Gracious! He's unlocking and throwing the padlock off. And blazes! Can't you make out who it is, Hal? Josh Owen! But he gave up his keys." "He had at least one duplicate, then," declared Jack, in a tremulous whisper. "There, he's gone inside. Come on, Hal, soft foot. We'll take a near look at what he's doing." There was some distance to be traveled, and it had to be done with the utmost stealth. Whatever Josh Owen, if it was truly he, was doing in the submarine shed, the young shadows did not wish to put him on his guard until they had caught him red-handed. "Where's the night watchman while all this is going on?" wondered Jack, as he tiptoed forward. It was afterwards discovered that the watchman, who sometimes drank liquor, was at this moment sound asleep in one of the sheds. There was no time to be squandered in looking for him if Josh Owen was to be followed and foiled. Creeping to the now open door of the submarine shed, Jack, who was in the lead, took a peep inside. There was a dim light in there, though it came from the further side of the hull. Benson signaled, and his friend followed him stealthily, a step or two at a time, around to the stern of the Pollard as she lay on the stocks. By this time a noise that plainly proceeded from the use of tools came to the ears of the boys. Their nerves were on the keenest tension as they reached the stern of the propped-up hull. Then they came in sight of the quarry. Almost in the same flash they realized what the night's mischief was. Depending wholly on the light of a dark lantern that lay on the floor of the shed, Owen, with 2 or 3 tools, was swiftly, wickedly tampering with one of the sea valves belonging to one of the forward water compartments of the submarine. This valve, if leaking badly when the craft lay submerged, would let in enough water to cause the Pollard to lurch and then go nose first to the bottom. It was wholly possible, too, that a capable workman could tamper with the valve so that on casual inspection the damage would not be detected. Hal Hastings' heart beat fast as he viewed this dimly illumined piece of cowardly treachery. His fingers itched to lay hold of Josh Owen, uneven though the fight might be, with both boys for assailants. But Jack Benson, though his first impulse was to let out a Comanche yell and then dart forward into the fray, instantly conceived a plan that he thought would work better. Gripping his chum's arm for silence, Jack whispered in his ear, "Can you set the camera for universal focus here in the shadow?" I think so," came Hal's low, quivering reply. "Do it like lightning, then." In his hand Jack held the flashlight gun. It was one of those patent affairs, arranged to fire a charge of magnesium powder by the explosion of a cap when the trigger was pressed. Dropping to one knee, Hal set the camera, half by instinct, half by guess. While he did so, Jack fixed a charge of the powder in the firing pan of the gun. These preparations made hardly any noise. Such as might have been heard in a silent room was drowned by the tap-tap of a small hammer that Josh Owen was at the moment using. And now, without glancing back at the stern, the ex-foreman half turned his head so as to give a profile view of his face. Hal, kneeling, turned up quickly to nod the signal that the camera was ready. Pop! Flare! As the cap exploded, a blinding flash filled that side of the shed for a brief instant. It was as though a lightning bolt had plunged into the place. Wholly unprepared for any such happening, Josh Owen let out a yell of fear, rose up, and leaped back so that he upset and extinguished his dark lantern. "What was that?" he faltered. In the intense darkness that followed the flash, Jack and Hal stole away. Suffering all the terrors of a guilty conscience, increased by the terror of the inky darkness under such circumstances, Josh Owen tremblingly felt for his momentarily useless lantern. It took him some moments to find it. Even then his fingers shook so convulsively that it needed several trials before he got the light going. By this time Jack and Hal were safely outside. More than that, Jack held in his hand the padlock of the door with the false key in it. "Why not slam the padlock shut over the door and lock him in there until we can get someone here?" whispered Hal Hastings. By this time the two boys were hiding behind the corner of a nearby building. "I thought of that," whispered Jack, "and I'd like to do it, but Owen has a fearful temper. If we locked him in there, and he knew he had to be caught, he'd do thousands of dollars' worth of damage. As it is, if you watch out, you'll soon see him quitting that shed and getting away as fast as he can." Not more than a few seconds later, Josh Owen appeared at the door of the shed. He shut off the light from his dark lantern, then stole swiftly towards the fence. Going up and over, he vanished from sight. "Now we'll lock the shed, take this false key to Mr. Andrews, and let him decide whether to rouse Mr. Pollard or Mr. Farnum," announced Jack Benson. Grant Andrews, as soon as he was aroused at the boarding house and had been made to understand, took the false key, saying, "I'll go over to the hotel and call Dave Pollard. Then I'll do whatever he says." The inventor was greatly excited over the news borne to him by the new foreman. Together they hurried to the Farnum yard, unlocked the door to the submarine shed, entered, and made a hasty examination. Thanks to the promptness of Jack Benson and Hal Hastings, Josh Owen had not had time to inflict more damage to the forward sea valve than could be readily repaired. "I guess that was what that infernal rascal meant when he told Jack Benson that the Pollard would dive to the bottom and stay there," exclaimed the inventor in a shaking voice. He smiled a ghastly smile. "We'll put a stop to such pranks after this," replied the new foreman. "Until your craft is launched, sir, I'll sleep here nights, beginning with what's left of tonight." Before the inventor left the yard, he hunted for and found the drunken night watchman, who was still asleep. That worthless guard was discharged the following day. End of chapter 4.
Of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 5. One Man's Dumbfounded Face. When the new foreman's gang started on the "Pollard" at 8 in the morning, there was no outward ripple to show that anything unusual had happened. True, Jacob Farnum arrived at the shed earlier than he was accustomed to do, but those of the workmen who were not in the secret thought nothing of that. Half an hour later, Josh Owen, a peculiar, gleaming look in his eyes, showed his head at the manhole opening over their heads. "Good morning, Mr. Farnum," he called. "Good morning, Owen," answered the yard's owner. "Come right down." Owen came down the spiral staircase, looking curiously about him. "I got your note, Mr. Farnum," began the ex-foreman. "What's the matter? Find you need me here, after all?" "Not for long," replied Mr. Farnum, coldly. "Owen, before you gave your keys in to Mr. Partridge, you must have taken an impression of one of them, and must have fitted a key to the pattern. Why were you here last night?" "Me? I wasn't here last night, nor any other night." Josh Owen made haste to answer, though a look of guilty alarm crept into his face. All of the workmen had ceased their toil, and stood looking on at this unusual scene. "You say you weren't here last night?" demanded Mr. Farnum, sternly. "And you didn't use any false key to get into this shed?" "Of course I didn't," retorted the ex-foreman, defiantly. "You wrote a note to me that, if I'd come around here this morning, I'd hear of a job. I didn't come here to be insulted." "The job I mentioned in my note," rejoined Mr. Farnum, with a meaning smile, "is over at the penitentiary. Owen, you did come here last night. You scaled the fence at the west side, crossed the yard, opened the door of this building with this key." Here the yard's owner held out the false key, that all might see it. "And," finished Mr. Farnum, "you came in here and went to work to damage a sea valve forward on this craft. The valve shows, this morning, very plain traces of having been tampered with." Josh Owen was summoning all his courage, all his craft. Instead of looking frightened, he glared boldly at his accuser. "Who says I did such a thing?" he demanded hotly. "Benson and Hastings saw you at your rascally work, my man." "Humph!" snorted the ex-foreman. "Who? Those boys?" "Yes." "Humph! I wouldn't believe those boys under oath, and you'll make a huge mistake if you do, Mr. Farnum," continued Josh Owen, hotly. "Then you deny that you were here, and that you tampered with a sea valve last night?" insisted the yard's owner, looking his man keenly in the eyes. "I'll deny it with my dying breath," asserted the former foreman, boldly. "As for those lying boys—" "Do you believe this can lie?" inquired Mr. Farnum, passing the accused man a photograph print. Josh Owen took the print, staring at it hard. In an instant his eyes began to open as wide as it was possible for them to do. A sickly, greenish pallor crept into the man's face. Beads of cold perspiration appeared on his forehead and temples. "You see, your face shows up very clearly," went on the yard's owner, in the same cold, crushing voice. "Moreover, it shows you right at one of the sea valves, and in the very act of tapping with a hammer. You didn't know that Benson and Hastings are very fair photographers, did you?" "I don't care what they are!" cried Owen, in a passionate voice, as he tore the print to small bits. "That isn't a photograph of me, even if it does look like me. And I wasn't here last night. "Any judge and jury will believe the evidence against you, my man," cried Farnum, sternly. "As for the boys, maybe you don't like them, nor they you. They've reason enough for not liking you. Besides, they couldn't photograph anything that wasn't here to be photographed." "Then it was that flash—" began Josh Owen. He stopped instantly, biting his lips savagely. "Yes, they took the picture by flashlight, and you've just admitted remembering the flash that interrupted your rascally labor," exclaimed Mr. Farnum, triumphantly. "As for the print you've just torn up, Owen, it doesn't make any difference. There are other copies of it. Now, my fine fellow, you've been trapped just as nicely as the law requires, and, in addition, you know you're guilty of the whole thing. Now—" But Owen leaped up the spiral staircase, shouting: "I won't be taken alive! Andrews, O'Brien and another workman sprang forward to seize the fellow, but Mr. Farnum called them back. Josh Owen got down from the platform deck and out of the shed in a twinkling. "Let him go," ordered the yard's owner. "He won't be seen around Dunhaven after this. If he is, I can quickly enough put the law's officers on his track. But he'll vanish and stay vanished." "I shan't soon forget the absolutely dumbfounded look on his face when he saw that photograph," laughed Mr. Pollard. "It was a look of complete, incredulous amazement." "I'm sorry for the wretch's family," sighed Mr. Farnum. "However, if Owen clears out promptly, and stays away from this part of the country, I'll give him an opportunity for a new chance." Then the work went on again. Even with the thorough examination of the sea valve that had been tampered with, there was not so much to be done, for this was the last day of the work. On the morrow Dunhaven was to be more or less alive, for the Pollard was to be launched then. Many visitors, including a swarm of newspaper men, were expected. An officer of the United States Navy was also booked to be present, to witness the launching, and to note how the Pollard might sit on the water afterwards. Before 4 o'clock the last stroke of work had been done. Mr. Farnum, the anxious inventor, the foreman and the others went all over the submarine marine craft, inside and out, looking for any detail of the work that might have been slighted. "It's all done. "Finished," cried Dave Pollard, nervously. "And, Mr. Andrews, you'll have a real guard here to night to help you keep watch," announced Jacob Farnum. "We've heard the last of Owen, without a doubt, but we won't take a single chance to night. Now, men, all be here at 7 in the morning, ready for work. The launching is to be at 10 o'clock, but at the last moment we may find that something needs overhauling. Now, you've all worked hard and faithfully. Here's a little present for each of you, with much more to come if the boat proves the success we hope." As the men passed him, Jacob Farnum handed each a crisp $10 banknote. Even Jack and Hal were thus remembered. "But we haven't been here, sir, long enough to earn this present," protested Jack Benson. "You haven't been here long, perhaps," smiled Mr. Farnum, "but think of what you did last night. By the way, Benson and Hastings, I want to see you at my office at once." Wondering somewhat, the youngsters followed their employer, and David Pollard accompanied them. "Now then, boys," began the employer, seating himself at his desk, "I want to say to you that my friend Pollard hired you on the strength of your general appearance and the impression you both made. At the same time, Pollard was careful to write to the references you gave in your home town. This noon he received letters from your former school teacher and your minister. Both speak in the nicest terms of you both as honorable, upright, hard-working young men." "It's fine to know that one is remembered in that way," Jack replied, his face and Hal's showing their pleasure. "Now, to go on," continued Mr. Farnum. "As soon as the boat is in the water there comes up the question of a crew for the 'Pollard.' Some of our good hands, especially those with families, say very frankly that their taste doesn't run to going down in diving boats, on account of the possible chance that the 'Pollard' might not be able to get up to the surface again. But Pollard tells me that you've applied for the chance to belong to the crew of the boat." "That's our biggest wish, gentlemen!" cried Jack Benson, his eyes glowing. "Nothing else could give us half the delight," confirmed Hal Hastings. "Then we're going to give you the chance," announced Mr. Farnum, while David Pollard nodded. "But, of course, you're not blind to the fact that, even on the most perfect submarine torpedo boat, there's some risk to your lives." "One isn't wholly safe, either," retorted Jack, coolly, "in crossing a crowded city street." "Then you're both alive to the danger, and not afraid to chance it?" "We're ready for anything in the submarine boat line," declared Jack and Hal, in the same breath. "Then that's settled. You're both engaged to serve aboard the 'Pollard' when she floats and dives," wound up Mr. Farnum, dropping back into his matter-of-fact tone, and mopping his face, for the July afternoon was exceedingly hot. "By the way, boys, how do you feel about taking a little pleasure trip to night? How'd you like to take one of my horses and a buggy, after supper?" "Fine and splendid!" replied Jack, with enthusiasm. "And, by the way, since your references are so good, I can give you a chance to try to make a little extra money, if you like." "Extra money is highly prized in the town where we come from, sir," laughed young Benson. "Well, see here, over at Waverly Center, 8 miles from here, is a man named George Forrester. Now, Forrester owes me, and has owed me for some time, $800 for a little boat we built him here. Forrester was always considered a safe man, but for some reason he has let this bill run. If you care to, you may take the bill and drive over to see him to night. I'll pay you a commission of 5% on the whole bill, or any part that you can collect. But I warn you that you may find Forrester a bit shy about settling. No matter. A chance to get in $40 in an evening looked extremely attractive to these young submarine boys. End of chapter 5. Of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 6. Along the trail of trouble. "I wonder if we shall find our man at home," remarked Jack Benson, as he and his chum drove over the road to Waverly Center in the early evening. "I wonder if he'll settle the bill," rejoined Hal. "If he has the money, and doesn't settle, it'll show what poor collectors we are," laughed Jack. "Very few men keep $800 around the house," objected young Hastings. "And our man won't have that amount in cash, either. I'd be almost afraid to take that amount of real money at night. If Mr. Forrester is willing to do something pleasant for us, it will be in the form of a check, of course." "I'd like to come out all right with Mr. Forrester, of course," Hal admitted. "But, to tell the truth, I have been thinking much about Jack, old fellow. All my real thoughts are on our wonderful chance to be part of the trial crew of the 'Pollard.'" "Same here," admitted Benson. "Say, money does look rather small, compared with a chance like ours, now doesn't it?" So they hardly mentioned Mr. Forrest in the rest of that cool, delightful drive. Arrived at Waverly Center, however, they had to inquire the way to the Forrester house. They found it, a comfortable though not pretentious house. The owner was at home and saw them at once. "May we see you alone, Mr. Forrester?" asked Jack Benson, respectfully. "Is it as bad as all that?" laughed their host, a pleasant-faced, rather bold man past 40. "Come into my little den, then." He conducted them to a small room that looked as though it served partly the purposes of library and partly of office. "Now, what can I do for you?" inquired Mr. Forrester. "We represent Mr. Farnum, of Dunhaven," began Jack, slowly. "Farnum? Oh, yes, the boat builder. He must know that I don't want anything new in his line, and on any other business I imagine he would have sent someone older. Mr. Farnum believed you would find it wholly convenient now to settle the account for the last bill," Benson went on, slipping the statement from an inner pocket and laying it on the desk before Mr. Forrester. That gentleman frowned slightly. "I trust we haven't called at the wrong time, and that it will be wholly convenient for you this evening," Jack continued. "But see here, young man, I know nothing about you. You have the bill, true, but it is not receipted." "I will receipt it in Mr. Farnum's name." "All well and good," replied Mr. Forrester. "But, pardon me, how do I know that you have any authority to receipt for this account?" "Then I think you will appreciate my painstaking care to make everything regular and satisfactory," laughed Jack, very quietly. "Here is a paper, signed by Mr. Farnum, authorizing me to receipt this account in his name. You may keep this authorization, along with the receipt, Mr. Forrester. It is growing late, and we are obliged to be at business early in the morning. You will oblige us by letting us have your check, won't you?" Benson spoke as though he had not a doubt of immediate settlement, yet his tone and his manner were such as not to give the least offense to the man who was being dunned. "Why, this is rather a late time in the day to collect bills," hinted Mr. Forrester, in an uncertain voice. "Had the matter not been just a little pressing, we wouldn't have ventured over as late," Benson replied, softly. "However, you understand what I would say, don't you, Mr. Forrester?" There was something about the young speaker's manner, his tone, the look in his eyes, that proclaimed him to be anything but a quitter. Mr. Forrester began to feel that, if he succeeded in evading payment this evening, he would only have to see these young men frequently. "Well, you see, Benson," he said at last, "I don't want to draw for such a sum against my check account before to morrow." "I think we could come again to morrow if we have to," responded young Benson, as though thinking it over. "I am going to make a deposit in my bank in the morning," continued the man. "Then we are to come again to morrow evening?" insisted Jack. "Why, hang it, no. If you'll take cash instead of check, I can let you have the money to night." But that gentleman added, under his breath, "I may as well settle to night as have them coming again to morrow." "Why, certainly, we'll take the cash to night," replied young Benson, his face beaming at thought of how easily a fine commission was to be earned as part of an evening's pleasure. Mr. Forrester, having made the offer, began secretly to regret it. He was a man who meant to pay his debts, but just now he felt that he would really like to have the money to use in other directions. Jack, however, began to suspect that some such thought was in the other's mind. "With your permission, Mr. Forrester," said the boy, reaching over the desk, "I'll borrow one of your pens." In a firm, clear hand Jack Benson promptly receipted the bill, dating the receipt as well, and fixing his own name as the collector. "Now that's all done," smiled Jack pleasantly, putting back the pen, blotting the fresh ink, and passing the paper half forward. Stifling a sigh, Mr. Forrester rose, going to his safe. A few turns of the combination lock, and he pulled the steel door open. $950 that came in this afternoon. I intended to bank it in the morning," he said, then began to count. "If a burglar broke in to-night and cracked the safe," he added, with a laugh, "I'd be glad, in the morning, that I had settled this bill with cash." Jack received the bills with a rapidly beating heart. He counted them, found the amount correct, and passed half the money to Hal Hastings. "For safety, Hal," he suggested, "I think we'd better divide the money, and then each of us put half of his own pile in each shoe." Mr. Forrester watched with something like an amused smile as the two youngsters crossed the room, removing their shoes and putting small packets of bills down inside. "I suppose that's an order that a hold-up artist would pass the money by," he chuckled. "Well, boys, I wish you a safe journey back with your money. We don't often have any hold-ups on these quiet roads, anyway." Before leaving, Jack took pains to thank his host again, very courteously, for the settlement of the account. Then the boys went outside, untied the horse, got into the buggy, and drove away. "Well, that's pretty smooth profit for one evening," laughed Jack, as he turned the horse's head into the highway. "$40 you make in one evening," commented Hal. "20 apiece, you mean, old fellow. You were with me in this, but I didn't have to do any of the talking, or anything else. Just the same, Hal, you know we're still partners." "Phew!" said Hastings, uneasily. "I shall be nervous until we reach Mr. Farnum's house and hand him the money. Hold up a minute, Jack, while we're near houses." "What's the game?" inquired Benson, as his chum leaped down into the road and began to rummage about. "These may be of some use to us in the buggy, just possibly," replied Hal, returning with a half-dozen stones the size of hens' eggs, which he placed on the seat between them. "It's the only form of arms we have, Jack," he whispered, "and we're carrying a heap more money than we could make good in a long time." "We've only got a few miles to go," laughed Jack, easily. "Besides, who'd ever think of holding up boys? And no one but Mr. Forrester knows that we have the cash." In the first 5 miles that they drove from Waverly Center the boys passed only 2 other horse-drawn vehicles and 1 automobile. Then, suddenly, the keen ears of both boys heard a sound as of some human being wailing in acute distress. A moment later they came in sight of the cause of the sounds. A hatless, dirty, illy dressed youngster of perhaps 10 years stood by the roadside, howling and digging his soiled fist into his eyes as he blubbered. At sight of the horse and buggy, this small sample of human misery looked up to call appealingly: "Hey! Oh, mister!" "Well?" demanded Jack, reining in the horse. "What's the matter?" "Oh, mister, it's me mother." "What's the matter with her? Where is she?" "She's in there," pointing under the trees just off the road. "We was walkin' along, and one of them otterbubbles must 'a' hit her. She gave a yell, then crawled into them bushes. She hain't said nothin' lately, and oh, I'm dreadful scared." "Poor little chap," muttered Jack, holding the reins to his friend. "I'll go and see what's wrong." But Hal also jumped out, hastily hitching the horse. Then they followed their youthful guide in under the trees to a clump of bushes. There, in the dark, Jack and Hal saw a huddled mass of something lying on the ground. Benson was the first to bend over, but Hal, also peering intently, was close at his side. "Why, this isn't anything human," called Jack. "It's just a—" Thump! A jarring blow fell upon him from behind, knocking the boy nearly unconscious. Hal, struck at the same moment, felt his head reel, and then did lose consciousness for a few moments. "Ha, ha! Ho, ho!" reared the elfin youngster, his tears suddenly giving place to laughter as he fled. It was Joshua Owen, aided by his bullying nephew, Dan Jaggers, who had made this sudden, treacherous assault. That both were well prepared for the miserable trick was shown by the speed with which they tied the hands of the helpless boys behind them. "Now bring your prize along," directed Owen, jubilantly, as he picked up Hal Hastings, bearing that youth on his shoulder. Jaggers, though not a giant, was strong enough to do the same with Jack Benson. Further and further into the thicket they bore their captives, pausing only once, to gag their charges as soon as the latter showed a disposition to yell. At last the rascally pair halted in the depths of the woods, dumping their human burdens on the ground. "You're not the lightest thing I ever carried," growled Josh Owen, panting somewhat, as he reached for his pipe and filled it. "Now," clicked Dan Jaggers, shaking a dirty, heavy fist over Jack's face, "I can pay you back for that black eye, and all the other mean things you done to me, you sneak." "Oh, we'll pay ye both back," gritted Owen, lighting his pipe and puffing. "And say, I hear you're both slated for the launchin' of the 'Pollard' to morrow, and that you're to have a try as members of the crew. Well, you won't be at the launching. Take it from me, if ever you git back to Dunhaven, 'twon't be for many a day yet. We've got a fine place to hide ye near here. Nobody'll ever find ye, even if they take the trouble to look. And as the days go by, Dan and me will take plenty of chance to show ye just how we feel about ye. We'll pay ye back, with loads of interest, younkers, for the mean things you've done to us." As if to emphasize his spite, Owen gave each of them a kick as he stood over the boys, glaring down at them. In the minds of Jack and Hal torment was raging. Ordinarily it would have been bad enough to be certain of missing the launching of the submarine boat, and of possibly losing their places in the crew. But now a far greater terror assailed them. They had collected the $800. If they failed to appear and turn it over, Jacob Farnum would have the best reason in the world for believing them defaulters. "Wonderin' what I'm goin' to do to you square matters, ain't you?" demanded Dan Jaggers, bending over and glaring into Jack's eyes. "Well, go on guessin'. My hate's that great that I'm goin' to take plenty of time to think it over 'fore I do a thing to you." "I guess, first off, Dan," observed his uncle, "you'd better go back to the road and leave that horse somewheres further off. Probably, if you do, it'll trot back into Dunhaven, and that'll be good enough." "Got any money for liquor?" demanded Dan. "I can get some and bring it back." "Go through the boys' pockets. You ought to find some cash there," hinted Owen. Dan looted a few dollars from the pockets of each captive. Jack and Hal, however, were satisfied that their captors knew nothing of the great sum of money they had collected. "And while I think of it, Dan," continued Owen, "you know where to leave them boys' shoes. You know who they'll fit." Josh Owen started by unlacing Jack's shoes roughly and hauling them off. As he did so, even in the darkness he saw something fall the ground. "Money!" gasped Josh Owen, in evil delight. "Look at the piles of it! Hurry with your younker, Dan. Maybe you'll have the same luck." Almost in a twinkling, it seemed to the groaning captives, the rascally pair had the whole sum of $800 in their greedy hands. Now, what would going back to Dunhaven be like for these two hapless submarine boys? Even though they returned manfully at the first chance, how would their story of having been robbed sound? What a thin, hollow mockery it would seem, backed only by their own word. To the two chums it almost seemed as though death would be sweeter. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. When Thieves Fall Out. "By the great sledgehammer, here's a whole bale of money," gasped Dan Jaggers, after having emptied Hal's shoes. Wholly unmindful of the one he had just robbed, Jaggers sat down on the ground, passing the banknotes between his fingers. "I found a small haymow of money where I looked too," observed Josh Owen, with intense satisfaction, though his manner was calmer. "How much did you get?" demanded Dan, instantly prepared to be suspicious that his rascally uncle had happened upon the lion's share. Josh Owens thrust his findings deep down into a trouser pocket before he replied, "No one will see our light way in here. Wait till I light the dark lantern. Then we can count up. But don't you try to hide any on me, Dan." So keenly did the older man watch the younger one that the former burned his fingers twice in attempting to light the lantern. Yet at last the lantern was lighted, the wick turned up not too bright, and then the older man invited, "Sit down in front of me, Dan, sociable like, so I can keep track of your hands." "Do you think I'm the only one who bear watching?" demanded Jaggers, hoarsely. "I ain't taken my eyes off that pocket of yourn. Now, pull out that money, and be sure you get it all out. Turn the pocket inside out. That's right. Now count your money, and I'll watch. Then I'll count mine, and you can watch if you want to." Mutual confidence being thus established between the rogues, the counting proceeded. Josh found that he had just $400 in his findings. Dan Jaggers' count proved that the young bully possessed an exactly equal sum. "There ain't no need of dividing," declared Dan, thrusting his money into a trouser pocket and fumbling for a pin with which to close the top of the pocket. "Now, I'll go back to the road, find the horse, and drive him most of the way into town. Then I'll turn the horse loose to do his home finding, and I'll keep on until I can buy something in bottles." "But you ain't going to take all the money with you into town," protested Josh Owen. "Why not? It's mine," declared Jaggers, with singular ideas of ownership. "But I know you, Dan Jaggers. If you get into Dunhaven with all that money, you won't be able to keep from showing it. Then if these boys ever get loose and do their talking, folks will remember that you showed such a lot of cash on this night, and the law'll have you caught in your own steel trap. It'll help to put me in trouble, too. No, no, Danny, you can take $5, but you have to leave the rest of the money with me." "And then I'd find you here when I come back, wouldn't I?" sneered Jaggers. "Yes," replied Josh Owen, stoutly, and doubtless meant it, for he was really fond of this rough, shaggy young bully of a nephew of his. "Don't you see, Danny, it'd be foolish of me to light out with all the money. Then you'd turn against me and help the constable to catch me. Looky here, Danny, you trust me, and you won't come far out. Now take $5 and leave the rest with me." "No, I won't," retorted the youth, defiantly. "Yes, you will," suddenly shot from between the lips of Josh Owens. He accompanied the words with a spring, bearing his nephew down to the ground and holding him there. "I'm stronger than you, Danny, and you know it," growled the ex-foreman, hoarsely. "Now, will you hand up that money, or will you make me take it from you?" With a reluctant grace, while still pinned down to the ground, Dan Jaggers surrendered his half of the stolen money. "Now you can get up and go do what's laid out to be done," announced Josh Owen, peeling a $5 bill from the roll and handing it to his nephew. "First, get the horse headed right, then go on into town and get the liquor. But don't you stop to drink in Dunhaven, Danny. If you do, you'll be sure to get into a fight, and you might do some talking, too. Hustle in and hustle back, and you'll find you can trust me to hold on to tonight's pickings safe for you. Don't you worry a mite on the way to town or back, Danny boy." If a scowl could have killed, Dan would have triumphed even now at the expense of his uncle's life. But Josh paid no heed to the black looks. He thought he knew this nephew of his. "Hurry along, Danny," he coaxed. "My throat is getting mighty dry for a bit of liquor." "Give me another 5 spot," begged Jaggers. "Not another dollar till you come back, Danny," rejoined his uncle, firmly. "The quicker you start and return, the quicker you'll have your share of the night's business. Now get." Using ugly language under his breath, Dan Jaggers turned and shuffled off through the woods, well knowing that he would suffer from his uncle's heavy hands if he did not. Josh now extinguished the light by shutting off the slide of his dark lantern. Then, after taking a look at the boys, he seated himself near them, filling his pipe once more while he muttered, "Subsequent happenings clean drove them shoes out of Danny's mind, and I don't wonder." Having gotten his pipe comfortably lighted, Josh could not resist the temptation to open the slide of his lantern ever so little, in order that he might have another look at the money. "Wonder how you came to have it," he muttered, looking at the boys, who, being gagged as well as bound, could not have answered anyway. "I guess likely Farnum must have been fool enough to let you do some collecting for him," grinned Josh. "In that case, Yonkers, Danny and me are making it pretty hard for you all round, ain't we?" That thought appeared to bring Owen around into a state of good humor. He looked at the chuckling, and 2 or 3 times broke out into a hearty guffaw. Jack Benson's mental torment grew as the time passed. Hal Hastings was in no more enviable frame of mind. "And we brought this upon us by being sympathetic. We wanted to help that infernal little boy out and carry relief to his injured mother," thought Jack, squirming. "Confound it, I feel just now as though I would never caught trying to do another kind act. All this fearful luck, just because we had to have more sympathy than brains. What fools we are!" Later came this terrifying thought. "Mr. Farnum won't believe us, of course. The story will sound altogether too absurd. What will he do? Have us sent to jail as common thieves?" "Ain't very comfortable in your mind, are you, younker?" leered Josh Owen, hearing the muffled groan that escaped the boy. Though Josh Owen smoked many pipefuls, time soon began to drag on that worthy's hands. Hours slipped by. "I'd no business to let Danny go," growled Owen, uneasily, time after time, often rising and pacing about, though never straying away from the 2 boys. "That young fellow thinks a heap too much of liquor for one so young. He's spending time as well as money over in Dunhaven. It won't be so bad if he don't take too much and get talkative." 2 or 3 times Josh thought he heard someone moving in the woods. Each time he called softly or signaled, but there came no response. Despite his inward suffering, Jack Benson dozed at last. So, as he afterwards learned, did Hal. Yet these drowsings must have been short. They were filled with horrible dreams of disgrace, imprisonment, and all the misfortunes that healthy young minds in torment could bring up. At last Jack awoke with a start to realize that it was daylight. Josh Owen was on his feet, his taste for tobacco gone. He was listening, peering between the trees, and making many impatient remarks under his breath. "Hello, Uncle. Getting weary carrying around my share of the money?" chuckled the voice of Dan Jaggers. Then the shaggy young bully stepped out from behind a tree. "You've been long enough," growled his relieved uncle, "but I'm glad to see you in good enough shape." "Oh, I'm all right," admitted Jaggers, serenely, as he came forward. "I've been back here for hours." "What are you telling me?" demanded Josh Owen. "The facts. You see, Uncle Josh, I wanted to know whether you'd forget you had my money and stray off. So I've been watching round without making no noise for hours." Josh Owens had no means of knowing whether this statement was the truth or not, but he growled, "Then you must know for sure now, lad, that I'm square with my own nephew. What'd you bring back with you?" "Something to eat." "And something to drink, hey? I guess we'll eat first." Dan retraced his way through the woods a few paces, returning with packages. "You yonkers can see us eat if you want to," said Josh Owen, with a malicious leer, as he spread a piece of paper on the ground and began to lay out the meal. "When are you 2 going to eat? I don't know. Maybe not for a few days yet. You see, it ain't so easy to make an enemy of a man by sneaky tricks and then get on his right side again." This picnic breakfast lasted a long time, it seemed to watchful Jack Benson. But at last it was over. Josh brought out his ill-smelling pipe once more, setting himself with his back against a tree trunk to enjoy himself. "Bring anything to drink, Danny boy?" inquired Owen, after a few minutes. "Here's some beer," proposed Jaggers, passing over the bottle. Josh opened it, took a long drink, then sat with the bottle poised on one of his knees. "I don't believe you'd better have any of this, Danny lad," declared Owen, with a grin. "Don't want any," responded Jaggers, in a rather sulky voice. Dan got up and strolled about, his hands in his pockets, whistling softly but cheerily. Josh Owens finished his unwise beverage and tossed the bottle a few feet away. Presently the man's eyes closed, but he opened them as though with an effort. "So here, Danny," he demanded, thickly, drowsily, "what you put in that stuff?" Dan Jaggers did not reply, but turned to watch his uncle, a look of the lowest cunning in the young bully's eyes. For a brief space of time Owen fought against his drowsiness. Then he lurched, falling over to one side, unconscious, drugged. In a twinkling, then, Dan Jaggers knelt beside his uncle, rifling the other man's pockets until he had brought to light both their shares in the evil doings of the night. End of chapter 7. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 8 of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. A swift stroke for honor. For the space of a few moments, Dan Jaggers stared at the money clutched in his hand in a way that betrayed the extent of its fascinating hold upon his mind. Then he glanced down at his unconscious uncle. "Ugh," he grunted, giving that prostrate form a slight but contemptuous kick. "If I hadn't done something like this, you would. Oh, yeah, there's honor among thieves, but it's no good trusting to that honor. Every man for himself in the woods." One more gloating look the shaggy young bully took at all the money before thrusting it deep down in a pocket and pinning the opening securely. "Don't you wish you was me, with all this money to have a good time on?" he demanded jeeringly of Jack Benson. "But maybe you framed up some kind of yarn that your boss foreman will be willing to believe. If you ain't, then maybe you'd better never get close to him again." Dan Jaggers again turned his attention to his overcome uncle, kneeling beside the ex-foreman and watching his face closely. And then a strange thing happened, or so it would have seemed, had Dan Jaggers possessed eyes in the back of his head. For Jack Benson, likewise his chum, had striven many times through the night to free their wrists of the cords that bound them. Jack was the first to succeed, at the cost of hours of effort and thinking. He wriggled one hand out from under the knots just as Dan turned for that last look at the prostrate man. How fearfully numbed Jack Benson's wrists were after that long spell of being tied up. Yet the boy knew that he must quickly restore circulation there and get his hands ready for use before it was all too late. It must be one swift, decisive, conquering stroke for honor's sake. Jack's trembling right hand went into one of his trousers pockets. He found his clasp knife, yanked it out, opened one of the blades, and Hal Hastings, who had been watching every move with breathless interest, now rolled noiselessly so that his chum could reach the rope that held him captive. In another twinkling Hal was free. Just then Jaggers, fancying he heard some noise in their direction, turned slowly. By the time Jaggers had them within his range of vision, each boy was lying as before, his hands behind his back. With a heartless chuckle, Dan turned back for one last look at his uncle. Jack rose, almost fearing to breathe. Hal started to follow suit. There was some swift, steady toe work. Just as Dan Jaggers turned, more sharply, Jack Benson hurled himself through the air, catching and clutching at his enemy's neck. Both rolled over together. Dan, with his greater strength, fighting like a panther and a bear in one. It was Hal Hastings' chance. As he darted forward, he espied a serviceable-looking stick on the ground. He snatched it up with a single breathless swoop, then poised himself over the struggling fighters, stick uplifted. Down came that slender cudgel, striking Dan a light blow squarely top of his head. "Ow! Help! Quit that!" screamed Dan Jaggers. "Lie still, then," commanded Hal sternly, "and let go of Jack, or I'll use this stick for all I'm worth." Brave enough, while he thought he had a good fighting chance, Dan cowered under the menace of that club. He submitted to being rolled on his back, pleading, "Don't club me. I'll be quiet." "See that you are, then," ordered young Benson, kneeling on his opponent's chest. "Remember, Dan, that there are two of us. We mean to win, no matter how ugly a fight we have to put up." "Want the gag that you threw away when you jumped up, Jack?" asked Hal, with a delighted grin. "No, we don't need to gag him. Jaggers, roll over on your face, and don't you dare make any attempt to get up," ordered the submarine boy, rising from his prostrate foe, while Hastings stood ready to use the stick. Dan obeyed. Jack took the slim cudgel from his chum, who, at a silent signal, slipped back and picked up some of the slashed cord. There was enough of it to accomplish the tying of Jaggers. "See here," whined Dan, "you're not going to take me to Dunhaven." "We're going to get that money away from you and take it to its rightful owner," retorted Jack tersely, as he commenced to tie the knots, while Hal held the cudgel conveniently close to the bully's head. Dan, however, had hardly a thought of making any fight. Jack alone was nearly a match for him. The two chums, acting together, could overcome him easily enough at any time. "Oh, I'll give up the money," promised Dan Jaggers willingly. "Thank you," returned Jack dryly. "However, we'll take it ourselves, and right now," he added, as he finished tying the knots about Dan's wrists. The rifling of Jaggers' pockets brought to light all of Mr. Farnum's money, except the $5 Dan had spent in Dunhaven the night before. However, the boys' own money, that had been taken from their pockets, and which was now found in one of Owen's vest pockets, made up the full sum of $800. "You fellows win, and I lose a good time," muttered Dan mournfully. "But say, now you've got the cash again, set me free before you start for Dunhaven. Don't leave me tied up like this." "We won't," Jack promised him grimly. "We'll take you with us." "Not to Dunhaven!" screamed the bully. "Even to Dunhaven!" mocked Hal. "But they'll send me to jail," protested the scared wretch. "Well," insinuated Benson, "can you imagine any other place that would be as suitable for a fellow of your kind?" "You fellows promised me you wouldn't take me to Dunhaven if I stopped fighting," whined Jaggers. "We promised you nothing of the sort," retorted Jack. "Now come, up on your feet with you." The two submarine boys raised the now white-faced bully, who was still pleading and protesting. Dan refused to start at the word, but a few sharp cuts across his legs by Hal made the fellow change his mind. "I reckon your uncle will stay until he's called for," laughed Jack, as they started. "Anyway, the matter of greatest importance is to deliver the money to Mr. Farnum before it goes through any more mishaps." "I tell you, 'tain't right to make me go along and be sent to jail," declared Jaggers earnestly. "You've already done me harm enough and got me out of my job." "If you hadn't head enough to know the difference between getting yourself in all your troubles and our doing it, there's no use arguing the matter," retorted Jack quietly. "Get along now, for we don't mean to have any nonsense. We've got to get through in time to send someone back for your uncle." Despite the vigilance of both boys, Dan lagged all he could. As he came nearer to the seaport village, his despair and rage increased so that he several times halted and flatly refused to stir. At such times Hal had to use the stick with increasing severity. At last, with a violent wrench, Jaggers, with his strong wrists, managed to snap the cords upon which he had already made many efforts. "Now, see here," he defied them, waving his fist in the air. "Maybe you think you're going to take me with you, but you won't take me in a town alive." Retreating, he crouched against a tree, waving his fist before him. Jack and Hal lost no time closing in with the bully, but he drove them back. The boys were not prepared to do their enemy serious bodily harm. Dan, on the other hand, didn't care what he did, so the odds seemed almost in his favor. "Clear out and leave me to take to my heels, and I'll call it square," he shouted hoarsely. "But if you try to fight, then don't blame me for anything that happens to you. I won't go to jail, I tell you. I'll die sooner." Jack, with his fists up, worked in as close as he could, trying to get in under the big bully's guard for a clinch, so that Hal Hastings could finish the work of successful attack. Dan, fighting with the fury and strategy of desperation, kept them both off fairly well. While the opposing forces were so occupied, there came down a path out of the woods, behind the tree against which Jaggers was backed, a third boy. About 16 years old he appeared to be. He wore patched overalls, a frayed flannel shirt, and a much-used straw hat of the field variety. His hair, once brown, had many streaks of reddish tint in it from long exposure to the sun. His face was brick red from the same cause. His rather large hands looked rough enough from hard labor, but he had frank, laughing eyes and a homely, honest look. Moreover, he had the air of one who could be swiftly alert. All this Jack Benson noted as soon as he caught sight of the newcomer. "Hello there," called Jack, pausing. "This fellow is a thief, and we're trying to get him to town. Help us to get him, will you?" "Want me to look behind me, and then you'll jump me, hey?" leered Dan Jaggers. "That won't work." The newcomer grinned broadly, then shot forward. Ere Jaggers could change his mind, he felt himself clasped from behind. A pair of strong hands joined over his windpipe. His body thus bound securely to the tree. "Help!" sputtered the victim of this attack. "We're bringing it to you," laughed Jack, leaping forward. In a twinkling now the three boys had Dan Jaggers down and held so closely that he could not stir. Benson produced another length of cord, and Dan had to submit to having his wrists lashed, this time in a most workmanlike manner. "Thank you ever so much," acknowledged Jack, looking up at the new boy. "Oh, you're welcome," laughed the young stranger. "I know Dan Jaggers, and I'm willing to believe anything against him." "I'll live to get square with you for this, one of these days, Eph Somers," growled the captive. "Oh, take your time about it, Dan," laughed Eph, unconcernedly. "I'm patient, you know, about such things. In fact, I come from a patient family." End of Chapter 8. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Nine of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenneth Sergeant Gagan. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 9. The Submarine Makes Its Bow to Old Oceans. "Which way were you headed when you happened along?" inquired Jack Benson. "Dunhaven way," responded Eph Somers. "Good enough. That's where we're going, too." "It's me for the submarine launching today," Eph remarked, rather ungrammatically. "I wouldn't miss that for the world." "Nor would we," added Hal, "especially as we've helped in the work on her. And gracious, what time is it?" "Just about 8 o'clock," replied Somers, consulting his watch. "And the launching's at 10 o'clock. Come, we must hustle along. What will Mr. Farnum be thinking of us?" "He probably believes we stole the money, and I must have officers out looking for us by this time," hinted Jack, with a wry face. Jack thought, to be sure, of Josh Owen, back there in the woods, but clearly it would be out of place to ask Eph Somers to go back and attend to the ex-foreman. Besides, they could all soon be in Dunhaven, and then a constable or two could be sent out to search. At first Dan tried his old tactics of balking, but after a few energetic, rough-and-ready punches from Eph, caused the bully to change his mind. After that he went along in sullen silence. It was not long before the quartet turned down into the shore road that led up to the boatyard. As they came near the big gate, still closed to the public, the boys beheld a crowd of several hundred people. There were many vehicles and automobiles there also. "Here come the boys! Hey, young fellows, the officers are looking for you!" shouted someone. "I guess so," admitted Jack dryly. "However, they won't want us. Let us through this crowd, please. We want to find Mr. Barnum without delay." The new watchman at the gate admitted them without question. Eph Somers, being of the party, got into the yard also without any difficulty. It being now less than 2 hours before the time set for the launching of the Pollard, before the yard's owner and the inventor were with the gang of workmen that were busy removing the water end of the submarine craft's construction shed. "Here comes Benson and Hastings," called Grant Andrews, catching sight of the boys. Jacob Farnum turned to look at them, then came on the run. "I hear you have put officers out after us, and I don't blame you," smiled Jack, rather grimly. "However, we didn't run away with your money, and we would have been back last night if that had been possible." "I can hardly bring myself to believe that you had absconded," cried Mr. Farnum, ruefully. "I sent officers out on the trail, as much to learn what happened to you as for any other reason. The horse came in with the buggy last night, and I knew something was wrong. But this fellow Jaggers, he and Owen tricked us and got us last night," explained Benson. I don't believe they knew anything about the money. They just wanted to beat us to their heart's content. But they found the money, but I'd better begin at the beginning." This Jack did, putting Mr. Farnum in possession of the whole story. "I sent 2 men with Jaggers to turn him over to the constable," remarked Mr. Farnum. "I'll also send the alarm out so that Josh Owen may be caught. But these fellows must have their full deserts." "Perhaps, first of all, you'll take this money," urged Jack, producing a roll of banknotes. "Count it over. You will be pleased, sir." Mr. Farnum rapidly counted. "Just 800, he nodded. "But according to your story, it ought to be $5 short, on account of what this rascal Jaggers took out to spend." "Oh, we made that good out of some of our own money that the pair took away from us, and which we got back with yours." "You won't do anything of the sort," retorted Mr. Farnum, thrusting the money down in one of his pockets. "I owe you $5, besides your commission of $40, and I'll settle with you just as soon as we get our rush off. But now you haven't had any breakfast. Rush up to the hotel and get it at my expense. Then be sure to be back here before 10 o'clock. And say, boys, you're the right kind of material, both of you. I hope to keep you with us." 2 men were being dispatched to convey Dan Jaggers to the lockup. Jack and Hal hurried away for some sort of meal. Eph Somers, being inside the yard, and no one paying him much heed, so that the young man concluded that he might as well remain where he could see the most. While the 2 submarine boys were at breakfast, a constable and a deputy appeared at the hotel to get precise directions as to where to find the drugged Josh Owens. Then they departed in haste. "There's the band playing over at the yard," cried Hal, seated at the hotel dining table. "Great Scott, we'll be late." "I hardly see how that can happen," replied Jack. "It isn't quite 9 o'clock yet." Nevertheless, the martial strains caused both boys to hurry through their breakfast. Then, full of eagerness, they all but ran down the short stretch of road to the yard. "I wish we had a little better clothes," muttered Hal, regretfully, as they neared the gate. "What's the odds?" replied young Benson. "We're workmen, anyway." "But most folks will be dressed up mighty well-to-do," objected Hal. "Even Grant Andrews has his best suit on." "Well, we haven't any other clothes," murmured Jack, like a young philosopher. "Folks won't be looking at us, anyway. They'll all have their eyes on the boat." The watchman at the gate had been reinforced by another man to hold the crowd back. When the would-be spectators found that only workmen and invited guests would be admitted to the yard, the disappointed ones made a scurry for the nearest portion of the shore outside the big fence. Inside, the noise of hammers had stopped. The entire front of the submarine shed had been removed, and much of the underpinning structure that held the Pollard in place, all that remained, to send the steel craft into the waters with the command and a few lusty sledgehammers. The band was playing again, a lively strain. Jacob Farnum was bustling about, although as far as could be seen, his only impulse was sheer excitement. David Pollard, silent and more anxious than anyone could know, stood apart with Grant Andrews, while Eph Somers stood solitary at a little distance. Even the coming of the boys caused Pollard a bit of relief. They were to be part of the crew at the launching, and their early arrival showed the inventor that there ought not now to be the faintest hitch. "I thought there was going to be a naval officer here, Mr. Pollard," whispered Jack. "Looking for a uniform?" "Huh," laughed the inventor. "There is a naval officer here, Lieutenant Jackson. There he is, over there, in the gray suit and straw hat." "Does he go on the boat with us?" "Oh, no, he's simply to watch the launching, and see how the craft sits on the water after she goes in. Sometime in the near future there'll be a board of naval officers here, when we're ready to show them what the boat can do." With everything in readiness, the nerves of all interested persons present began to suffer from the suspense. Only the tireless band saved the day. "Come along," said Jack Farnum at last. "It's 10:15. We'll get up in our places." Those who were going to make a rush for the shed, the band leader, catching the enthusiasm, led his musicians with a crash into a triumphal march. Eph Somers slid unobtrusively into the shed. David Pollard turned to look at him keenly. "I want to be on hand to help just a bit, if I can," murmured Eph, pleadingly, "and to wish the boat good luck as she strikes the water. My father used to work here in this yard, and I worked here last summer." "He's all right," nodded Mr. Farnum, so Eph got inside the shed. The ladder rested against the hull. This was to be the last time that it would be used. David Pollard ascended, first to the submarine's platform deck. Farnum followed, then Grant Andrews went up. Last of all came Jack Benson and Hal Hastings. These were all who were scheduled to slide down the slippery waves with the Pollard. But Eph was there, close at hand, consumed by an unquenchable desire to go, too, nor was he wholly convinced that he wouldn't. Outside, at one side of the shed, stood Lieutenant Jackson and the invited guest. On the other side were the members of the band. On the platform deck near the conning tower were an outside steering wheel and the engine controls. Back of all were the funnels of ventilators. "Are you going to take the wheel, sir?" whispered Grant Andrews to the inventor. "I'm afraid I'm too nervous, too," replied David Pollard in an undertone. "You'd better take the wheel, Andrews." So the foreman stationed himself there, for the craft might need guidance during her headway that the launching would give her. Pollard turned to the yard's owner to whisper imploringly, "Better give the word to start things, Farnum. The suspense will floor me if it lasts much longer." So Farnum gave the first signal, and workmen began their last duties. In a twinkling it was known that something was wrong with one of the ways. Grant Andrews moved quickly away from the wheel to look below and give an order. Jack Benson moved up to the wheel, that there might be someone there in case the Pollard made an unexpected leap into the water. In the confusion, just one of the workmen below was about to remove the ladder. Eph Somers swiftly pushed it back against the hull, ascending almost on the run to the platform deck, where he stood pointing out to Andrews the cause of the trouble below. As he did so, Eph, slyly but authoritatively, signaled to the men to remove the ladder, which was done. Eph Somers had won his wish. He was aboard, safe unless someone discovered him at the last second and threw him over. Now, with a fearful clatter, the last supporters of the substructure were knocked away by lustily welded sledgehammers. The leader of the band, accustomed to launchings, held his baton aloft. At the downward stroke of that implement, the band would crash out into "See the Conquering Hero Comes." In the midst of the clatter, another gang of workmen, at a silent signal, began to push against the hull on either side. Hats off, the men among the guests began to cheer, the women to wave handkerchiefs. Farnum was the coolest of all now. As the Pollard might sink to the bottom of the harbor, no woman was aboard to do the christening. Instead, the yard owner clutched the bow, ready to smash it over the forward rail of the platform deck. A creak, a yell, and the Pollard started. How the cheering redoubled and made the shed's rafters shake! Lieutenant Jackson of the Navy tried to look unconcerned, but he couldn't wholly. A launching of any kind of important craft is a mighty exciting thing. Jack's hands took firm clutch on the steering wheel. He was throbbing from head to foot. Another creak. The Pollard began to move in good earnest. All the platform deck felt the exhilarating thrill of motion. Down came the baton. The band crashed out, its music almost drowned by the frenetic cheers of the beholders. Down off the waves shot the submarine torpedo boat. Oh, the glory of it! There was a gigantic splash. Everyone on the platform deck was drenched, yet holding on and happy, for many rods out over the waters, Jack steering straight and true. The boat dashed, then slowly stopped. Pollard was launched. For what adventures? What fate? End of Chapter 9. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan.
Chapter 10 of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 10. Underwater, where man's nerves are tried. After that first stop, after that first feeling of acceleration was over, the anxious thought of all on the platform deck was, is there any fault in her construction? Is she going to sink? Not that any of these 6 human beings would have been in much danger, for all were aware they could free themselves and swim. It was the defeat of months of hopes that would have been terrible. A few moments of tension, then David Pollard's gaze light on Eph Somers, unconcernedly smiling. "Hello," muttered the inventor. "How do you happen on board?" "Me?" grinned Eph. "Why, you see, I'm the mascot." But Jack Benson, fearful that, under the strain, something unpleasant might be said to his newly found friend, asked quietly, "Going to drop the anchor?" Grant Andrews, Hal, and Eph quickly attended to this. The flag at the short pole had become wrapped around its short staff. Jacob Farman noted this just in time and hastily shook it out, for the band had suddenly begun to play the Star-Spangled Banner, and on shore the crowd was hushed, hats off and at attention. On board the submarine, hats were quickly doffed, all turning with reverent gaze toward the flag. For a long time the crowd on shore remained, staring with fascinating gaze at the craft, from which wonders were expected. Presently a small boat put off from shore. Mr. Farnum and Mr. Pollard were taken off and went ashore to talk over matters with Lieutenant Jackson. The Pollard now sat jauntily on the water. Only the upper 2 feet of her odd-shaped hull were out of the water, neither the bow nor the stern showing. In rough weather the platform deck would be a wet place indeed, but now, with little wind and the water only slightly rippling, the deck was drying rapidly under the glare of the hot summer sun. "I guess we might as well go below and get on dry clothing," hinted Grant Andrews. "Is there any such thing aboard?" queried Jack in surprise. "Yes, thanks to Mr. Farnum's thoughtfulness. Come on, I'll show you." So the 4 piled below, and in one of the staterooms aft, Andrews pointed to a goodly store of clothing, much more than would be needed for the present, and of different sizes, even to the shoes. There were also rough bath towels which to rub down the dry. "I wonder, do I come in on these?" murmured Eph, doubtfully. "Well, since nothing has been said to the contrary," laughed Andrews quietly, "I think I'd be brave enough to try it. You're surely as wet as any of us." The 4 were quickly in undershirts and linen, but the outer suits made the boys wonder a bit. These suits were dark blue uniforms, the coats braided, and the front buttons hidden by another band of braid. The caps were of visor naval pattern. "Say," asked Eph, looking about him, "I'm only a common sailor at most. Ain't there any common sailor togs lying about?" "I don't know where," smiled Andrews. "I judge from the togs that we're all to be captains." So Eph, with a comical sigh, fitted himself to a uniform and donned it. "Maybe I'll have a chance to strut about in this for an hour, until the owner comes aboard and throws me into the water, after stripping me," murmured Eph, wistfully. Then, as young Somers caught a glimpse of himself in one of the stateroom mirrors, he stood up unaccountably straight, inflating his chest and bulging it out. It all seemed so much like a dream that all hands wanted to get up there where they could stare at the hull, the water, and anything else that could make them realize that the Pollard was launched, and they were aboard it. A boatload of men soon put out. "They're special workmen coming to finish up on the air compressors," explained Grant Andrews. "We have nothing to do with their work. All we've got to do is take things easily for the present." "I'm going to get busy, if they let me help at anything," declared Eph. "When the two bosses come aboard, I'm mighty anxious to have them think I look natural here." "Are you going to try to join the crew, Eph?" asked Jack in an undertone. "Well, I'm not going to be put ashore except by force," declared young Somers, wistfully. "I've been training about this old boat for 3 months back. Say, I'd give anything I had, even if it was a lot, to stay aboard this craft for good and all." "I know how you feel," nodded Jack Benson, "and I don't blame you. It's going to be a grand old life, and Eph, I hope you're ready to be in on it." As soon as the special workmen were aboard, Eph followed them below. He hung about until he saw a chance to help, then joined in the work. He was as industrious as the proverbial beaver when Messrs. Farnum and Pollard at last came aboard and went below. "Does that new boy figure that he belongs aboard with us?" asked David Pollard of Jack, when the pair came back on deck. "He's frightfully anxious to be of the crew, sir," Benson answered, "and he seems like a splendid fellow." "We might as well let him stay aboard, Dave," proposed Mr. Farnum. "He's a good, straightforward young chap, and comes of good water stock. I know what it is to be a youngster and to have ambition." "All right, then," nodded the inventor. "Let him stay. I dare say we can use his time." "May I, as a great favor, go below and tell him he may stay?" asked Jack, eagerly. "Why, you seem to take a personal interest in young Somers," laughed the yard's owner. "I do, and he was useful in your interest this morning, Mr. Farnum." "Run along and tell him, then," nodded the yard's owner. When Eph heard the news, he stopped work long enough to dance an exalted jig on the cabin floor. "Oh, Jack Benson, if you ever want a favor, great big one, with trimmings, come to me," begged young Somers, imploring as soon as he caught his breath again. Then, to keep his rising spirits down, Eph returned to work as soberly as he could. Later, Grant Andrews, with Eph's help, cooked a meal at the gallery fire, and this all hands ate while the special workmen kept at their task. When they were on deck again, Mr. Pollard said in a low voice, "Boys, I may as well tell you what Mr. Andrews already knows. Work on the interior of this boat is much further along than we've allowed to leak out. In fact, when the men below finish with the air compressors, in a few hours we're all ready to put out to sea on a stealthy trial trip of our own." "Wow!" sputtered Eph, enthusiastically. "Now," continued Mr. Pollard, earnestly, "of course we believe most thoroughly in this boat, but until the actual trial is made, we don't know how she'll behave. If any of you feel like backing out, why, go ashore before we start, but keep your tongues behind your teeth." "Reminds me of what my dad once did in the hen yard," remarked Eph, in a low voice. "He went out with a couple of quarts of corn, looking at the hens, and said, 'Now, biddies, I'm going to toss your supper down. But any of you critters that want can go in and roost for the night before I do it." "Well?" asked David Pollard, a bit puzzled. "Would you believe it?" asked Yep, with a comical twist of his mouth. "Every blessed hen stayed. Fact, sir." Just before dark, the special workmen went ashore. Again Andrews and Eph prepared a meal, which was eaten. Then followed a restless 2 hours, waiting until the town was asleep, for the gasoline tanks were full, and all was ready for the first turn of the drive wheel below. It was after 10:30 when Pollard at last said, "Go below and get the gasoline engine started, Andrews." The boys followed him below to watch the work. Messrs. Farnum and Pollard, too, were soon below, for they wanted to observe the work of the air compressors and the dynamos. They had to be started by lantern light, but within 10 minutes it was possible to turn on the electric lights below. "Everything is working as perfectly as though the boat had been in commission a year," remarked the inventor, hoarsely. His suspense was almost painful to watch. "Everything is all ready for a start, isn't it, Andrews?" inquired Mr. Farnum. "Everything appears to be, sir, so far as the power is concerned," replied Andrews. "But I'm going to stay by the engine. I want to be on hand to watch whatever might happen." Power was applied to raise the anchor. "You take the wheel, Benson, since you had it during the launching," said the yard's owner. "Summers, stand by on deck. Hastings, you go below and stand with Mr. Andrews." "Give the go-ahead at slow speed," directed Pollard nervously. So Jack gave the speed wheel a small turn, then rested both hands on the steering wheel, without an unnecessary sound, and with no outer lights showing. As yet, the Pollard was headed for the mouth of the little harbor, Mr. Farnum standing by as pilot. Just as they passed out on the edge of the ocean, Farnum himself turned on the electric sailing lights. "She rides the water easily," remarked Pollard, almost in a whisper. "I wonder how she can go at speed." "We'll find out. We've got clear seaway ahead," replied Mr. Farnum. Benson turned a few miles more. Quickly obeying the impulse of her twin propellers, the Pollard began to dance over the waves. "Say, but she's the fine, light-riding boat," cried the builder joyously. "Just as I thought she would be. Give her more speed, Benson." So the speed was turned on, more and more. The Pollard, as far as those aboard could see, had the whole of that part of the ocean to herself. She was still headed due east, and was moving at least at the rate of 17 of the 21 miles an hour of which she was believed to be capable. Even at this rapid gait, the semi-immersed Pollard rode splendidly, with hardly any vibration noticeable. As he watched, instead of feeling the thrill of triumph that influenced the crew, David Pollard's face was whitening with anxiety. His face, almost ghastly in its look, was deeply furrowed. "We're doing well enough on the top of the water," he muttered, hoarsely, at last, to the builder. "But will the boat dive? How will she run under water? Oh, I must know." "Good enough. We'll soon know, then," replied Jacob Farnum. He passed a word for Andrews, who came on deck. The ventilators were quickly shipped. Jack Benson shifted to the steersman's seat inside the conning tower. Sailing lights were turned off. The manhole cover was battened down securely. They were dependent now on the air-compressing equipment whenever the air became unfit to breathe. Wedged on either side of Jack Benson in that little conning tower stood the builder and the inventor. "You attend to the first submerging, Farnum," begged the inventor. I'm afraid I'm too nervous." Gasoline motors had just been shut off, the submarine now running at less speed under power from the electric motor. Handling the controls in the conning tower, Mr. Farnum, not without a swift, shooting thrill of dread, opened the sea valves to the water tanks. As the tanks filled, the Pollard settled lower and lower in the water. They were beginning to go down. All who were aboard felt the keen, apprehensive quiver of the thing, shut in, as they were, as though soldered inside a huge metal can. Platform deck was quickly leveled with the water surface. though Jack Farnum was not rushing things. Then the deck outside, as shown by the steady glow of the lights in the conning tower, went out of sight, the water rising around the tower. They continued slowly to sink until the top of the conning tower was less than 3 feet above the waves. "Now just a little dive," pleaded David. "Oh, merciful heavens!" "Pass the word to brace yourself for the dive," bawled Mr. Farnum below, and Eph, stationed at the bottom of the spiral stairway, yelled the word to the engine room. Now the sea valves of the forward diving tanks were open. As the water rushed into them, changing the balance of the boat shot downward, making it difficult for all to keep their footing. It was as though they were sliding down an inclined plane. Another lurch, and down they shot under the water, where men's nerves may well be tried. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. The Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 11. The Tryout in the Depths. Pollard clutched at the stairway railing with both hands, his face hard set, his eyes staring. He was not afraid. In that supreme moment he could not know physical fear. It was the inventor's dread of failure that possessed him. Jacob Farnum stood as one fascinated as he felt the boat plunging into the depths. "Aren't you going to put us on an even keel, sir?" Jack called. The warning was needful. In the exhilaration of that plunge, Farnum was in danger of forgetting. In a twinkling, now, however, he threw open the sea valves of the other tanks, midships and aft, until the gauge showed that they were running on an even keel, and 40 feet below the surface. Their speed was now about 5 miles an hour, but could be increased gradually. The ghastly lines on David Pollard's cheeks began to soften. His eyes gleamed. "There's nothing wrong. We can run anywhere," he shouted. Yet there was something of hysteria in his voice. Nor was it long before the others began to feel themselves similarly affected. It was an eerie feeling that all hands had, running along like this, blind and guessing in the depths. Pollard was the only one aboard who had ever been below before in a submarine boat. Though the rest had faced the chances coolly enough, they now began to feel the strain. Even when it is broad daylight on the surface, with the sun shining brightly, the submarine boat, when a few fathoms below, is simply a blinded, groping monster. There is no way of illuminating the depths of the ocean. Naval officers have suggested placing of a powerful electric light at the bow of the ship, but when tried it has been quite useless. The light will not project far enough ahead through the dense water to do any more than make the surrounding darkness all the more trying to the brave men's nerves. "Take the wheel, Dave. It will steady you to have something to do," spoke the builder to the inventor. "As soon as you get the wheel, turn the course to due south. Follow it to the line." Jack Benson slid out of the helmsman's seat, giving way to the inventor, and stepped down to the stairway. At the foot he came upon Eph and Hal standing there, their faces presenting a strange look. "How did you find it?" asked Benson. "Startling," replied Hal Hastings. "Yet nothing is happening to us," contended Eph Somers, somewhat shaky in his tones. It's just thinking what might happen if we were to strike a waterlogged old hull of some vessel, say." "Or collide with a bluefish," suggested Hal, with a short, nervous laugh. "I suppose we'll be used to this after a few more trips," laughed Jack, with an effort. "Are you scared, too?" asked Eph, keenly. "Well, I can't say that I feel wholly comfortable," admitted Jack Benson, candidly. "Then you're sitting down on your fears pretty well," declared Young. Hastings, with an admiring look at his chum. "We've got to," returned Jack, stoutly.
if we're going to go into the submarine boat line, we've got to learn to look as though we liked anything underwater. Let's take a look in and see how Andrews likes it," proposed Eph. Peeping through the door of the engine room, they beheld a man there sitting bolt upright on one of the leather cushioned seats, staring hard at the wall opposite. He turned his head, however, as soon as he became aware of the presence of the submarine boys. "Rather creepy, ain't it?" hailed Grant, his voice not as steady as usual. "Think you're going to learn to like it?" demanded Benson. "Well, I may get so I'll think this sort of thing the greatest going," drawled Andrews, "but I'm afraid a good soft bed on land will always be a close second for me." "Wonder how far these bosses are going to run under water," pondered Eph, sliding into the engine room and seating himself on the cushion opposite Andrews. "Till they've tried the boat out all they want to underwater, I guess," ventured Jack. "I'll slip back so I can pass any order that may come," proposed Hal, who, truth to tell, felt an undefinable something that made him too restless to like the idea of sitting down. As the Pollard continued to glide along, almost without perceptible motion at that depth, these members of the crew became somewhat accustomed to the feeling. They began to have a new notion, though, that they would take it all much more easily after they had once seen proof of the new craft's ability to rise. "Say, I wonder if it would be too fresh of me to ask Mr. Farnum when he means to try the rising stuff," wondered Eph aloud. Grant Andrews looked up with interest, then shook his head. "Better not," he advised. "We knew what we were coming to, and took all the chances. Now we'd better keep quiet. Any nervousness might bother Mr. Pollard or Mr. Farnum." "Well, she's a dandy boat, anyway," declared Eph, a bit jerkily. "So far, she's done everything she's been told to do, so I reckon she can rise when the time comes." "Who's below?" cried Mr. Farnum. "Hastings, sir," Hal answered. "Tell the crew we're going to run below the surface until the air becomes noticeably bad. We want to test out the compressed air devices for purifying the atmosphere." So Hal stepped forward with the message. "Don't you think the air begins to smell queer already?" demanded Eph, looking up. "I'm willing to have some compressed air turned on right now." The others laughed, which was all they could do. Jack Benson, of them all, probably was getting most rapidly over the first bad touch of submarine fright. He was now almost as well satisfied as he would have been on the porch of the little hotel at Dunhaven. Only he was anxious to know just how the boat would behave when it became time to rise. That was all. "How would you feel if we were running along like this, bent on driving a torpedo against the hull of a big battleship?" questioned Eph. "Curious," Jack answered. "What about?" "Wonder if we are going to succeed in the job." "Put it another way," laughed Grant Andrews, shortly. "How would you feel about being aboard a battleship in wartime and suspecting that a boat like this was nosing down in the water after you?" Jack Benson made a little grimace. "Serious business, this fighting on the ocean, isn't it?" he replied. "It's stranger to think about it as to be doing it," replied Andrews, musingly. "I know. I was in the war with Spain." "How did you feel?" asked Eph, quickly. "Tired most of the time," replied Andrews. "Sick some of the time and hungry the rest." "But about being scared?" insisted Eph. "I was kept too busy generally to have time to be scared. I was a soldier, and a soldier is a good deal like any other workman. He does his work by habit. Soon gets over thinking about it much." There was a long pause, broken by Eph saying, "I wonder when they're going to let the boat rise." "When they're going to try to make it rise, you mean?" corrected Jack Benson. "Same thing, I hope," muttered Eph Somers. After some minutes more, Jacob Farnum stepped down below. "Why, it looks cozy in here at night, doesn't it?" he called. At sound of his voice, the boy stepped out of the engine room into the cabin. "Mighty comfortable sort of place," continued the yard's owner, looking around him. "We'll have to put in some books, so you young men can read when you're doing nothing under water." "Maybe the time will come when we can read," laughed Hal. "Just now, sir, I'm afraid we're too busy with thinking and wondering." "I confess to being a bit nervous myself," responded Mr. Farnum.
Somehow there's something uncanny about rushing through the depths of the ocean in this fashion, not having any idea what danger may be close by. Such a running into the hull of some big liner that draws more than 40 feet of water," hinted Jack. "We're 58 feet below now," remarked Mr. Farnum. "You didn't guess that, did you?" "We sank 18 feet more, on an even keel?" "Gracious! You mean those 18 feet, didn't you? It wasn't an accident," gasped Eph. "We meant it," smiled the builder. But say, the air is getting a bit foul here, isn't it? We'll have to try the air compressing equipment now." By an ingenious mechanical contrivance, the present air was forced, by compressed air, into the compartments for which the bad air was expelled through sea valves. An instant change for the better in the atmosphere was noted. "That's another thing about this good old new craft of ours that works all right so far," remarked the builder. "Boys, I'm beginning to have confidence that we're going to see the surface again all right. Hello, there's Pollard hailing us." "The air purifier all right, didn't it?" called down the inventor. "Yes, couldn't have been better," declared the builder heartily. "Then I'm going to make the supreme test," came down from the man at the wheel. "We'll proceed to find out whether we can rise to the surface and stay there." End of chapter 11. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. Of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 12. The Discovery from the Conning Tower. "Go up slanting or on an even keel?" called up Mr. Farnum. "On an even keel," came the answer. "All right, then. We'll know soon." For this purpose, the largest compressed air container of all was to be employed. It distributed great volumes of compressed air to all the water tanks, forcing open the valves and driving out the water. "Any of you youngsters know where the proper wrench is?" inquired the builder, looking keenly at the boys. There was an instant start, followed by widespread pallor. "Oh, it's not right to keep you in torment," laughed the builder. "I have kept the wrench in my pocket all along." He drew it out, holding it up before their gaze. Though technically a wrench, it looked more like a large key. It was of curious construction, intended to supply the greatest amount of force with the least amount of exertion. "Watch me," commanded Jacob Farnum. "Any one of you may have to use this wrench at any time." Little did any of them guess the tragedy was destined to center around that little life-saving wrench later on. Now, with the boys gathered around him, Mr. Farnum fitted the wrench with great care and deliberation. "See how easily it's intended to turn?" asked the builder, giving it a slight turn. All three of the boys nodded. "Now we'll give it more," continued Mr. Farnum. He swung the wrench well around in order to release compressed air with a rush and a great force into the water tanks. Then he stood there, waiting. There was no perceptible motion or other change that the boys could note about the boat. "Well, what makes it act so slowly?" asked Eph Somers in a queer voice. "Or isn't it going to act?" For some seconds more the four stood there looking at one another. Andrews came to the doorway of the engine room, looking anxious. "We've released a lot of compressed air," uttered Mr. Farnum. "More than half of the force in the receiver is gone." A few more seconds passed. Then restless Eph sprang to the stairway. "Mr. Pollard," he cried nervously, "when on earth under the sea? I mean, are we going up? What's wrong?" "Going up?" called down the inventor. "This isn't an airship. When are we going to strike the surface?" Eph insisted. "Why, we're awash already. Didn't you notice I've just shut off the electric motor?" That was true, although none of the quartet had yet realized that the propeller shafts were stilled. "Awash, are we?" cried Eph in an incredulous voice. "If you can't believe it," replied David Pollard calmly, "come up and see for yourself." Eph accepted the invitation with such alacrity that he tripped and barked his shins against one of the iron steps, but recovered and darted up in no time. "Glory!" he shouted jubilantly. "It's true! I can see the stars!" At that moment the bell rang for turning on the gasoline motor. Within a few seconds the big engines were throbbing again. The propeller shafts were beginning to turn. Now all hands could feel the motion as the Pollard skimmed lazily along over the ocean's surfaces. As Eph came down, Jack Benson stepped up with a light heart. Now that the submarine had responded to the last and most important of its tasks, he stood beside the wheel, ready to take it whenever Mr. Pollard should give it up. Yes, indeed, there was sky overhead, and, with this glimpse of heaven's arch, Jack Benson found himself forever done with submarine fever in the matter of the ordinary risk and dreads. As yet, only the conning tower was out of the water. The platform deck would not emerge until Mr. Farnum, below, employed much of the remaining compressed air for expelling the last gallons of sail water from the tanks. "What's that off the starboard bow?" wondered Jack. "Stop, Mr. Pollard. Reverse. I'm sure there's something over yonder worth stopping and looking into." David Pollard stopped the speed, then reversed sufficiently to correct the headway, although he replied, "I don't see anything, Benson. You've been below so long that up here in less light you're a victim of shadows." But Jack, who had snatched the marine glasses from the rack and was using them, retorted, "The shadows I see, Mr. Pollard, are human shadows, clinging to something in the water, and that something must be an overturned craft of some sort." "Let me have the glasses," requested Mr. Pollard. After taking a long look, the inventor replied excitedly, "Benson, you're right. There are some human beings in distress over yonder. Thank heavens we didn't go by them." For the first time that night, David Pollard turned on the powerful searchlight, projecting a broad, brilliant ray off the starboard bow. The bottom of a hull about 40 feet long, presumably that of a sloop, was what David Pollard now saw. Clinging to it were two men. One of them appeared to be middle-aged, the other much younger. The overturned boat was some 300 yards distant. "What have you stopped for? What's up?" called up Mr. Farnum. "Wreck, sir. Two men in distress," Jack answered. "We'll go close and contrive to take them off," announced the inventor, turning on slow speed. He swung the Pollard's prow about, making for the wreck. "You youngsters had better get on deck with lines to heave," suggested Mr. Pollard. So Jack called up Hal and Eph, after Benson had stepped out on the platform deck, passed out 3 long, light lines. Up to within 100 feet of the wreck ran the submarine boat, then stopped, lying parallel with the capsized craft. "Can you catch a line if we throw it?" hailed Jack. "Yes," came the answer. The voice was dull. There was no enthusiasm about it. "They don't seem to be very glad to see us," muttered the submarine boy to the inventor, who had stepped out to the deck wheel. "I wonder if they're dazed and weak." Then to the wrecked ones Jack called, "How long since you capsized?" "Just after sundown," replied the younger of the pair, clinging to the hull. Again his voice was sulky. "There's something queer about this," whispered Benson to Mr. Pollard. "They don't seem a bit glad to be pulled off that hull. Besides, they must have been in worse sort of lubbers to capsize a boat in any breeze that has been blowing this day. I don't see how they managed it." "Throw 'em a line," directed Mr. Farnum, who had just come out on deck. Jack made the cast, doing it cleverly. The long, light rope lay across the overturned hull, but the younger man of the wet pair, in reaching for the line, pushed it off into the water. "Clumsy," muttered Jack under his breath. "And look there, they have life preservers on. Must have been a leisurely capsizing to give them time for that." "Does look queer," agreed Jacob Farnum. Having rapidly hauled in the line, Jack made another cast. "Try to get that," he shouted. Yet once more, in some unaccountable way, the younger man on the capsized boat managed to bungle so with the line that went overboard into the water. "Well, I can put a stop to that," muttered Jack Benson, pulling off cap and coat and dropping them down through the manhole. "I'm going to swim over there. When I get there, Hal, throw me a line." With that, the young submarine boy stepped over the rail, poised his hands at the side, and dived. An excellent swimmer, it was not long before he touched the overturned hull. Neither of those whom he sought to rescue offered him a hand, but Jack climbed up out of the water, seated himself on the keel between the strange pair, and stared hard at them, each in turn. The older man appeared to be about 50 years of age. He wore a closely cropped beard that had in it a sprinkling of gray. The younger man, who appeared to be about 25 years of age, was smooth faced and sulky looking. Both were dressed well, and looked like people of means. Jack guessed that they must be father and son. "Well, have you gotten through looking at us?" demanded the younger man. "I guess so," nodded Benson. "I was thinking that your boat must have taken several minutes in doing the capsize trick. You both had time to adjust life preservers nicely, and you, sir," turning to the older man, "must have found time to pack that satchel that you're holding so carefully." The older man's jaw dropped. He looked haggard, but the young one demanded fiercely, "Is all this any of your business?" "Not a bit," admitted Jack Benson. "All I'm here to do is rescue you, or help in it." "Humph," grunted the young man. "Heave a line, Hal," shouted the submarine boy, signaling with one hand. "Drive it straight, and I'll get it." Swish whir! It was a splendid cast as Jack leaped to his feet. The slender rope fell over one shoulder. Benson caught it with both hands. "I'll help you," called the younger stranger, with startling suddenness. Reaching forward, he grabbed at the submarine boy. The next instant, Jack Benson lost his footing on that wet, slippery sloop bottom. He pitched, threw up his hands in an effort to gain his balance, then toppled, disappearing beneath the waves. "They're trying to drown Jack," rang Hal Hastings' excited voice. "That was a deliberate trick." End of chapter 12. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. Of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 13. A High Seas Mystery. Splash! Without a word as to his intentions, Hal Hastings went overboard. His head showed above the waves almost immediately as he swam toward the other craft of mystery. Jack Benson did not immediately reappear. When he did come up, it was under the overturned hull. He was obliged to make a half dive in order to come out and up into the open. By the time he did appear, his chum was close to him. "Hurt?" hailed Hal. "Not a bit," responded Jack, after blowing out a mouthful of water. "Then climb aboard with me and see what these prize lunatics mean by their behavior," requested Hal, not caring who hurt him. The sulky young man made no effort to oppose their boarding the hull. Probably he feared to make too plain an opposition with that dark-hulled, somber, ugly-looking submarine torpedo boat lying so close at hand. "Now heave us a line, Eph," hailed Hal. The line came and was caught. Hal slipped over the further side with it, vanishing under water long enough to make it fast to one of the submerged cleats of the sloop's rails. "That will hold," he reported, clambering back on the bottom of the sloop. "Now, sir," turning to the old man, "since you have a life preserver on, you can easily get over to the submarine boat by holding to the line and pulling yourself along." "I'm afraid I can't get across and keep my satchel," whined the older man nervously. "I'll take that over and swim with it," proposed Hal, briskly reaching out his hand for the bag. "Oh, no, no," protested the man. "I'd sooner stay here. The satchel doesn't go out of my hands." "But you'd better take to the weather, father, and do the best you can," advised the younger man in a growl. "These fellows belong to the United States Navy, and they're determined to rescue us. Trust yourself to the water, and I'll keep along with you. These people will take us by force if we refuse any further." If mistaking the crew of the Pollard for members of the United States Navy would make matters move any more quickly, there was no need to dispute the mind of either of these queer men. But Jack and Hal gave each other a queer, amused look. The older man took to the water without difficulty. Buoyed up by his life preserver, he was able to hold his satchel with one hand, pulling himself along the slightly sagging rope with the other. His son swam along lazily beside him. Eph, outside the rail, but holding to it with one hand, employed his other in helping the father and son up to the deck. When this had been accomplished, Hal threw off the line, after which he and Jack swam back. Eph drew them up to the platform deck. "Go down below and hear their account of themselves if you want to," said David Pollard, leaning against the wheel. "For me, I'm sick of that pair already." Jack and Hal had quite enough boyish curiosity to go below. Eph soon followed. The father, dripping wet and still clutching his satchel with one hand, sat on one of the long seats of the cabin, while the son, scowling, paced back and forth. "It seems to me that I know you," Farnum was saying to the elder man. I'm very sure you don't," replied the one addressed, uneasily. "Don't you know who I am?" pursued the boat builder. "No, I very certainly I don't. Let's see, did you ever hear of a man named Arthur Miller or see Bogue?" The elder man started, paling a trifle. The younger man stopped his walk, his face settling into a black scowl. No, I don't know Arthur Miller," replied the older man with an effort. "Queer," mused Farnum. "It just came to me that you were Mr. Miller. However, of course, you know best about that." "Thank you," nodded the older man, with an attempt at a smile. "I started to tell you that my son started out late this afternoon in the sloop that lies overturned yonder, intending to put me aboard a yacht of friends who are passing down the coast. I have most pressing business with those friends. The business is to be finished on the coming trip. It seems that our friends are late. Still, I know they must be on their way down the coast." "As they haven't shown up, at least not close enough," proposed Jacob Farnum, "we'll put you ashore at Dunhaven, and doubtless you can catch up with your friends in some way." "Dunhaven? Then you must be Mr. Farnum," cried the older man, eagerly. "This must be the torpedo boat you are building, and these young men belong to the Navy midshipmen, no doubt." "There are no Navy men on board," replied the builder. "These young men are my employees. But we are losing time drifting about on the high seas. We will put you back to Dunhaven, and you can tell us your story, if you choose, on the way." "But my father doesn't care to go ashore," interposed the son. "It is vitally important to him that he find the schooner and join his friends aboard. In fact, I might add that a very considerable sum in the way of a profitable business deal depends upon his going aboard the schooner." "But as that craft isn't here, how can we put your father aboard?" Mr. Farnum asked. "We are right in the path that is to be taken by our friend's yacht," replied the son. "Since this is not a naval vessel, and you're not under government orders, I take it you can as well wait here for 2 or 3 hours, if need be. My father will pay suitably for your time and service if you will consent to wait until the yacht appears." "I don't need any pay for extending the ordinary courtesies of the sea to those who have suffered wreck," replied Mr. Farnum. "Whether you take pay or not, sir, will you wait and put my father aboard the yacht?" demanded the son, eagerly. "A vast interest, believe me, sir, is at stake." "Oh, there's a very great stake in this," cried the older man, tumultuously. "I appeal to you, Mr. Farnum, since that is your name, to help me out in this, and if you will accept handsome compensation, very glad to offer it." David Pollard, who had heard some of this talk through the open manhole as he lounged by the wheel, now called down to report, "There's some kind of craft on the northern horizon, throwing up searchlight signals." "That's our friend's yacht, it must be," proclaimed the young man, darting forward and resting one hand on the rail of the spiral stairway. "Now, you see, if you will be good to us, we shall not very long trespass on your patience." "A schooner, a sailing craft, equipped with a searchlight?" asked Jack. The son flashed upon the submarine boy a look in which there was something of a scowl, but he explained quickly. "The boat has auxiliary power and a complete electrical plant, Mr. Farnum. You'll steam towards that searchlight, won't you? I tell you, I am positive it is the boat of our friends." "Well, I'll put you where you want to be, of course," agreed the boat builder, though he spoke with some reluctance, for he realized that some great mystery underlay this whole affair. "Come up, Benson, take the wheel," called Mr. Pollard. So Jack went up and out on the deck. Eph followed him, while Hal went to the engine room to watch more of Grant Andrews' work there. Jack threw on the speed wheel, then steered north, while Eph threw the searchlight skyward in the path of the approaching vessel. Within 15 minutes the two craft were in sight of each other. 5 minutes later they were within hailing distance. The other craft was a schooner of some 80 or 90 tons and was using an auxiliary gasoline engine. It was Jack who sounded a signal on the auto whistle for the other craft to lay to. Then Benson steered in closer, the two who had been rescued standing not far from him on the platform deck. The older man still clutched his satchel. "Submarine ahoy!" came a hail from the schooner's deck. "Is that you, Mr. Miller?" "Yes," hesitantly admitted the old man, at which Jacob Farnum smiled grimly, though he said nothing. "Put off a boat and send it alongside, will you?" The boat was lowered from the schooner, manned by two sailors who steered by a deck officer. The boat came alongside the sloping hull of the torpedo boat. "You weren't expected in such a craft as this, Mr. Miller," called the deck officer in the stern of the small boat, touching his cap. "Never mind any conversation, my man," broke in young Miller, testily. "Lay right alongside and help get my father into your boat." Hal and Eph, helping in piloting Mr. Miller over the side and getting him into the boat alongside. Immediately afterwards, the younger man jumped into the smaller boat. "Oh, you're going with your father, are you?" hailed Mr. Farnum. "Yes," replied the son, coolly, though with another scowl. "1,000 thanks for your kindness to us. Goodbye." The small boat pulled off, making rapidly for the schooner. "Well, full speed ahead for Dunhaven," muttered Jacob Farnum. "That's the queerest crowd I ever ran into. It's uncanny. All the way through, somehow, I can't shake off the impression that I've been engaged in some stealthy or nasty work." The run back to port was without incident, the submarine behaving perfectly on the surface. Indeed, all aboard were highly delighted with the new boat. Jack was still at the wheel as they glided into the little harbor. Anchor was dropped and power shut off. "You three boys may as well stay aboard for the night," suggested Mr. Farnum, as the night watchman of the yard appeared, coming out in a rowboat. "In fact, you may as well live aboard, and use the pantry and galley for all your meals." "Shall we keep watch through the night, sir?" asked Jack. "No need. Let the yard watchman do that. It isn't far from daylight. Get yourself some coffee in the galley, have a good rub down, spread your clothing to dry, and turn into the staterooms." Grant Andrews went ashore with the builder and inventor. The first thing the submarine boys did was to start coffee in the galley. Next they rubbed down, got into dry underclothing, then sat down over their coffee. For some minutes they discussed the mystery of the night, making all manner of guesses. At last, however, they lay down in their berths of the staterooms and were soon sound asleep. Nor did any of them wake until Jack opened his eyes in the forenoon, when he heard someone coming down the spiral stairway. "You boys awake?" bellowed the wrathful voice of Mr. Farnum. Instantly, almost, two stateroom doors were yanked open, while the builder went on. "Oh, that was a fine trick that was played on us last night. As soon as I opened my eyes this morning, I telephoned Seaborg. I got the whole story. Arthur Miller is a defaulter to the tune of a very large fortune. He must have had the cash in that satchel, made us aid him in his flight, and put him beyond the reach of the law. Oh, if I ever get my hands on that rascal again!" It was plain that the boatbuilder was angry all the way through. He stamped in a temper. As quickly as the boys could get on their clothing, they came out to hear the rest of the story. "Arthur Miller," resumed Mr. Farnum, angrily, "was supposed to be a rich man, and at one time no doubt he was. But he got into speculation. He was guardian of the fortune of his orphaned niece, Grace Desmond, a very sweet girl whom I've seen." Miller must have lost some of her fortune in his mad speculations. At any rate, he tried fearfully hard to marry his son Fred to her. I suppose that he felt if Miss Desmond became his daughter-in-law, she couldn't very well prosecute her faithless guardian. But Miss Desmond, who will be of age in a few days, would have none of her cousin Fred for a husband. She must have suspected much, too, for she had engaged lawyers and accountants to go over the state of her affairs. The whole party were at the house yesterday, when Miller and his son slipped out and got away in the son's sloop. It is believed that Arthur Miller converted all the rest of his niece's fortune into cash, and arranged with the schooner to pick him up in the night. Then I think I understand, sir," broke in Jack quietly, "how that sloop came to capsize. I couldn't understand that before, but Miller's father and son must have figured that the overturned sloop would be found, and that they would be believed to have drowned. That would shut off the pursuit, so whichever of the pair is a good sailor." "That's the son, Fred," interposed Mr. Farnum. "And Fred Miller, after fixing life preservers on both of them, must have watched for his chance at a good puff of wind, close hauled on the sheet, and sent the boat over. That explains why they weren't very cordial with us last night. Our overhauling them prevented their being reported drowned accidentally." "Oh, confound them, drat them!" roared Mr. Farnum, "making me and the rest of us accomplices of a dastardly defaulter. If I ever run afoul of that crowd again, if I ever get my hands on them, won't I make them smart for their trick?" Nor were the submarine boys much less angry over the part they had all been made to play. End of chapter 13. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan.
Of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 14. An Up-to-Date Revenge. In the days that followed, the need of work drove away thoughts of the trick played by the Millers. Trip after trip was made out to sea and under the sea in the Pollard. That fine little craft was tested under every condition that could be imagined, except that, of course, no torpedoes were fired through her businesslike bow tube. The firing of torpedoes at sea belonged to the Navy exclusively. Such a test could not be made by a civilian trial crew. By degrees, the submarine boys outgrew every trace of dread at finding themselves well under the surface of the sea. Their confidence in the abilities of the Pollard made them daring to the point of recklessness. Just once the boys did have a strong occasion to remember the Millers. That was when they were ashore one night. Grace Desmond, the despoiled heiress, who, as events proved, was left without a dollar of her own, came to Dunhaven to live with friends until she could plan what she was to do to earn her living. The three boys were walking in uniform with Mr. Farnum when that gentleman suddenly asked them in low tones, "Do you see that young lady in white walking with the two old people coming toward us?" "Yes," Jack answered. "That's Miss Desmond. I feel like going into a rage every time I see that poor girl. She was heiress to $800,000. The lawyers believe that Arthur Miller carried off that $500,000 in cash belonging to Miss Desmond, and we helped start him on his journey. Confound that rascal!" Grace Desmond was a beautiful girl, above medium height, slender and dark. The simple white gown that she wore displayed her beauty at its best. Despite her fearful loss, when the boys first caught sight of her, she was smiling cheerily as she chatted with her elderly friends. Mr. Farnum and his young friends came to a street corner just before they encountered Miss Desmond and her companions. The builder would have turned down the side street, but Miss Desmond called to him, and so he was obliged to lift his hat and stand waiting until the girl reached him. "I want just a word with you, Mr. Farnum," began Miss Desmond. "It has come to me that you're very much upset over having helped my uncle to escape. I want to tell you how foolish it is for you to be unhappy about it. You weren't in the least to blame." You did what any other good-natured man would have done under the circumstances. The only ones who can be blamed for any part in the affair are the two men from whom I had a right to expect the most considerate treatment. But as for you, Mr. Farnum, I beg that you will give my misfortune no further thought." "That would be impossible," protested the builder. "At least, never allow a thought of self-blame to creep in again. Please don't," she added appealingly. And then, as though to change the subject abruptly, she inquired, "Are these the young men who handle the 'Pollard'? Present them to me, please." The boys were introduced also to Mr. and Mrs. Scott, the elderly couple. "Sometime, Mr. Farnum, if it could be arranged, I wish very much that you would invite us to take a short trip aboard the submarine boat. It will be the only chance of the kind we'll ever have." "I certainly shall invite you," replied the builder, but he added bitterly, "Going aboard the boat that played the strong part in your undoing will be the nearest you will ever come, I fear, to a trail of your missing money. Pardon me." Mr. Farnum choked suddenly. "I can't think of that night with patience." "And that is just what I want you to forget, please," begged the girl softly. And then she added with a laugh, "I'll call a trip on the 'Pollard' settlement in full for any claim you may think I have against you." "I'll pay," groaned Farnum, "but it won't be settlement, even in part." When Miss Desmond and her friends had gone on again, Farnum clenched his hands, muttering, "That girl's kindness only makes my savage disgust with myself all the greater." "Why, she's right in saying that you're not responsible in any way," urged Jack. "Boys, if you ever happen up with that rascal or his scowling son, and if you choke either one and give him a sound beating, draw on me for $1,000. If you can ever do anything that leads to the recovery of Miss Desmond's money, draw on me for anything you please." 2 days later the promise to give Miss Desmond a trip on the 'Pollard' was kept. Mrs. Scott would not go, but her husband did. The girl even begged for a brief run under water, and stood it bravely, though with some pallor, until she saw the sun once more shining in through the conning tower. By the time that trip was over, the submarine boys would have gone cheerily in the 'Pollard' through a sea of ink, blood or fire, to serve the unfortunate young woman. Very soon after that Miss Desmond plucked up sufficient courage to ask for the vacant position of typewriter in Mr. Farnum's office, and obtained it. She rapidly mastered the machine, and in the meantime gave all her spare time to the study of shorthand. She also learned to do much work on the books. Jacob Farnum would have made her post an easy one, but Grace Desmond insisted that she had her way to make in the world, and that she wanted to obtain a business training in the shortest time possible. Although the 'Pollard' went out every day, every night she lay in the little harbor that formed the seaboard part of the yard. At her anchorage was a depth of 75 feet of water. The three boys now lived wholly aboard, but it was dull there evenings, so after dark they spent much of their earlier hours of the night ashore. "Going ashore with us tonight?" asked Hal one evening, after the meal had been disposed of and the dishes washed and put away. "Not tonight," replied Jack Benson, with a shake of his head. "I'm too much in earnest about wanting to know all about the handling of a submarine to waste all my leisure in fooling. See this book on mechanics? I'm going to stay aboard and study it tonight, and see how much of it I can get into my head." "Good luck to you," laughed Eph. "If you succeed, maybe we'll stay on board tomorrow night and let you be the schoolmaster." But this was pay day, and the ice cream soda up in the village fizzes good to me. As soon as they had gone, Jack placed his book on the cabin table and drew up to it. Until dark he plodded through the pages, then turned on the electric light. Finding the book more difficult of comprehension than he had expected, he crouched over the volume, devoting his whole attention to the first few pages. 9 o'clock came and went. 9:30 went by. Had Benson heeded the time, he would have concluded that his comrades had found village life unusually alluring tonight. Through the dark, quiet boatyard prowled a man, passing and listening every few steps, as though bent on trying to keep out of the sight of the night watchman. It was Jack's old enemy, Josh Owen, who so far had cleverly kept out of the way of the officers seeking him. In some way Josh had learned that the other two submarine boys were up in the village. The light shining from the interior of the submarine proved that someone was aboard, Hence it must be Jack Benson. Down at the water's edge lay the Pollard's rowboat tender. A final survey satisfied Josh Owen that the watchman was nowhere about. An instant later the former foreman was in the rowboat, handling the oars so quietly as to make hardly any sound. 2 or 3 minutes later he was alongside the Pollard, stealthily making the painter fast to the deck rail. Then, in his bare feet, Josh went softly over the side. At the manhole he crouched to peer below. He could not see the boy, but the shadow told him that Benson was sitting with his back to the stairway. A gleam of insane wickedness in his eyes, for brooding had somewhat unbalanced the former foreman's mind, Josh Owen started softly down the stairway. Fancying he heard some slight unusual sound, Jack Benson turned. Too late. The powerful ex-foreman leaped upon him, bearing the boy to the floor and holding him there helpless. "You little sneak! I've waited for this time!" snarled Owen hoarsely. But now Josh rolled the boy over, yanked a pair of steel handcuffs from a rear pocket, and quickly, despite Benson's struggles, snapped them onto the submarine boy's wrists. "Now I've got ye!" he finished, his flaming eyes close to Jack's. "For a little while," jeered Benson as calmly as he could force himself to speak. It was an unfortunate speech. "Thank ye for warning me that time's short," chuckled the brute. With that he lifted the boy, bore him back to a stanchion, and swiftly tied him to it in a standing position. "That's all but the last thing I've got to do," pursued Josh Owen, drawing back. "Boy, ye did your worst for me when ye had the chance, and ye was the means of having Danny locked up. Maybe Dan Jaggers did give me some sleeping stuff, and maybe he did worry my own share of the money from me. But, boy, ye never knew how much store I set by Danny, in spite of some things. And now he's locked up tight, thanks to you, and the constables are chasing me from cover to cover, looking for me everywhere. Howsomever, this settles the account." Jack Benson's heart seemed to stop beating as he realized what the rage-crazed fellow was up to. Josh Owen deftly handled the mechanism that opened the sea valves to let water into the diving tanks. "I'm turning the water in slow," he announced. "That'll give me time to get away. This is a diving boat. Well, dive in her." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 15. The Courage That Rang True. In that first awful moment after he was left alone, Jack Benson's first feeling was that it must have all been an unbelievable dream. And yet he knew that it was not. In his frenzy he tugged at the handcuffs, fought with the cords that bound him to the stanchion, but all in vain. The sea valves had been opened only enough to let water in slowly. Almost at the outset, however, the keel slanted downward, for most of the water was coming into the tanks, the bow of the boat. "Help! Help! Quick!" roared Benson at the top of his voice. The side ports were not open, but the manhole was, and the ventilators were in place. The submarine boy shouted in the hope that the night watchman might hear and reach the scene in time to effect a rescue. The keel was still more slanting. At the instant when the diving tanks held water enough to overbalance the buoyancy of the craft, the Pollard was bound to take a sudden lurch and go below. Still fighting uselessly, though frantically, at the bonds that held him helpless in this terrible crisis, Jack also kept up his yells. The watchman did not hear. He was not near enough. Josh Owen, having gained the shore and hauled the rowboat up, fled a short distance and then crouched in hiding, waiting to see the effects of his terrible deed. Only one other person was in the yard. Grace Desmond, unknown to her employer, had come to the office in the evening, bent on posting up a set of books that were in her care. She had finished her work and was stepping out into the yard, adjusting her hat, when she heard one of those muffled appeals for help. At the first sound she was not even sure of the word, but something in the faintly heard accent claimed her attention. She stopped short, listening intently. "Help! Aboard the submarine!" And this time, though the appeal seemed to come from a great distance, she distinguished the words. "Something's wrong with the diving boat, and someone's aboard," she thought, with a tugging throb at her heart. Turning, she sped down to the water's edge. "Help! Help! The boat is sinking, and I'm helpless aboard!" She could see the bow slanting forward in the water, and realized that all was wrong with the torpedo boat, and with some hapless human being aboard. In that instant Grace Desmond's courage rang true. Espying the rowboat, she bounded into it, snatching up an oar and pushing off. At home on the water, and skilled with oars, she pulled a strong, rapid stroke until she lay alongside the Pollard. "Keep cool! Help is coming!" called the girl as she ran alongside. She caught at the lower portion of the deck rail and drew herself up. It was but an instant later when she went gliding down the spiral stairway. And then, all in a flash, she caught sight of Jack Benson lashed to the stanchion. She comprehended also that whoever had tied the boy in this fashion must have thrown the sea valves partly open. That floor was fast becoming an unsteady platform. "You turn on the compressed air with a wrench, don't you?" she demanded swiftly. "Yes," nodded the submarine boy, and then added instantly, "But you're a woman. These risks are not for you. Rush up through the manhole and escape. There may be time." "Where's the wrench? Tell me quickly," commanded Grace Desmond. "I can turn on the air more quickly than I can set you free to do it." "Yes," breathed the boy rapidly, "because I'm manacled anyway. But save yourself, Miss Desmond." "We must both go down if you don't tell me quickly where to find the wrench," cried the girl, stamping her foot with impatience. Then Jack told her, only when he realized that she would not save herself at his expense. Fortunately, Josh Owen had overlooked securing that wrench and throwing it overboard. In another moment Miss Desmond had the implement. "The forward compressor first," Jack directed. With quick comprehension that only asked bare details, Miss Desmond fitted the wrench just where it should go. "A hard turn forward," called Benson. The girl gave the twist as directed, as hard a turn as she could make. To her horror, she fancied the muscles of her wrist not quite equal to the need of that dread movement. The floor was slanting so that she was obliged to throw out her left hand to clutch at a support in order to hold herself up. "Don't try it longer. Get overboard, Miss Desmond, if there's yet time. In heaven's name, do!" begged Jack, in a horrified tone. "I can stand going down to the bottom if I don't have to drag you down with me. Escape!" "Not and leave a fellow human being here in your plight," retorted the girl quietly, though with sublime heroism. "But you can't save me anyway." "Then I'll go down at my post, just as a man would," she retorted, throwing all her frantic strength into her task. How she blamed herself that her muscles were so weak. "Please go. There may be time." "I'm not thinking of that. Oh, for a man's strength!" Jack's breath was bated. His dread for himself was forgotten now as he watched the efforts of this splendid girl. "We'll take the last plunge at any instant now," screamed Jack Benson. "There may be time for you." "Then there'll be time for us both," came the undaunted answer. Grace Desmond did not turn her head as she spoke, but Jack, his intense gaze upon her, knew the light that was flashing in her eyes at this moment. A sound above told the submarine boy the worst. The water was gently rippling against the edges of the platform deck. That told him all too plainly how near the diving boat was to doing the work for which it had been built. Could Jack have been close enough to see just why Grace was failing in her effort, he might have told her better just what to try to do. Now he tried to explain rapidly. The fault was not with her strength. There was an exact knack needed in the use of the wrench. On shore in the yard, Josh Owen crouched low in his place of concealment. He had failed to prevent Grace from starting in the rowboat because, until it was too late, he didn't believe the plucky young woman had any such intention. "It's too bad for the gal to go to the bottom, too," half sighed the raging one. "But she shouldn't meddle." Hal came swinging along down the street, having left Eph Somers behind in the village. Through the yard came young Hastings, whistling. By instinct he turned to look at the boat, and what he saw made him gasp, then leap forward in the start of a sprint. Straight down to the harbor's edge he raced. Then, seeing the rowboat adrift, Hal, after one more look at the sinking submarine, leaped into the water without even stopping to shed jacket or cap. Splash! In the same instant that he sprang, Josh Owen jumped up. "Come back here, or you'll wish ye had!" raged the ex-foreman. Hal Hastings heard, though he did not even take the trouble to answer, but struck out frenziedly, for his chum's calls for help now rang in his ears. There was the sound of a discharge, a sharp split of fire from a weapon that Owen held in his hand. A bullet struck the water just before Hal's nose, dashing the spray back into his face. "Come back here, I tell ye!" raged the ex-foreman. Josh Owen's voice, throbbed Hastings, but he swam on with the strongest strokes of which he was master. Then a succession of shots rang out. Hal Hastings was in the gravest danger he had ever been in. End of chapter 15. Of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 16. The Last Second of the Nick of Time. Despite the whistle of lead, minding only the spray that dashed into his eyes, Hal Hastings swam on. His one idea at present was to reach that submarine boat, if it were within human power to do so, ere the boat, now nearly all submerged, took the final plunge below the waves. Grace Desmond did not quit her post, nor cease her heroic efforts to turn on the compressed air, and yet she added her shrill shrieks to Jack Benson's lusty yells for help. The sounds of the shots from the shore gave them a momentary hope that help of some sort was really on its way. "It's the last second or two if you mean to save us," yelled Jack at the top of his voice. Bang! Bang! Josh Owen fired two more shots from his dangerous revolver as Hal caught at the rail of the boat. "The last chance to save us," repeated Jack. "I know it," came breathlessly as the dripping Hal dropped down the manhole. He did not even wait to make use of the stairs. By a fortunate impulse, Grace Desmond fell back as young Hastings appeared. Hal's right hand shot out, gripping the wrench. The Pollard gave a surge that all aboard believed to be her final one. Yet Hal hung to his post, resolved to go down trying. There was a hiss of compressed air. The Pollard didn't quite make the death plunge. Then she seemed to go ever so little toward a more level keel. "I believe I've got her!" cried Hal Hastings. A moment or two later he felt sure of it. He gave a cheer to ease his pent-up feelings, and then suddenly gasped, "Jack, do you know how much compressed air there is?" "No," replied Benson, blankly. "Heaven grant there's enough for what we must do," prayed Hal, aloud. There were two shots over in the yard just now. The three young people heard the discharges, though they paid no heed to them at this critical instant. Slowly the Pollard continued to regain evenness of keel. Then Hastings, shifting the wrench to another part of the compressed air apparatus, opened the sea valves of the amidships water tanks to expel water. Briefly now they knew that the Pollard had risen. Also she was resting on an even keel. Hal, bedewed with cold perspiration, darted up the stairs to the conning tower. He looked out, and the first glance told him the Pollard was riding the water as she should. "It's all right now," he called down with a strong effort at calmness. "Jack, what on earth happened that you had to call for help?" And then he caught sight of his chum lashed to the stanchion. Hastings' mouth went wide agape with astonishment. "Jack, how on earth did Josh Owen—" "Yes," nodded Benson quickly. "This was his work. Get me free from the stanchion, won't you?" Despite his elaborate effort at calmness, Hal Hastings shook so that it was some seconds before he could get his knife from a pocket. "Wait till I steady down," Hal muttered grimly. "I'm afraid of stabbing you." At last, however, Hastings controlled his right hand enough to feel safe in slashing the cords. Jack, weak-kneed, stepped away from the stanchion, though he was still handcuffed. "Thanks, old fellow. That's enough for the moment," said Jack, whose face was still ashen gray. "Miss Desmond." Both boys wheeled together to speak to that splendid young woman. They paused with their lips open. Grace Desmond could not have heard them. She had fainted, lying inert across one of the seats. "She's a brick, a wonder, clean grit," broke from Jack softly, admiringly. When Josh Owen saw Hal drop through the manhole, and then saw the submarine's dive arrested, he realized it was time for instant flight. And yet, as he turned to dash away, he found himself confronting the muzzle of a revolver held by the night watchman, who had been outside of the yard at a little distance, but whom Josh's firing had brought back on the run. "Throw up your hands, Owen. You're my prisoner," said the watchman crisply. But the ex-foreman much preferred being shot to taken. Flourishing his weapon, he turned, making a dash for the street gate. Then it was that the foreman fired the 2 shots heard by the young people on the Pollard. Both shots missed. Thereupon the watchman lowered his weapon and dashed after the fugitive. Eph Somers, coming down the street to go aboard, heard the shots. "Me for a high roost if there's trouble," uttered Somers dryly. He climbed the fence close to the gate. An instant later Josh Owen darted out. As he passed Eph with a fine eye, measured the time, and dropped fairly astraddle of the fleeing one's shoulders. "Whoa, you big draft horse!" chuckled Eph, holding on to Owen's head for grim life. Under the weight and the unexpected shock, the ex-foreman sank to the sidewalk. Had the night watchman continued the chase, they would have had Josh Owen then and there. But the watchman, knowing that he was a poor sprinter and that Josh was a fast one, turned just inside the gate to rush to the telephone and notify the constable. So Josh, on his hands and knees, after he recovered from his first astonishment, found he had only Eph to fight. Young Somers was all grit when aroused, nor was he lacking in muscle, but he was no match for Josh. There was a brief heated contest. Then Eph, dizzy from a blow in the chest that winded him, staggered back. Owen swiftly vanished in the darkness, but Eph, when he got to his feet again, clutched the empty revolver that he had twisted from Owen's hand. So much racket of firearms on a still night had aroused many people. It was not long before there was a crowd at the yard. Mr. Farnum was quickly on the scene. Soon after him came David Pollard. The rowboat was recovered, and those on the submarine brought ashore. Grace Desmond's faint had been a short one. At the first dash of water in her face, she had come out of the swoon. The handcuffs were quickly filed off Jack's wrists. In the yard office, as many persons as were admitted heard a tale that made them feel creepy. "You splendid, brave girl!" cried Jacob Farnum, patting Miss Desmond's shoulder. And then he sent a man after a carriage to take the young woman to the home of her friends. That night the yard's owner made announcement of a reward of $1,000 for Josh Owen's capture, dead or alive. "That fellow has proved himself more dangerous than an ordinary lunatic, and he knows too much about submarine boats for my comfort. He's even capable, some dark night, of putting a mine under the Pollard big enough to destroy her at anchorage." "We'll have to keep deck watch through the night, then," proposed Jack Benson. "Very well, Captain. I put you in command," smiled Mr. Farnum. "I can keep a sharp lookout without the title of captain," responded the submarine boy. "But you're going to be in charge of the boat, at least until she's sold to the government or consigned to the junk heap. So why not be captain from now on?" And thus it was settled offhand. Jack flushed with delight. Had it been possible for him to be more loyal or devoted to the interests of the builder, he would have been from that moment. Jack took his own first deck watch that night, dividing the remaining time up to 6 o'clock between Hal and Eph. In the morning, captain and crew had hardly more than finished breakfast when Jacob Farnum and Mr. Pollard came off from shore in the tender. Both looked highly pleased about something. "I haven't mentioned anything about this before," announced the builder, "but I've been pulling some strong wires at Washington for some time. As a result, I've just received orders from the Navy Department to attend the summer maneuvers of the fleet at Cape Adamson. We're to have our trial by the government there." "How soon do we start?" cried Jack eagerly. "We'll start this afternoon, so as to be in plenty of time. It's only about a 7 hours' run for us, though, and we're not expected at Cape Adamson before to-morrow evening. Can you be ready, Captain?" "Why, there's nothing to do, sir, but to take aboard more gasoline and water. We can do that in an hour." "We'll drop out to sea, then, about 5 o'clock this afternoon," decided Mr. Farnum, as he and the inventor rose. "Don't get flurried about anything, Captain Benson." "Be very sure I won't, sir," replied Jack earnestly, "and we'll be ready to start at the stroke of 5. But I've been thinking, sir, and there's one question I want to ask. Does Grant Andrews go with us?" "No," replied Mr. Farnum, dropping his voice. "I need Grant for other work. The first hint I get at Cape Adamson that we have a winner in the way of a submarine, I'm going to wire Andrews to start laying the keel for another. He has his orders and knows what may be coming." "We really ought to have a fourth member of the crew, sir," explained Captain Jack, "if we're to keep watch and perhaps run on long trips." "I'll see if I can get someone who'll be any good to us," nodded Mr. Farnum seriously. And then he and the inventor went ashore, leaving the young captain to the leisurely task of fitting for sea service. The news that the Pollard was going to attend the naval maneuvers at Cape Adamson soon became noised about Dunhaven, for Mr. Farnum saw no reason for holding back the nature of his orders from Washington. It was not long before groups of people gathered on the shore on either side of the boatyard to gaze with increased interest at the grim, mysterious-looking submarine. Before 1 o'clock Mr. Farnum put off in the tender with a stranger, a swarthy, stalwart, almost gigantic-looking man of about 40. "I've got you just the man you want, Captain," called the builder joyously as he came aboard. "Captain, this is Bill Henderson, late boatswain's mate of the United States Navy. He knows all about our line of work, for his papers show that he has served aboard various submarine torpedo craft belonging to the government. He's a crack helmsman, a navigator, and knows all about our kind of machinery." During this introduction Henderson had saluted and scraped. He now stood at attention. "The youngest captain I've ever sailed under, sir," he said to Jack. "But I'm satisfied you know the business, or Mr. Farnum wouldn't have given you the berth. At your orders, sir." After Mr. Farnum had returned ashore, Benson put his new hand through a searching quiz. If there was anything Boatswain's Mate Henderson did not know about submarine boat work, then the young captain was not able to find out what it was. "Bill Henderson ought to be captain, not I," whispered Jack to his chum. "If Mr. Farnum didn't find that out for himself," replied Hal dryly, "don't tell him." "This man Henderson is certainly a jewel for us," murmured Captain Jack. At the moment the three boys were standing on the platform deck, while Henderson was stowing his limited baggage away below. "Now, Cap, take this from me," muttered Eph, with the air of a wiseacre. "When a man seems a crackerjack at anything, and doesn't have as good a position as you think he ought to have, keep your eye on him." "For what?" asked Captain Jack, smilingly. "Oh, just to see what turns out to be wrong with the fellow." "What can be wrong with Henderson?" "I didn't say anything was, did I?" queried Eph Somers. "And I don't believe anything can be," responded Jack Benson, hopefully. "Mr. Farnum has looked over the man's Navy discharge papers, and Mr. Farnum isn't an easy one to take in." End of chapter 16. Of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 17. In the Grip of Horror. Before 5 o'clock that afternoon, Dunhaven lined the waterfront. That is to say, fully 500 people of the little seaport town were on hand. The Pollard was a local enterprise. If the great United States government expected to buy the boat, the people of the village wanted to be on hand and give a rousing send-off to a homemade craft that might yet be destined to become famous. Cheer after cheer went up, Hats, parasols, and handkerchiefs were waved. "I don't know," growled one old salt in the shore throng. "If it was a human sort of craft, meant to ride the waves as a good ship should, I'd have more faith in her. I'm afraid that boat'll go to the bottom one of these days, and forget to come up again." The old salt was promptly voted a croaker. Hadn't the "Pollard" been given abundant tests by her crew? Had she failed to come up yet? So the cheering redoubled when Captain Jack came up on the platform deck, followed by the builder and the inventor. "Thank you, my friends," shouted Jacob Farnum, making a trumpet of his hands. "We all thank you. Now, Captain Benson, make as handsome a flying start as you can." Jack already stood by the wheel, where he could reach all the controls. Down below, the gasoline motor throbbed, making the hull vibrate. Power had been ready for the last 10 minutes. Captain Jack moved the speed wheel around to the 6-mile notch. The twin propellers aft began to churn the water lazily, causing the "Pollard" to slip away from her moorings. Ere they had gone 100 yards, Jack swung on much more speed. By the time that the submarine reached the mouth of the little harbor, she was traveling at 18 miles an hour, her bow nosing into the waves and throwing up a fine spray, some of which reached the platform deck. Astern, her propellers were tossing the water into a milky foam. Truly, she made a gallant sight. For half a mile Captain Jack kept out to sea, and then he turned the craft's nose northward. For another hour the "Pollard" was kept at the same speed, behaving handsomely. Then Captain Jack turned the wheel over to Big Bill Henderson, going below to have his supper with builder and inventor. "As soon as the other watch have had supper," proposed Mr. Farnum, "I think, Captain, we'll drop 50 feet below the surface and run for an hour or more. The Navy men will want an even sterner test than that. We want to make sure that everything about the craft is running at the top notch of perfection. A fortune for Pollard and another for myself are at stake on what we show the Navy in the next 3 days." "Oh, we can easily show them anything that any submarine craft can do," smiled Jack Benson confidently. "And I'm certain we can show the Navy officers an ease of handling that isn't reached by any other submarine in the world." "It's a good thing to have a confident captain," smiled David Pollard. "A confident captain aboard a reliable boat spells victory." When the meal was over, Captain Jack went back above to the wheel. There was no moon this night, but the stars shone brightly over the water. It was a warm night, with a gentle breeze, and only the gentlest swell to the water. The "Pollard" had been slowed down to 12 miles an hour, but there was still speed enough for the motion to be exhilarating. "Oh, it's great to be the captain of probably the most powerful and dangerous sea terror in the world," throbbed the boy, looking up at the stars. "How little I dreamed of this a few months ago." "Going to be ready now for the dive and the hour's run under water, Captain?" inquired Mr. Farnum, coming up on deck. "In about 10 minutes, sir," replied Jack, pointing forward over the port bow. "We'll be abreast of Point Villars light. Why not dive just abreast of that light? It'll give us a starting point to reckon our run from." "A good idea," nodded Mr. Farnum, and just then David Pollard came up from below. Both stood watching the young commander for some moments. "Captain," remarked the inventor, "you handle the boat as easily as though you'd been doing this sort of thing for years. You must have had some practice aboard rather good-sized craft." "Never anything much bigger than a 30-foot gasoline boat," Jack replied. "In the old days, sir, a young sailor had to begin with a rowboat, go on to a catboat, and so work on up until he could handle a full-rigged ship. And that's where the change has come with today's gasoline boats. A fellow who learns to run a 20-foot gasoline launch can just as easily handle a big gasoline yacht of any size. The new style of power saves a heap of time in the learning, sir." Captain Jack was now nearing a line abreast of the Point Villars light. He watched keenly. At last, when just abreast, he shouted down through the manhole: "Shut off the gasoline power. Stand ready to turn on the electric power. Get ready to dive. Henderson, take the steering wheel in the conning tower." Less than 60 seconds later the ventilators had been taken in, the manhole cover was made fast, and all were below save Bill Henderson, who sat at the tower wheel, before him an electric lighted compass. "Henderson," called Captain Jack, "steer north by northeast, 1 point off north." "Aye, aye, sir," came from the seaman in the conning tower. "Hold fast. Make ready to dive," called the young captain. And then, at the signal, Hal Hastings turned open the sea valves into the diving tanks. Down shot the "Pollard," the young captain standing by the gauge to watch until they were 50 feet below. "On even keel," he shouted. Quickly the submarine regained her even keel and ran along at 8 miles an hour. Captain Jack Benson read the gauge once more to make sure that they were 50 feet below the surface. "And now we've nothing to watch but the clock until our hour is up," he laughed, dropping into one of the seats and stretching. "Somehow I notice none of us are as nervous as we were the first time this diving machine went down with us." With the electric fans running, it was cool and comfortable there, and the air as pure as that above the ocean until the point of diving would last for some time without renewing. With no wind or wave to buffet, and the steady electric power running the propeller shafts, the sensation was almost that of being aboard a boat at rest. After they had run along thus for a few minutes, Eph went up to take the wheel. As Bill Henderson came down below, the young skipper noticed a bright gleam in the seaman's eyes, though he thought little of it. Henderson went forward into the engine room, stretching himself out on the leather cushion of one of the seats. "Ever run on a smoother boat than this below the surface, Henderson?" inquired Captain Jack, looking in through the engine room door. "All submarines are alike to me, sir," replied Henderson rather shortly. "I guess he's been too long at the business to have any enthusiasm left, if he ever had any," muttered Benson to himself, and returned to the group in the cabin. When one is accustomed to the life and there is confidence in the boat, the main sensation when running along below the water's surface is one of great monotony. All one can possibly see is the interior of the boat and the persons of his comrades. The longer the run below water is continued, the more pronounced does the feeling of monotony become. A well-equipped submarine torpedo craft should be easily capable of running 24 hours continuously below the water, but the long continued monotony of such a length of time below would be almost certain to drive the officers and crew to a high pitch of nervous tension. Indeed, it is doubtful whether men of ordinary nervous powers could stand such a strain. Before 15 minutes had passed, Jacob Farnum began to tell funny stories to make the time seem to pass more quickly. After 10 minutes he gave this up, for he realized his hearers were becoming bored. "Phew!" sighed Pollard. "An hour below the surface is certainly as long as 24 hours can be anywhere else." "I shall be glad when the hour is up," admitted Captain Jack, candidly. And yet no one proposed cutting the time short by returning to the surface sooner. Hal Hastings climbed up into the conning tower to take the trick at the wheel for the last 20 minutes. Indeed, occupation of any sort helped to kill some of the time. "I believe," laughed Jacob Farnum, glancing about him, "we all feel just about as though we had lost confidence in the 'Pollard's' ability to rise when the time comes." From the engine room came a burst of seaman's song. Bill Henderson was loudly crooning some ditty. Although the listeners could not make out the words, the song had a gruesome sound that made one's flesh want to creep. "Shall I tell him to stow that noise?" asked Captain Jack. "No," replied Mr. Farnum, though he made a grimace. "If it cheers the fellow any, let him have his melody." Presently Henderson was singing another song. Those in the cabin paid little heed until the sailor's voice roared out the couplet: "Down below went the good brig Mary, she was heard from again nary." "Say, that's fine," muttered Eph Somers, in an undertone loaded with sarcasm. The seaman's voice reached them now in a hushed undertone of murmured song, and later it swelled out into this gruesome forecastle refrain: "Where the sharks go to prey and the dead men lay, where the crabs crawl to bite and the eels—" "Henderson!" rang the young captain's voice sharply. "Aye, aye, sir," came a growl from the engine room. "Save that song for the deck watch. We want to hear the clock tick." "Aye, aye, sir." The seaman was as good as his word. No more of the awesome ditty floated back from him. The time yet to remain below surface narrowed down to 10 minutes, then to 5, and at last, tick by tick, The time wound by until the full hour of submergence had been finished. "Henderson," shouted Captain Jack, leaping to his feet, "stand by to empty the water tanks." "Aye, aye, sir," responded the big sailor, coming out of the engine room. He went to the proper rack, then turned to ask, "Where's the wrench, sir?" "Why, there in its rack, of course," cried Captain Benson, leaping forward. "You're looking at it." "I'm looking at the rack, sir, but I don't see no wrench, sir," replied Henderson calmly. "What's that? The wrench mislaid?" demanded Jacob Farnum, also leaping forward and staring with dismayed eyes into the rack. "Oh, it has dropped somewhere, or been mislaid." In another instant there was a frenzied search for that invaluable wrench, without which the "Pollard" could not be brought to the surface. So frantically did they search that they frequently got in each other's way. Hal Hastings shut off the speed and came tumbling down below to aid. "Don't get excited, friends," begged Jacob Farnum, in a voice that shook. "Of course we're going to find the wrench. It's aboard somewhere. Of course it is. Now let's begin a systematic search." In a short time every conceivable nook and corner had been explored. Though it seemed absurd that the wrench should be lost, and yet a fearful conviction began to settle down over the startled ones that it would not be found in time. Even the breathing air of the "Pollard's" interior could not be renewed without the wrench. Though each strove to conceal his feelings from the others, grim horror soon had them all in its grip. End of chapter 17. Of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 18. The Last Gasp of Despair. "I can't realize it yet, or believe it. It can't be true," shuddered David Pollard. "We surely did," asserted Captain Jack. "Could you swear that you've seen the wrench since we sailed?" asked Jacob Farnum, white-faced but cool. I can't quite say as to that," replied Benson slowly. "But I will swear that I remember having seen it just a few minutes before we started." "A few minutes only?" insisted the builder. "Yes, sir, I'm positive." "For that matter," continued the builder, "there has been no one on board today save those who belong aboard. No one but ourselves have been on this boat today." "None of us would throw it overboard, knowing how precious a tool it is," declared Mr. Farnum, glancing about him bewildered. "It was hardly possible to mislay such a thing by accident. Where on earth can it be, then?" Again all hands started to hunt. Henderson was the first to sink to a seat as a sign that he gave up the search. The others barely glanced at him, so intent were all on the hunt that meant their only chance for life. And yet at last they all sat down, panting and perspiring. "Good heavens!" quivered the inventor. "We must soon begin to think of our very breath here. We can't exert ourselves as we have been doing. Whoever moves now, let him remember that he's using up the very life of others in the act of breathing." All but devoid of hope, they all remained sitting. At first they studied the floor gloomily. At last they looked up to read each other's faces. No hope was to be seen in any countenance. "Thank heaven the electric light doesn't eat up air," shuddered Hal Hastings at last. "It would be fearful to be alive, conscious, after it had become dark." "Don't," shivered David Pollard convulsively. Come, old chap," urged Farnum, laying a hand on his friend's arm. "You are not going to lose your courage." "I feel as if I ought to bear the whole punishment," groaned the inventor, covering his eyes with his hands. "It was I who invented this wretched boat." "But you didn't lose the wrench or mislay it," broke in Eph Somers, with the intention of consoling. "Who did mislay it?" pondered Captain Jack aloud. "If we could only settle that point, it might start us on the right track to finding the thing yet, for of course it's on board." The certainty that the wrench must be somewhere on the boat brought all to their feet, though this time they rose slowly, almost painfully. After a few minutes the search became listless. At Hal's suggestion, made with a wan smile, each even searched through his own baggage. Pantry and galley were patiently ransacked. "I've heard of such things being lost before in the simplest way, and defying all search for a long time," mused Hal aloud. "It may be the same with that precious wrench, but the difference this time is that we shan't be here long enough to wait for it to turn up unexpectedly." Farnum dropped into a seat again, and that started the rest until all had taken seats. From one to another, dumb, moody looks were passed. Each was wonderingly asking himself the same question that none would have thought of framing in words. How much longer could the air last in a pure enough condition to sustain 6 lives? Eph Somers chuckled absently, and then looked up startled and ashamed. The others gazed at him comprehendingly. Each knew that Eph was thinking how idiotic it was for 6 human beings to sit in perfect health, waiting until the soiling of the air about them killed them all. It was a terrible thought. Eph's mirth was of the hysterical kind. Finally, after some minutes had passed, Jack Benson dragged himself to his feet. He was amazed at first thought to find out how every joint and muscle in his body ached. He felt as weary as though he had been without sleep for a month. And then he understood. The dreadful lassitude was caused by the withdrawing of the life-giving oxygen from the air. The oxygen was still there, but combined with the carbon from lungs and blood to form carbonic acid gas, which, in large quantities, is fatal to life. When Jack moved about now, feeling dully as though a cane on which to lean would be a great boon, the others got to their feet with evident effort and joined in one more despairing search. This hunt ended as the others had done, only more quickly. The only places into which they had been able to look for the missing wrench were the same places that had been vainly examined twice before, and this time it seemed to cause pain even to sit down. How much longer could the torment last ere death came mercifully to their relief? "It seems as though I ought to reach out my hand and lay it on the wrench," muttered Captain Jack Benson to Henderson, next to whom he found himself sitting. The former boatswain's mate smiled a ghastly smile, his eyes glowing bright like coals. Jack turned with a shiver away from the strange glint in the big fellow's eyes. "Friends," said Mr. Farnum presently, "we may as well realize the whole situation and agree to face it like men. We can't find the wrench, wherever it is. We're not going to find it. The little breathable air that is left us here is not going to last more than a few minutes. We will not waste any more of that air in getting up to make useless searches. Let us be as calm as possible. Perhaps each man had better look down at the floor, and so continue to look at the end. The end. Let no one, I beg of you, raise his eyes to witness the final sufferings of any comrade." There was an awed pause. "Is that agreed to?" asked Farnum huskily. "Yes," came in hoarse whispers, and there was another long silence. Long as time must now be measured, for a breath now was as long as an hour on the surface. It was Big Bill Henderson who spoke next. "Gentlemen," he announced, "the Lord of Battles and of spring flowers and breezes is displeased with us. He's taking this method to punish us as we deserve. And yet in that punishment we shall find pardon, too. Though we suffer now, we shall know joy when this life is ended." Somehow the speech stirred up resentment in the minds of the hearers. "Could any death be more glorious?" demanded the seaman. "We're blessed with the privilege of serving as our own sacrifices." "The poor chap's mind is going first," whispered Mr. Farnum pityingly to Captain Jack. "I don't understand what he's talking about," whispered Benson. "Don't be surprised at that. Neither does he know," muttered Jacob Farnum. "Are you jesting or mocking?" broke in Henderson, half angrily. "At the very moment when you should be getting ready for the glory of giving the last gasp of despair?" "Give the last gasp if you want to," retorted Eph, with savage irony, "and let us sit here in peace." "Can anyone think," suggested Jack, "of any possible place in which we have not yet looked for that wrench?" "I'm Too tired to think," drowsed Hal. His voice startled the others. Now that they came to examine their own conditions a bit more keenly, they began to understand that they too were fast sinking into a drowsy state. Was the coming end, too, to be painless? "There's no use looking," replied Jacob Farnum, in answer to Jack's question. "There isn't a single place left to explore. Whether Mr. Farnum thus broke off because he had lost his thought, or whether he dreaded to say the omitted words, none of the others even troubled to guess. Bill Henderson started in to sing. There were a few angry gasps of protest until the others slowly realized that the air sounded like that of some hymn. The words, however, were in a foreign tongue, picked up in the course of the seaman's wanderings over the world. Then their resentment softened. If Bill preferred to meet the end with a hymn on his lips, perhaps that was the best thing for all of them. It crept over them now that they felt choking sensations, with pain and buzzing in their ears. Then the end must be near. Unconsciousness, at any rate. That loss of the senses would be the end, so far as any of them could know. "Now give thanks with your last real thoughts," cried Bill hoarsely. "Gentlemen, this is glorious. We're going fast. The last croak is upon us. Good-bye." End of chapter 18. Of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 19. Jack Strikes the Key to the Mystery. "Down below, down, down, down," croaked Bill Henderson. He pointed below with one forefinger, laughing wildly. The others, sure that the seaman had lost his mind under the crushing force of the catastrophe, felt pity for him, though the man's actions and words also helped to increase their own terror. To cap the climax, Henderson got painfully to his feet and tried to dance a jig. That was carrying things too far in the then state of mind of the rest of the company. "Henderson, confound you!" cried Captain Jack, half savagely, as he rose. "Keep quiet and sit down. Act like a man, you—" To emphasize his order, the young captain pushed against the seaman's breast, intent on shoving him into a seat. Just as he did so, Captain Jack paused aghast for an instant, and then he shouted hoarsely, "Friends, I've found the wrench!" And that brought them all to their feet, while Bill Henderson snarled in sudden rage. "This man has it hidden away in the inside pocket of his coat," cried the young captain of the Pollard. "Help me to take it away from him while we've enough life left to act." And with another snarl, Bill Henderson crouched in the attitude of a football player to meet the impending assault. 5 of them swarmed upon him from all sides. Had not all of them been near to dying from air starvation, the conflict would have been a savage one. As it was, the fight, though a relatively weak one, was as strenuous as any of the combatants could make it. Henderson, ordinarily a powerful brute, capable of fighting 3 or 4 ordinary men, still endeavored to do his very best. Back and forth they fought, rolling over each other, and every moment burning up more and more of the air that was left to them. Yet at last Captain Jack, aided by the others, succeeded in snatching the wrench from the seaman's inner pocket. "Hold him!" cried Benson, getting weakly up, tottering over to one of the compressors. "Give me a minute and some strength, and I'll give us a taste of real air." Desperately he fitted the wrench, tried to give it a sufficient turn, and could not. "I'll help you," hoarsely croaked dying Hal, reaching out and getting the weight of his hands also on the wrench. Never before had either boy struggled so desperately hard for anything. At last it yielded, ever so little. There was a hiss of escaping compressed air. They got a taste of it. Oh, how nectar-like that air was! Renewed strength began to course through their arteries and to creep into their muscles. 2 deep breaths apiece, and then Jack and Hal succeeded in making a good turn. A moment later they were able to make another twist, and that set the pneumatic apparatus in operation to expel the bad air through sea valves. But Bill Henderson, too, was reviving. Uttering hoarse cries of rage that sounded wonderfully more powerful now, he fought his three captors to get upon his feet. There was no help for it. Captain Jack had to dart over and tap the fellow on the head with the wrench. And then Bill was quiet long enough to make it possible for Mr. Farnum to hurry after a pair of the handcuffs that were part of the ship's stores. These were snapped over the seaman's wrists just before he came to. "Now we won't have to hurt him," muttered Jack compassionately. "He's a maniac, poor chap, or he'd never have done such a thing as try to condemn us all, himself included, to death in the depths by asphyxiation." "He's a maniac, sure enough," commented Mr. Farnum. "But how on earth did I ever get trapped into hiring such a fellow as one of the crew? Confound him! He seemed sane enough until after we came below the surface." "And now, sir," nudged Captain Jack, "I think we'd all of us be thankful enough for a glimpse of the surface, for a look at the stars, a breath of real ocean breeze." "Good enough," nodded the boat builder. "Travel right to it." Though all were weak and trembly from the shock of their late experience, there was strength enough in their combined force to handle the Pollard promptly. While Messrs. Farnum and Pollard sat over the prostrate Henderson, handcuffed on the floor, Hal hurried to the engine room, while Captain Jack climbed up into the conning tower. Eph Somers stood near the two men and their captive, ready to respond to any call. But Henderson, now that his maniacal rage had passed, was sobbing quietly. He seemed spent, exhausted. It was with a thrill that the young captain of the submarine touched the control for speed ahead from the electric equipment, and then he looked at his compass, finding that the boat, from a northerly heading, had veered around almost east. As the boat went ahead softly, Benson put the course around to north, and then he called to Hal and Eph to empty the diving tanks by degrees. "Going up on even keel?" asked young Hastings. "Surest thing I know," replied the young captain. Though there was not much motion, all felt the boat gradually rising. And then Captain Jack suddenly caught the greater comparative light of the night above the water. Next he caught sight of the blessed stars. But he did not stop the work of Hal and Eph until the boat rode well up out of the water. "Now come up and get the manhole open," called the young skipper. "Let's all have a notion again of how it feels to stand in the open air." Messrs. Farnum and Pollard had by this time completed the captivity of Bill Henderson by wrapping around him and securing many and many a turn of half-inch rope. As the manhole was opened, Captain Jack stepped out, taking the deck wheel. The others, all except the prisoner, crowded out after him, and thus they ran along for a mile or two under the slower electric power. "That crazy fellow," uttered Jacob Farnum, "had some mania on his mind that we were all great sinners, and that he'd save the whole lot of us by killing us under water." "It seems strange," muttered Hal, "for even a crazy man to have the nerve to destroy himself slowly in such a way." "No, nothing new in that line," returned Mr. Farnum. "What are we going to do with him, sir?" inquired Captain Jack. "Well, we're not going to turn in at any of the coast towns to give him up," replied the builder. "We'll keep right along until we join the fleet, and then we'll ask the advice of some naval officer." When at last all had become accustomed to the world to which they had returned, Hal and Eph went below to turn on the gasoline power. A short time later the Pollard was kicking the water at an exhilarating gait of 18 miles an hour. "How did it come, sir, that you made it 18 miles instead of knots?" asked Captain Jack after a while. "Why, that's the basis on which gasoline engines are built," replied Mr. Farnum. "For that matter, Captain, when we've had more practice with this boat, we'll tune the engine up to 18 full knots an hour. In the second boat we're going to try for an assured speed of 22 to 24 knots." "It seems to me," said Jack musingly, "that the ideal submarine torpedo boat ought to have a speed of from 28 to 35 knots." "Why?" so that the speed of the submarine boat shall always be ahead of the speed of any battleship afloat? Again, why? Why, so that the submarine can give effective chase to a battleship. But submarines are intended only to go with fleets of their own country, or else to remain on station at or near the mouths of harbors to be defended. All well and good, argued Captain Jack, nodding. In future wars, a battleship fleet is likely to keep away from any harbor known to be defended by the enemy's submarine boats. But if a submarine torpedo boat could have speed enough to give chase to a fleeing battleship, and sink when within range of the battleship's guns, yet still able to pursue underwater and destroy the battleship, that would mean the day when battleships wouldn't be any further use, wouldn't it? Undoubtedly, admitted Mr. Farnum. But you see, Captain, so far as present human ingenuity goes, a boat can't be built to sail as fast underwater as another can be made to go on the surface. But that's the problem I'm going to tackle as soon as I get our plans a little further along, murmured David Pollard eagerly. Benson is right. When we get a submarine boat that can pursue the fastest battleship on the surface or below it, then the United States, with 100 such submarines, could defy the combined naval powers of the world. If the United States can own a large fleet of such boats, then we can control the seas of the world. No more attempts at diving were made on the trip. The horror of that last dive remained with all, safe as they now were. All the way the Pollard, though well out from shore, ran within sight of the lighthouses. Shortly before 2 o'clock in the morning, Captain Jack Benson, again at the deck wheel, steered in for the light at Cape Adamson. He was going at slow speed as he rounded the point and headed in for the bay. "Be careful how you go, Captain, and be on the alert to obey signals," cautioned Mr. Farnum. "We've got to thread our way into a perfect hornet's nest of war craft. A dozen battleships, several cruisers, and a flotilla of torpedo boats are at anchor over yonder." It wasn't long before the searchlight of one of the battleships picked up the Pollard with its broad ray. And then, from the flagship, the colored lights that blazed out and faded spelled the signal, "Who are you?" "Pollard, submarine," replied the little craft's signal lights. "Expected. Come in close for orders," came the signaled answer. There was something somber, grim, awesome about this great fleet of mighty fighting craft as the young captain stole his boat in among them. These craft represented much of Uncle Sam's fighting strength, a bulwark of safety to our coasts and commerce. Close up within megaphone hailing distance, Captain Jack ran his boat. The watch officer of the Columbia, the battleship that served as flagship to the fleet, stood with megaphone ready. "Ahoy, Pollard!" he called. "Ahoy, flagship!" Captain Jack answered through a megaphone. "Fleet patrol boat will show you to your anchorage. Are your owners aboard?" "Yes, sir." "Then in the morning they will hear from the admiral." "One moment, sir," Captain Jack shouted back. "We have aboard a maniac, a man who tried to destroy us on the trip down. He has naval discharge papers." "His name?" "William Henderson." "Henderson." "Wait a moment," came back from the flagship's rail. Those on the Pollard's deck saw a younger officer leave the watch officer and hurry away. This younger officer soon returned with a paper which he handed to the watch officer. "Pollard, ahoy!" came from the latter. "Flagship, ahoy!" William Henderson was an inmate of a naval hospital where he had been sent to be watched on a suspicion of lunacy. A few days ago he escaped. We'll take him off your hands and see he is sent back where he belongs. Thank you, flagship." The fleet patrol boat, which had been hovering near, a small cabin launch, now steamed in alongside the submarine. An ensign and 4 men came aboard. Captain Jack led them below, pointing out Henderson. The 4 sailors lifted him, carrying him up and over the side to their own boat. "Now follow us, Captain," directed the ensign, "and we'll lead you to your anchorage." 5 minutes later the Pollard rode snugly at anchor, with all made trim and secure. But Captain Jack and his 2 boy friends, despite the lateness of the hour, were in no hurry to turn in below. It was the first glimpse any of the trio had ever had of such an imposing war fleet, and all wanted to stay on deck, drinking in the glory of the sight. Chapter 19. Of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 20. One on the Watch Officer. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Messrs. Farnum and Pollard were sent for to report aboard the flagship, where they had a long talk with Admiral Bentley. The result was somewhat disappointing. During the maneuvers, a board of naval officers would be sent aboard the Pollard to observe what she could do in surface running, diving, etc. The Pollard, however, was not to be included in any of the deep-sea maneuvers of attack and defense, as there were already 2 government submarines with the fleet, and the work of these had been mapped out. "However, that's the best we can do, and we must be satisfied," sighed Jacob Farnum to Captain Jack. "We'll find plenty of chance to show what we can do, and I know the Navy officers will see that we get a fair show at Washington." "Of course," nodded Captain Benson loyally. "When they see just what a handy craft the Pollard is at all times, they'll be wild to have a few Pollards in the Navy." "That's the way to talk," beamed the anxious inventor, all of whose hopes of the future were based on the developments of these few days. "It's the way to talk, sir," replied Captain Jack, "because it's the truth. We'll show these Navy folks so much about the Pollard that, being men of good sense, they'll see the point." In the afternoon several delegations of Navy officers visited the little submarine from the different craft in the fleet. The tiny cabin was crowded with visitors, the air being thick with cigar smoke much of the time. What astounded many of the visitors was the extreme youthfulness of captain and crew. But Jacob Farnum assured the Navy callers that these young men had accomplished all that had been done with the Pollard up to date. "And I'm going to be wholly satisfied, gentlemen," added the builder, "with the impression that will be made upon you by what my crew of boys can show you." "Why, your boy crew is your strong point," laughed Captain Carew. "You're building a type of submarine so simple that any child can handle it above or below water." All present joined in the laugh at this sally, but Mr. Farnum took it in good part, declaring: "That is just the idea, Captain Carew. We have the simplest, most effective submarine boat that it is possible to build." All the visitors were inclined to take this view, from an inspection of the simple running methods of the boat. Of course, none of the visitors had seen the Pollard dive or run beneath the surface, but they were willing to accept the statements of builder and inventor. One Navy officer, however, was skeptical on the whole subject of submarine torpedo boats. That gentleman was Lieutenant McCrea, of the huge battleship Luzon. "Of course," remarked Lieutenant McCrea, "there's a whole lot of good theory about what submarine torpedo boats can do. In different Navy evolutions, I admit, the submarines have made an excellent theoretical showing. As far as can be determined in peaceful evolutions, it looks as though the submarine might really be a source of great danger to a hostile battleship. But in actual war, conditions are different from anything that can be planned during mere evolutions. In wartime, the nerves of both officers and men are more keenly attuned. So in actual war, I think it is very doubtful whether a submarine could succeed in getting up close to a big battleship, unseen, and delivering the mortal blow." Well, that started a good deal of lively discussion. A few of the Navy officers present favored Lieutenant McCrea's view. More, however, were inclined to the belief that as time went on, the more and more perfected submarine torpedo boat would become a greater and greater danger to the battleship, very likely in the end driving the battleship from the navies of the world. "Humph!" muttered Lieutenant McCrea. "Lying here in the bay, I'm willing to admit that a submarine can sail under the hull of the vessel I'm stationed on. But I'd like to see the submarine that could creep up alongside, showing ever so little of herself, even on the darkest night, without being detected." "You think, sir," interposed Captain Jack, quietly, "that if you were in command of the deck at the time, you'd detect any submarine boat that showed any portion of itself above the water?" "Think!" retorted Lieutenant McCrea, with warmth. "No, I don't think anything of the sort. I'd detect any such trick in time to turn a rapid-fire gun loose on that venturesome submarine." "Every time, sir?" asked Jack, calmly. "Every time," retorted the lieutenant, with emphasis. Young Benson was wise enough not to attempt to take too much of a part in the conversation, with so many experienced Navy officers present. Yet he remained listening, for the talk was highly instructive. "I'll have to go up and signal for my boat," declared Lieutenant McCrea, rising at last. "I want a bit of sleep, for I'm watch officer on the Luzon to-night, from dog watch to midnight." After the lieutenant had gone, Captain Jack suddenly rose, hastening to the platform deck, where Hal Hastings stood on watch. "What's the matter?" demanded Hal, looking keenly at his chum. "Why?" "Why, your face is nearly all one broad grin." "Oh, I'm thinking a bit," Jack answered, evasively. "Happy thoughts, then," mocked Hastings, amiably. "I can tell by the grinful look of your face." "Yes, it's something lively that I'm thinking about," laughed young Benson. Over the supper table that evening, Captain Jack announced the scheme that had entered his mind while listening to Lieutenant McCrea. Jacob Farnum listened, at first somewhat thunderstruck. Then, of a sudden, he laid down his knife and fork, bursting into a roar of laughter. "It sounds like a fearfully cheeky thing to do, I know," confessed the young captain. "It surely is," confirmed David Pollard, nervously. "Yet," pursued young Benson, "if the trick should succeed, how it would take the conceit out of some people who don't believe in submarines." "Wouldn't it?" rejoined Mr. Farnum, his eyes twinkling with merriment. "Yet you don't intend to try it, do you?" asked the inventor. "I don't know," confessed Mr. Farnum, "but I'll admit this much. I'm certainly thinking hard over the scheme that Captain Benson has proposed." "It would be unfortunate if we did the thing and only succeeded in offending the officers of the Navy," pursued the inventor, an extremely thoughtful look on his pallid, thin face. "Oh, of course, as far as the mere expense goes, I'd pay the bill for the trick," Farnum went on. "To tell the truth, Dave, the point I'm considering most now is whether we can really successfully play the trick that Captain Benson has sprung on us." "I believe we can, and I don't believe there'll be any difficulty whatever," declared the young captain, his eyes glowing. "Well, I'm going to think it over a while," announced the builder, as he finished his meal. He went directly up to the platform deck, seating himself on a folding chair, and from the loud chuckles that came from time to time from the platform deck, it was plain that the boatbuilder had had his sense of humor mightily tickled. Presently the hail came. "Benson, come up here, won't you?" As Jack reported to the builder, Farnum stood looking across the bay. "Captain, how are we going to get at the exact distance between our boat and the Luzon?" "It's a question of mathematics, isn't it?" asked Jack, slowly. "Mr. Pollard is the expert in that line, isn't he?" "Oh, I say, Dave," bawled the builder down the stairway, "come up here, won't you? Now, how far is it from our moorings to those of the Luzon?" There being still enough daylight for the purpose, Mr. Pollard brought up a small transit. Measuring a base line on the deck of the submarine, he took 2 observations, then went below to do some rapid figuring. "Exactly 1,142 feet from mooring to mooring," he called up through the manhole presently. "If you've got the distance down as fine as that," laughed back Mr. Farnum, "good enough." "Are you going to try to play Benson's trick, then?" asked the inventor, reappearing on deck. "I am inclined to think," replied the boat builder, "that I am. It seems like too good a thing to miss." On board the Pollard, the cabin lights burned late that evening. Once the plan invented by Captain Jack was explained to the others, all hands turned to in great glee to make preparations. Ships of any size always carry, as part of the cruising supplies, a stock of paints and brushes. The submarine craft was so provided. Jack caused to be brought from one of the lockers a can of prepared white paint. This was thinned with oil and tested for the business in hand, and then the best brush for the purpose was picked out. To this was fitted a long handle. 2 short sticks had to be spliced to make a handle of sufficient length. "How are you on lettering, Captain?" guffawed Mr. Farnum while preparations were thus being made. "Nothing extra," Jack admitted, "but I guess I can at least make legible letters." All was in readiness long before need came. At about 11:15 o'clock that night, the "Pollard" noiselessly slipped from her moorings. At that time none of the searchlights of the fleet at anchor happened to be turned toward the submarine boat. Ventilators were taken in, the manhole cover was closed, lights were extinguished, and the next instant the "Pollard" began to sink. Only one light burned aboard, and that came from a small lantern in the engine room, where Hal Hastings crouched over the electric motor, keeping strict track of the revolutions, while Jack Benson steered strictly to compass. Hal counted the revolutions until the number had been reeled off to carry the submarine the estimated distance under water. Then Hal shut off speed, while Eph Somers passed word to the young captain. "Let her come up slowly until I give the word," called down Captain Jack. "Don't rush with the raising." And so compressed air was turned into the diving tanks, slowly expelling the water therefrom. Very slowly the "Pollard" rose. Jack, watching intently, knew the instant that the conning tower's top was above waves. "Stop!" he called down. Just ahead, about 60 feet, lay the seaward side of the battleship Luzon's great gray hull. With his hand on the electric speed control, Captain Jack moved the submarine in until she lay alongside the big battleship. With the greatest stealth, the manhole cover was raised by Hal and Eph. Captain Jack, in the meantime, was rapidly shedding his clothing, until he stood forth in a bathing suit only. Clad in this garment, he slipped over the top of the conning tower. The platform deck was under water, but Benson touched it with his feet. "No hail from the deck above," he whispered to Hal. "Now pass me the paint and brush like lightning." The brush was passed out, the paint can being rested on the edge of the manhole where Hal steadied it. Taking up a good sopping of paint on the brush, Captain Benson rapidly sketched on the gray side of the battleship a letter P some 6 feet long. Then, with rapid strokes, he swiftly finished the entire word, "Pollard." As the Luzon lay on the outer edge of the anchored fleet, and the submarine lay alongside on the seaward side, there was no danger of any betraying searchlight being turned on the perpetrators of this huge joke. "It's all done," whispered Jack, chuckling softly. "And that wonderful watch officer above hasn't hailed us or passed the word for the Marine Guard." "That man McCrea will claim it wasn't done during his watch," whispered Eph. "Paint on the exact present time. It's just 11:33." And so Captain Jack, again chuckling and with a fresh brushful of paint, wrote the present time on the battleship's gray side, all in a twinkling. Afterward the submarine, her manhole closed, dropped down beneath the waves. She was soon back at her anchorage, lying on the surface of the water, as though this handy little craft had not just been engaged in perpetrating the biggest naval joke of the year. End of chapter 20.
One of the submarine boys on duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew E. Tebow. The Man Who Dropped the Glass. Early the next morning, there was, as might be imagined, a big stir of excitement in the fleet. First of all, one of the fleet patrol launches discovered the legend lettered in white on a gray background on the Lizon's side. As soon as the matter was reported aboard, the executive officer, after ordering a side gangway lowered and going down close to the water's edge for a look, sent for the different watch officers of the night. Each was emphatic in the belief that the thing did not happen during his watch. Lieutenant McCrea was one of the most positive. "But, Mr. McCrea," urged the Lizon's executive officer, "the time, 11:33 p.m., has been lettered on the ship's side with great distinctiveness." Still, that lieutenant was positive that the outrage had been perpetrated during his deck watch. He had kept much too vigilant a watch for that. While the questioning of the watch officers was going on, the Luzon's captain appeared. He quizzed Mr. McCree unmercifully, and that officer of the early night watch began to look and feel most uncomfortable. "There's but one thing to be done, first of all," stated the Luzon's commander, Captain Bigelow. "Send a boat over to the Pollard to ask the people there if they have any explanation to offer." When the Luzon's launch came alongside, Mr. Farnum, expecting the visit, assured the ensign in charge that he would go to the battleship at once to explain matters. Mr. Farnum did go. Captain Bigelow listened with an intensely grave face. Lieutenant McCree seemed to be in the depths of mortification, and his face was very red. "There is but one thing to be done now, Mr. Farnum," declared Captain Bigelow severely. "We shall have to appear before Admiral Bentley on his flagship as soon as he will receive us. You must repeat your explanation to him." This Mr. Farnum was quite willing to do. Before the boatbuilder finished with his explanation to the fleet's commander, there was a very decided twinkle in Admiral Bentley's sharp old eyes. "I accept your explanation, Mr. Farnum. That it was all a joke," smiled the Admiral. "Of course," Jacob Farnum made haste to add, "having perpetrated such a hoax, I shall charge myself with all the expense of painting out the objectionable lettering. But I am not sure that will be necessary." Admiral Bentley laughed. "The truth is, Mr. Farnum, your hoax on Mr. McCree has taught us a most excellent and valuable lesson about the sort of other work that a submarine might do against a battleship at anchor. The lesson is worth far more than the cost of the paint. Indeed, I shall not have the lettering on the Luzon's side painted out until other officers of the fleet have been able to examine such a striking proof of the value of submarines. Yet I am extremely sorry for the feelings of Mr. McCree this morning." In truth, Lieutenant McCree was in for a most unmerciful tormenting by his brother officers. If there was one thing on which the lieutenant prided himself, it was upon the strictness of his deck watch. So the jest, jibes, and quips of his brother officers stung him deeply. "Was the hoax your idea, Mr. Farnum?" asked Admiral Bentley. "No, sir. I am sorry to say that I am not often as brilliant as that." "Then whose joke was it?" "It was the scheme of Captain Jack Benson, the Pollard's present commander." "I have heard of your boyish captain," smiled Admiral Bentley. "He must be a very resourceful young man." "You're right in saying that," replied Farnum with warmth. "Benson is altogether about the brightest boy I have ever met. For that matter, all three of the boys are unusually keen." Admiral Bentley consulted a memorandum book that lay on his desk, before he went on. "Mr. Farnum, if you've nothing in the way, I shall be extremely glad to have Mr. Pollard and yourself at luncheon at 1 o'clock this afternoon. But I shall feel much disappointed if you do not also bring along with you your youthful captain, Benson." Farnum promptly accepted, with great delight. This all looked as though the Pollard would figure handsomely in the Admiral's forthcoming reports to Washington. Ere the morning was over, all the officers and men of the great war fleet were laughing at Lieutenant McCree. The newspaper correspondents with the fleet got a hold of the yarn, of course, and sent stories of their journals that helped to make the fame of the Pollard and of those who handled her. As for McCree, he kept out of sight all he could. It was months before his brother officers in the Navy would let him hear the last of the joke that had been played upon him. "Has it hurt us any?" repeated Jacob Farnum, when he returned to the submarine. "It has helped us wonderfully. And Jack, my boy, you're to lunch with the Admiral today." In fact, that joke of Jack's was heard of in the halls of Congress later on. The significant fact of it all was that, while the Pollard had been maneuvered for the successful perpetration of the joke, neither of the other two submarines with the fleet was handy enough to be used in quite such a neat trick. When the United States Rear Admiral entertains guests at luncheon aboard his flagship, the affair is a stately one. When our three friends appeared at the table, there was several naval officers in attendance. "I have been laughing a good deal today, Captain Benson, over the joke sprung on us last night," was Admiral Bentley's greeting. "It was cleverly carried out, and with a great deal of skill and seamanship as well." "It wasn't intended, sir, to be so much a joke as a demonstration of what our boat can accomplish," Jack replied modestly. "I haven't lost sight of the practical side of the affair, I assure you," rejoined the Admiral, "but I am afraid I have wounded one heart, McCree's." "Then I am very sorry," replied Jack quickly. "I had hoped he would feel as much like laughing as anyone." "Mr. McCree might feel more like laughing if it wasn't for the fact that his brother officers insist on doing his laughing for him," chuckled the Admiral. The talk now turned upon the Pollard's construction, which the inventor explained, while Jacob Farnum threw in a few words now and then. Captain Jack had the good taste to remain silent during the discussion. Admiral Bentley asked many questions, appeared deeply interested, and promised to make a thorough trip of inspection aboard the submarine. "The time may come, of course," said the Admiral musingly, "when a flag officer will have to take his headquarters aboard such a little craft. For the day may not be far distant when battleships will be too cumbrous and too costly to be risked any more at sea when a nation is engaged in war." "That's our captain's view of the possibilities," nodded Mr. Farnum. "It will be a sad blow to some of us old salts," laughed the Admiral. "It isn't likely to strike me, of course. I shall be retired and done with the service before the big battleship becomes as useless in war as a ferry boat. But you, Captain Benson, will very likely live to see the day when the battleships will be sold for freight steamers. By the way, my young friend, what is your age?" 16. "Why, you are young enough to enter Annapolis. With your bent for things naval, why don't you try to interest your home congressman in appointing you as a cadet?" "If the battleship is to go, sir," replied the youngster, "or even if the submarine is to become a vastly more important craft, it seems to me that I shall be seizing the biggest chance by staying right with Mr. Farnum and Mr. Pollard. The greatest naval man of the future." "There again, I am inclined to think you are right, Captain Benson," nodded the old Admiral thoughtfully. "My, but I often wish I could look forward, as you may, to being alive 50 years from now, living to see what sea warfare will be like then." While Jack Benson was listening or talking, he became conscious that one of the noiseless stewards waiting at table was eyeing him keenly, even if covertly, at such times as he approached. The steward in question was brown-haired and smoothly shaven, a man of about 50 years of age, who carried himself with much dignity. When Jack got his first good look at this man, the submarine boy felt certain that the steward's hair was dyed to its present color. There was something altogether familiar about the man's look, too, that puzzled young Benson. Now, during a lull in the conversation, and between courses, the steward approached the table to replace young Benson's water glass, which had just been filled. As the steward reached out to set the glass down, Jack wheeled, looking straight into the man's eyes. The steward returned the look and paled, then, crash, the glass dropped from the man's fingers, breaking to fragments on the cabin floor. With a softly muttered word, the luckless steward bent, picking up the pieces of glass, and beat a hasty retreat, followed by a heavy frown from the chief steward. Then, all of a sudden, it flashed through the boy's mind where he had seen this man before. Leaning toward Jacob Farnum, the submarine boy whispered, "You've been trying hard to find Grace Desmond's fugitive guardian." "I don't know what I wouldn't give to come up with that rascal," muttered the boat-builder fervently, his eyes blazing. "Then I guess you're going to have your wish," continued Jack Benson. "The man who dropped the glass is Arthur Miller." Uttering an eager cry, his fist clenched, Jacob Farnum started up from his chair. End of Chapter 21. Recording by Andrew E. Tebow at www.brokenriver1.blog.com.
'22 of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 22. A Dive That Was Like Magic. "What's wrong?" demanded Admiral Bentley, looking up quickly. I beg your pardon, sir," cried Mr. Farnum, though lowering his voice, "but I want a good look at the steward who has been attending to this end of the table." "Nothing will be more simple," replied the Admiral. And just at that moment another steward entered the room. "Ask that new steward to come here," directed the Admiral. The man hastened away in search of his mate. "Pardon me, but is there any unusual reason why you wish to see that particular steward?" asked the Admiral in a low voice. "The only reason, sir," replied Mr. Farnum dryly, "is that my friend Benson is certain the fellow is identical with the defaulting guardian of a young woman at present employed in my office. He is believed to have taken the last $500,000 remaining of her fortune away with him into hiding." $500,000, gasped the Admiral. "If this steward is the man we think he is, then his right name is Arthur Miller," finished the boat builder. "Why, I remember that case. I read of it in the newspapers," replied Admiral Bentley. "Jove, gentlemen, but I hope your guess is a correct one. There must always be a satisfaction in catching so great a rogue so easily." Only those at the admiral's end of the table had heard this dialogue. Other guests present continued eating or chatting with their neighbors. Other stewards were entering and leaving in the discharge of their duties. Some time passed. Farnum was fidgeting, though he strove to conceal the fact. Jack looked quiet, but his heart was thumping. "Steward Dugan," called the admiral rather sharply, and the man stepped over quickly. "I sent Hecht after that new steward," declared the admiral. "Hecht hasn't come back. Find him on the jump and learn his reason for the delay." In something like a minute more both Dugan and Hecht returned. "I couldn't find Dudley, sir," reported Hecht. "I've looked for him everywhere that he ought to be." "Then find the first officer on duty that you can, and with my compliments ask him to report instantly," ordered Admiral Bentley. In barely more than a jiffy a young lieutenant of marines stepped into the room, saluting the admiral. "Lieutenant, a new steward known as Dudley is being sought for. Order the guard at the side gangway to let no one overboard unless he is certain that the one seeking to pass is not Steward Dudley, and then have the ship searched thoroughly for Dudley. When found, bring him just outside that door under guard and send in word to me." Again the lieutenant saluted and then hurried from the room. The whole thing had been ordered so quickly that few of the lunchers guessed that anything out of the ordinary was taking place. Admiral Bentley took up his knife and fork, turning his attention to a dish that had just been laid before him. The marine lieutenant was soon back. "I regret to report, Admiral," he murmured in a low voice, "that the sentry at the side gangway states that Steward Dudley went over the side and started off in a shore boat at least 5 minutes ago. He displayed a paper which he said was a telegram you had ordered sent in a rush." "Great Scott!" uttered Jacob Farnum, laying down knife and fork in a tremble. "Then by flight the fellow confesses his identity. Admiral, we feel that we simply must get ashore without the loss of an instant. That rascal must be found." "Certainly," agreed Admiral Bentley, rising. "Do not lose an instant." Turning to the marine lieutenant, he added, "My compliments to the officer of the deck, and ask him to see that these gentlemen have a shore boat placed at their disposal without any loss of time, or that they have any facilities they may wish for going to any part of the fleet. No thanks, gentlemen. I appreciate your need of haste and wish you every success." The half-curious eyes of many persons followed these three guests as the boat builder, the inventor, and the young submarine captain hastily left the room, followed by the marine lieutenant. As soon as the admiral's order had been transmitted to him, the lieutenant in charge of the deck ran to the side gangway looking for a shore boat. "Just our confounded luck when we're in a hurry," he muttered. "The only boat I can get is the one that just took Steward Dudley ashore. See, there it is over yonder, leaving the pier. It will be here within 5 minutes." "Then I thank our lucky stars," cried Captain Jack, pointing, "for here comes our own good boat, and we can take it instanter, if you'll permit it to come alongside, Lieutenant." "Certainly," replied that officer. Hal Hastings was at the deck wheel, in charge of the boat. He had just taken a party of sight-seeing naval officers back to their ship, and was on his way to the Pollard's moorings. He caught sight of Benson's signals, and, slowing down the speed, ran neatly in alongside of the battleship's gangway platform. In another twinkling the trio in haste were aboard their own boat. "Better hurry below," advised Captain Jack. "Ship the ventilators, and I'll get inside, close the manhole cover, and handle the boat from the conning tower. Then, if Arthur Miller is watching us from the shore, he'll think we have officers aboard and are maneuvering to show off the boat." "Arthur Miller!" gasped Hal, in astonishment. "Down below with you, Hastings," replied Jacob Farnum, pushing him gently. "When we've time to talk, we'll tell you." When, therefore, within 60 seconds, the Pollard left the flagship's side, she was equipped for diving. A casual observer would have believed she was about to do so with some inspecting party of naval officers. As he sat in the conning tower, Captain Jack steered the most direct course for the pier to which the supposed Miller had gone in the flagship's shore boat. In order to do this, the young captain had to cut across the bow of a battleship that had just gotten under way. There was plenty of sea room for this maneuver, so Captain Jack did not hesitate. Once past the bows of that battleship, however, the young submarine captain's heart gave a mighty bound, for just beyond was another battleship, also under good headway. The Pollard was between the two. To go ahead meant a collision with the second battleship, while to reverse speed meant to back into the battleship just past. To turn and run between them in either direction might have been feasible, but the battleships, seeing the trouble of the little submarine, were sounding conflicting signals. It was a situation that had to be met and solved in a second. Jack Benson's heart seemed to stop beating. He felt ill, and a cold perspiration beaded his face all at once. "Hold fast!" he roared down the stairway, and then he did the only thing that could be done in a second. Without waiting to shut off the gasoline power, he reached out for the conning tower controls, and like a flash, and with high nervous energy, he operated the mechanism that would fill the diving tanks in an instant. In rushed the water, faster than it had ever done before. Down dived the Pollard like a lump of lead, and to the startled onlookers on either ships she seemed almost to stand on her nose. Those on the decks of the two nearest battleships saw the Pollard's propellers uppermost of all and revolving fast. Then out of sight went the little submarine. Those below in her cabin and engine room had been pitched forward on their faces. Captain Jack fairly sprawled over the wheel. Down went the little boat to a depth of some 70 feet, and then Captain Jack had the presence of mind to bring her to an even keel. A couple of 100 yards he ran under water, and then, shutting off the motive power, he called below to turn the compressed air slowly into the water compartments. "For I want to rise mighty gently," he called down in explanation. "Then if we come up under some craft's keel we won't hurt them or ourselves." And by this time the deck rails and rigging of many a naval vessel were crowded with officers and men, all anxious to know the fate of the plucky or foolhardy crew of the submarine. A few minutes passed. Then the conning tower emerged from the water. Next the boat appeared and rode at her proper amount of freeboard over the water. And what a deafening din of cheers filled the air. Men everywhere were waving uniform caps. 4 of the big ships blew their whistles in harsh salute to this latest dash of Yankee bravery. "Let us up on deck," cried David Pollard excitedly. "We want to acknowledge some of that applause as modestly as possible." The submarine's entire crew was speedily on the platform deck, while Captain Jack was busily explaining to his friends the necessity that had arisen for such a prompt, deep dive. "Oh, but that was magnificently done, Jack!" cried the inventor in a transport of enthusiasm. "Hear them yell! See them wave! The din of the whistles! It was the best thing we've done or could do in the way of compelling advertising." "Advertising will keep," rasped Jacob Farnum. "But for now, Captain Benson, hustle over to that pier as fast as the speed of the boat will allow. Advertising, with Grace Desmond's fortune and happiness at stake." And so the young captain turned on speed and steered on through the lanes of naval vessels. Even on those craft from which his dashing, daring performance had not been witnessed, the news was known now, passed from ship to ship by the wigwagging of signal flags. All the way into the pier the Pollard was greeted with tempestuous volleys of applause, for there is nothing the American naval tar loves as he does sheer wild grit. "Advertising, is it?" demanded Mr. Farnum in raging disgust. "We're getting plenty and to spare. No one within 5 miles of here can possibly be ignorant of the fact that the Pollard is making a hustle to the dock." End of chapter 22. Three of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 23. Wanted Badly, One Steward. As the Pollard slipped in at a vacant berth on one side of the pier, there was a rush of civilians and of sailors and marines on brief shore leave. Many of those who crowded down to look over the boat and her crew had witnessed Captain Jack Benson's difficult maneuver from the distance. "Take the wheel, Hal," Jack murmured to his chum. "You and Eph had better stay aboard and slip out into the stream before a swarm of folks rushes aboard." Jacob Farnum leaped to the pier, the inventor following. Jack leaped to the stringpiece last of all. Then Hal veered easily off, turning the boat's nose about and making out again. "Aw!" went up a murmur from the crowd. "We wanted to see that craft." "There she is," smiled Benson. "She won't go far away. She'll be on view all right." Jacob Farnum made straight for two Marines who had been standing a little distance away. Neither had joined in the rush for the submarine. "My men, to what ship do you belong?" he asked quickly. "Flagship Columbia, sir," replied one of the men. "Do you know the new steward, Dudley, of the Columbia?" "I think he came ashore lately, sir, in one of the shore boats." "Then you saw him land?" "Yes, sir." "Which way did he go?" "I think he headed straight for the railway station, sir. Had something in his hand that looked like a telegram." "That's enough, thank you," cried Farnum, as he hurried away. "One moment," interrupted Jack. "How was Dudley dressed?" "He had on the white duck uniform of a steward, and a cap to match," replied the Marine. "Thank you," nodded Jack, and then turned and ran after Farnum and Pollard. The railway station was not far away. Over there the trio hastened. No train had left for half an hour, as they quickly learned, but one was due to leave in about 15 minutes. The operator assured the questioners that no one in a naval steward's dress had attempted to send a telegram. "That was only a ruse, then," said Farnum. "The fellow went through here and by here." Jack hastily devoted himself to questioning other employees about the station. "Why, yes, I saw a man who looked like that," replied the baggage master. "What did he do? What became of him?" asked Jack swiftly. "He went through here and down that street," replied the baggage master promptly. "Is that all you saw or know about him?" "Yes." Jack hastily reported to his two friends, and just then a policeman approached. Farnum learned that he was stationed here during the naval week. So the boatbuilder gave the officer a hasty description of the fugitive, and asked that the steward, in case he returned to the station and attempted to board a train, be arrested. "I'll certainly nab him," promised the officer. "Now, come along up that street yonder," called Farnum to his companions. "Confound it, it's like hunting a needle in a haystack." "And we forgot to ask the officer to report to the police of the town," Jack reminded his employer after they had gone a little way. "Run back to the station and get the police station on the phone." "And send word to the chief, will you?" begged Mr. Farnum. Captain Jack returned on the run. He secured phone connection with the chief of police, and was able to give a graphic description of the steward who was wanted so badly. "Of course," Jack hinted to the police chief, "the fellow we want so badly may have friends on shore, or some other way of changing his white uniform for other clothes." "I won't overlook that," promised the chief of police, "and I'll send out a general alarm at once." By the time that the submarine boy left the railway station again, Farnum and Pollard were out of sight. Nevertheless, Benson hurried up the same street they had taken. He walked quickly for 2 blocks. Then, coming to a larger street that crossed at right angles, he started to turn and go east. Just as he rounded the corner, he thought he heard something strike the sidewalk, as though it had dropped from his pockets. Wheeling quickly, the submarine boy returned to the corner. He was just in time to see something that took his thoughts like a flash from everything else. Near the doorway of a small clothing store, 2 doors from the corner, a man had been looking stealthily out. Just as Jack turned the corner, out of sight, this man darted out and then slowed down to a deliberate walk in the direction of the railway station. It was this man at whom Jack Benson found himself staring with all his eyesight. The man was dressed in a rather fastidious-looking summer-weight frock-coat suit. On his head rested an expensive straw hat of the latest sort. Over his eyes were light blue goggles, and his hair was jet black. "But that's a wig!" flashed Jack Benson inwardly, almost at once. "That's Arthur Miller just the same. He has the same walk as the steward." Though the other had had a brief chance for a glimpse at Benson just as he turned, the well-dressed one did not increase his pace. That is, not until he heard Captain Jack Swift's steps behind him. "Oh, just a minute, if you please," called Benson, in a voice that was ironically pleasant. One look over his shoulder the other took, then broke into a run. But Jack was younger, more agile, with better wind. Realizing this, the fugitive wheeled around the corner into an alley. It was a short one, leading to some sort of a stable yard. Yet though Jack Benson reached that yard in about record time, he gave a gasp of dismay. For the well-dressed fugitive was already out of sight, nor did noise from any quarter show the line of his further flight. "Confound him! I'm not going to lose him as quickly and easily as that!" raged young Benson. "Looking for your pop?" demanded a laughing, broad-faced woman, appearing at a back door that opened into a yard. "Yes," declared Jack, pulsing. "Which way?" "He went in there," nodded the woman, pointing to the nearly closed door of a small barn. It might have been that the woman was purposely deceiving him to aid the fugitive, but to that suspicion Jack had no time to give thought. He sprang into the barn to find it empty. He stood there panting for a moment, growing sick at heart with disappointment. And then he heard a slight rustling on a haymow overhead that was reached only by a ladder. Up that ladder rushed the submarine boy, springing into the hay. As he did so, the well-dressed fugitive darted out from cover at another point in the mow, leaping straight down to the floor. After him sprang Jack Benson and landed full upon him. But the fugitive, by a supreme effort, rose, shaking off the boy, and started to dart out into the open. "No, you don't, Mr. Arthur Miller!" roared the submarine boy, making a bound after him. So much force did Jack put into that leap that, missing, he fell to the floor on his hands and knees. The moment thus gained for the fugitive was enough to give the latter time to dart out, slamming the door shut after him. "This chase doesn't stop until it turns out my way," muttered young Benson doggedly. He had expected to find the door secured, but it was not. He yanked it open. The fugitive was crossing the yard, just reaching the alley, when the same woman who had first spoken to Jack again opened her door. In one hand she held a mop. This she threw with such aim or luck that it passed between the running man's legs, tripping him. And then Jack Benson piled upon him in earnest, first snatching up the mop and brandishing it over the fugitive's head. "I don't want to hurt your cranium any," flared up Captain Jack, "but I'm going to do it if I have to." "Confound you, woman!" roared the discomfited rascal. "Arthur Miller's voice!" cried Jack joyously. "Now I know what we had only guessed so far. Now, see here, my fine fellow, you might as well give in, for I'm not going to quit until I land you." Miller had been lying quietly enough for a few moments. Now, however, he suddenly squirmed about, catching Jack by the ankles with both hands. Down went the submarine boy, flopped by a trick that he had little expected. "We'll see whether you've got me," clicked the scoundrel, leaping to his feet and making for the street. "Thank you for your mop, ma'am," Jack called back pantingly as he gave chase. It annoyed him to have Miller prove so slippery, and he was filled with dread lest the defaulter should wind up by getting clean away. Singing snatches of song, two sailors passed on the sidewalk just at the head of the alleyway. "Look what's coming!" roared one good-naturedly, catching at his mate's hand. Thus halted, they formed an effective barrier of brawn in the way of the first runner. "Let me through! That wretch wants to kill me!" gasped Miller. "We won't let him," replied one of the sailors reassuringly. "Hold him! The police want him!" implored Jack. "Hold on, both of you!" admonished one of the sailors, grabbing at Miller, while the other sailor placed himself so as to prevent the submarine boy from a possible attack. "One of you is lying. Which one is it?" "Well," grinned Jack, reassured, "I'm not afraid to have you take us both before the nearest officer of the law. But I guess that man is afraid of such a test." "Sounds like a straightforward answer," observed the other Jack tar. "This man," declared young Benson, "is Arthur Miller, wanted by the law for looting part of his ward's fortune and running away with the rest." "It's a lie!" challenged Miller hoarsely. "Then ask him," proposed Jack crisply, "why he's wearing a black wig, and under that has iron gray hair that has been dyed brown. Why he shaved his beard off." "Do you know the answer?" demanded the sailor who held Miller. The other sailor lifted Miller's new straw hat, snatching off his wig. "Guilty as charged," he grinned. "Now hold on to him and march him along until you meet the first policeman," urged Jack Benson. "If you do that, I'm very certain that my employer, Jacob Farnum, builder of the Pollard submarine boat, will remember you both handsomely." "That sounds good," laughed one of the seamen. "And here comes an officer now," cried Captain Jack, looking down the street as far as the next corner. "See how your prisoner trembles. Would an innocent man act so?" End of chapter 23. Of the Submarine Boys on Duty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 24. Conclusion. Within 3 minutes Arthur Miller stood before the desk at a station house. In less than 20 minutes Messrs. Farnum and Pollard had been found. They hurried to the police station, confirming the identification of Arthur Miller, and he was locked up. "It's a big thing you've helped to do, lads," Jacob Farnum assured the two strong young sailors. "You're entitled to some of the fruits of your work. How will this do?" Whereupon he pressed upon each jack tar a couple of $20 bills. "We've a couple of hours of shore leave left to us," grinned one of the sailors. "Is there anyone else you want caught, friend?" By the time that Farnum, Pollard and Captain Jack had returned to the pier, they found a midshipman awaiting them. "Admiral Bentley's compliments, gentlemen," said the midshipman. "He begs you to go to him aboard the flagship. He has information of importance to communicate to you concerning the missing steward." "By the way," laughed Mr. Farnum contentedly, "that steward is no longer missing. We've just had the pleasure of seeing him placed under lock and key, where he'll keep until he's wanted." "Will you come aboard the flagship in our launch?" asked the midshipman. "Yes, thank you," replied Farnum. Thereupon Jack signaled to Hal Hastings aboard the Pollard, which lay to not far off, to return to moorings. "Catch your man?" yelled Hal through a megaphone. His chum nodded in the affirmative. Toot, toot, toot sounded the Pollard's auto whistle in 3 long, triumphant blasts. Arrived at the flagship, the midshipman conducted the visitors at once to the admiral's office. "Did you catch the rascal?" asked that fine old officer. "Yes, sir," nodded Farnum, and gave a quick, brief account of the capture. "Captain Benson appears to be your lucky star to-day," laughed the admiral. "By the way, Captain, I must congratulate you most warmly on that daring magic dive. Your boat surely is in a new class. But now to other interesting business. After you had gone, it occurred to me to make a most thorough investigation into the whole matter of that steward. Your man Miller certainly displayed considerable originality in his attempt to hide from the law. He had been aboard for some time. He plainly realized that about the last place detectives would ever think to look for criminals would be among the crew of a battleship. We always require references for any man we enlist, and always look up the references. I have yet to satisfy myself as to how the fellow Miller managed to get around the matter of references. However, he got aboard, and was all but safe from pursuit. Moreover, this flagship is scheduled to sail for the European station as soon as the maneuvers are over. Miller, I imagine, intended to desert when in European waters. By that time, as police pursuit would have cooled, he must have figured he would be rather safe from the law. I have investigated his doings aboard this boat. Among other things, I have learned that he deposited with our paymaster, taking a receipt for the same, an iron box, a small affair, which the fellow said contained papers regarding the history of his family. He had been years in getting the papers together, he explained to the paymaster, and wanted them put in a place of safe keeping. Jacob Farnum sprang to his feet, a great light of suspicion shining in his eyes. "I have had that box taken from the paymaster's safe and forced open," continued Admiral Bentley with a smile. "It is a right that we exercise over any package at need. It was opened in the presence of 3 officers of this fleet, and it was found to contain probably close to $500,000 in bills of large denominations. The paymaster will be able to give you more exact figures. He has the money in his safe again. It will be transferred to the custody of civil authorities ashore until the courts have issued an order for its further disposition." "It's Miss Desmond's money," cried Farnum. "Only a little while to wait, and then that splendid young woman will come into her own." Tears glistened in the boat builder's eyes. "If you think I am unusually affected over this matter," explained Mr. Farnum, presently, "let me, with your permission, sir, tell you of the fine, brave conduct of the girl in saving Captain Benson and the submarine boat." Admiral Bentley was greatly interested in the recital that followed. In due time the flagship's shore boat carried the three to land again. With fingers that shook, Jacob Farnum penned a most exultant telegram to Grace Desmond. That sent, they engaged a boatman to put them aboard the "Pollard," and it was now the turn of Hal Hastings and Eph Somers to share in the excitement and the joy. In the days that followed, the "Pollard" did not take any official part in the naval maneuvers, though whenever there was time for officers to get leave from their ships, Captain Jack and his friends were busy enough showing all the workings of the fine boat to their visitors. Admiral Bentley and his naval staff spent one entire forenoon aboard the natty little submarine, and they were delighted with all that they were shown. "Mr. Pollard," exclaimed the admiral just before leaving, "it is my unofficial opinion, from what I have seen to day and from what you have already shown at this rendezvous, that your boat is miles and miles ahead of any other type of submarine torpedo boat yet constructed. I shall undoubtedly also make that the text of the official opinion that I shall furnish to the Navy Department. I must also tell you, what you already know, that in your captain and crew of youngsters you have the best possible material for showing your boat off to the best possible advantage." It was with light hearts, indeed, that the crew and passengers of the "Pollard" turned her nose toward the home port. Grant Andrews had already been instructed by wire to begin the preliminary work for laying the keel of a sister submarine torpedo boat. If Dunhaven had turned out well for the launching, she did herself more than proud in the wildly cheering crowd that lined the shores on the return of that adventurous little boat, which was no longer known as Pollard's Folly, but as Pollard's Marvel. It was a happy day for both inventor and builder. The press of the country had been talking for some days of the new era that had dawned in submarine boat building. Grace Desmond was among the first to welcome the returning voyagers. She had promptly answered Farnum's telegram, and that boat builder had subsequently received from her 2 letters that he did not take the trouble to read fully to his companions. As if to celebrate the return of the splendid boat, Dunhaven, in the persons of 2 of her constables, captured Josh Owen that same night when he tried to return by stealth to his home. And yet the constables did not get their man handcuffed before that same elfin 10-year-old son of Owen's had tried desperately to fight the officers into letting his father go. Arthur Miller was placed on trial and pleaded guilty, and Grace Desmond's claim was established to the money found in the iron box aboard the flagship. She tried hard to make Jack and Hal and Eph accept a handsome reward, but all 3 boys steadfastly refused her offer. Jacob Farnum, in his own quiet way, was a bit more successful, however, and started for each of them a very substantial little bank account. One day, shortly after the return of the submarine boys to Dunhaven, while the hammers of the riveters were ringing out merrily on the hull of the second Pollard boat, Jacob Farnum sent for Captain Jack Benson and his friends. "I want to talk business with you," said the builder, motioning to the chairs. "You've been working for me for a sort of pay, but now I want to make a definite and regular arrangement with you. I'm willing to provide your keep aboard the boat and furnish your uniforms. In addition, I am willing to pay Captain Benson $150 a month, and Hastings and Somers each $100. That offer brought the 3 boys to their feet. It's too much," Jack managed to gasp. "First time I ever had an employee tell me he was being paid too much," laughed the builder. "Now, see here, young men, Pollard and I are going to make fortunes out of building these boats. Huge fortunes, we believe. And we want to attract loyal young men to us by paying them at least fair wages. Think it over, and you'll soon agree you're not being paid too much." What could the young men do but accept the wonderful good fortune that was offered them? Then Farnum, laughing, rose and opened a nearby door, and there stood Grace Desmond, smiling. "Captain," announced the builder, as he took one of the girl's hands in his own, "I shall want you to decorate the 'Pollard' handsomely next Thursday. On that day Miss Desmond will become Mrs. Farnum. Captain and crew of the 'Pollard,' we shall look for you to be at the wedding, and wearing new uniforms that have already been especially ordered for the occasion." What could the young men do but congratulate the happy couple? And they did it most heartily. End of chapter 24, and end of The Submarine Boys on Duty by Victor G. Durham.